Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 29th of January, first month of the year, almost over and out. Would you believe it? Oh my God, it's gone fast. But here today, we're going to be checking out some world affairs as we have been doing consistently now over, I don't know, since we've been streaming, let's be honest. But yeah, we're going to be looking at some matters that have happened recently in the States. You might have seen some stuff about Ilhan Omar being attacked. We're going to have a look at that. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been over in China. Hey, smoothing over those English-Chinese relationships. As we were discussing just yesterday, the world continues, or the Europeans anyway, continue, and Canada, continue to defy the Western world order led by the Americans, and they, pose for the cameras and seek trade deals with China. So we'll see what actually is going to come of his visit. If it's anything like the Canadian one that we had a look at yesterday, it really is meaningless in the sense that it's not decoupling their economy from the US at all. It's just a bit of show while everyone is really upset at Trump for his latest faux pas over Greenland and threats on Denmark. So we will have a look into the English situation as well. But first of all, actually, we're going to have a look at something that Voltaire put us onto in Discord. This is something that I actually wanted to cover the other day when it came to our recap of Australia Day and Invasion Day, etc., etc. And it was this special case that happened before we get into the other things that we're going to cover. Oh, Trump and Cuba as well, and TikTok censorship we're going to be covering. But yeah, have a look at this. I'm not sure if you heard about this event that took place in Western Australia during an Invasion Day rally. But take a look at what this guy is talking about. Hey, Shez Ali Khan. Let's see what this guy has to say. Whoa, slow down there, buddy. Slow down. I'm trying out a new form of chat as well, by the way. So if someone who is watching this can just say hello in the chat, I'm trying to see if this message service is actually displaying stuff properly or not. If you could say something, please, that would be great. Let's do this again.
Threw a bomb into a crowd of 2,500 Aboriginal Australians.
Let me restart this guy, seriously. It starts from mute.
A 31-year-old male threw a bomb into a crowd of 2,500 Aboriginal Australians at the Invasion Day rally here in Perth. And I just want to know, did you hear about it? Did you know about it? Well, it's not being labelled a terrorist attack, and the identity of the guy that did.
Yo, okay, it's coming up. That's interesting. All right, thanks for testing the chat. It's working. Now, what this gentleman is talking about, I should just give you some context. I was going to try and see if we could just make it up on the fly here. But what this guy is talking about, in Western Australia, there was an Invasion Day rally and someone threw a homemade bomb into the crowd. So I'm not sure if people were across this one or not. But given the current circumstances in world politics, let alone Australian politics, the idea of someone throwing a homemade bomb into a crowd of people, I would have thought constitutes as something pretty large that the Australian media would be running away with, non-stop, let's say, non-stop for a long time. But they haven't really said much about it at all. Again, given the context of what we've been seeing, not just around the world, but in Australia specifically over the last month, I have to say the word Bondi. And this is kind of just... Yeah, don't worry about it. This stuff happens.
It is being legally suppressed to protect his safety. Here he is, just having a nice little casual chat with the police. There's no knees on the back of the neck. There's no sort of aggression. The man just threw a bomb. I don't know about you, but I think I've seen the police use a lot more force for a lot less when it comes to somebody with a certain color to their skin. Actually, I'm pissed off. My friends were at the rally on Monday. They saw this happen. They saw the bomb hit the ground and thankfully not go off. I'm so grateful that racist human beings are dumb as f. The guy didn't light the thing properly before he threw it, and thankfully it didn't go off. I have a very strong idea if he was someone of a potential Pakistani background, a Muslim background. I'm not too sure his identity would be suppressed, and I'm pretty sure the headlines would be pushed at you with such aggression of terrorist attack in Perth. If we look up the definition of a terrorist attack or terrorist plot, it would say, it's a calculated use of force, threat of force against civilians or non-combatants to create a climate of fear. A terrorist plot is the planning, preparation, and actions taken by individuals or groups to execute such an attack. So after arresting the individual, they went to his house and they found, oh look, there was a plan. He did prepare this. He had bought all the materials to create a bomb, bought all the necessary liquids to create this bomb, and which then further falls under the definition of a terrorist attack. It subsequently rolled out the evacuation of Forest Chase in Perth, the middle of the city. And I just want to know, did you hear about it?
Did you hear about it? That's what I want to know. Just asking the questions. Here I am. Here's the facts. The police literally proved the point of the protest. Well, it's kind of weird when he sums it up like that, right? When he says it in these types of terms, shows a picture. Who knows what context that picture was taken in? Who knows? But like, you know, let's run with the assumption that like he's being casually candid with coppers. There's no real sign of a tussle there. He's put in handcuffs, thrown in the back of a paddy wagon. Everybody else forgets about it. This is a significant event worth talking about, I would say, in the context of what we've experienced recently in Australia. We've had hate speech laws rammed through Parliament at exceptional pace in order to protect a certain section of the Australian community from the fear of some type of violent action or aggression taken against them. And like here we have on display in the wake of all of that robust discussion, someone who's actually done what would constitute legally as an act of terrorism. And it's pretty hush-hush. Like this could be headlines for days, ladies and gentlemen. This is some great content for, you know, the mainstream media in Australia. What's truly going on there? Why is this not part of a larger conversation? Why isn't it attached to the conversations we've had, you know, recently about Bondi? Why aren't these two things being connected at all? So like, here is as it happened after the event, just so you provide some context. Here is the mainstream media talking about this, so we can see if we can fact check this guy that we've just watched to see if he is sensationalizing the event or not. Like, come on, was it really thrown into the crowd, etc., etc.? Come on, you goddamn snowflake, get over it. Like, let's see what the mainstream media says.
In sheer numbers, they moved in.
The police literally proved the point of this protest. A lot of chants were specifically about unfair policing. Yeah, I know. I was there at the Sydney one. It was all about that. And the animosity of the crowd for the cops was something of note as well, let me just say. Like when I go along to March for Australia protests, everyone's just like, I just want to thank the coppers. You've been amazing today. Like the Invasion Day rally was not of that ilk, can I just say. At every opportunity, they were bagging the cops and giving them the royal salute, as they kept saying over and over again. So it's funny, isn't it, how these relations lie?
In sheer numbers, they moved in, pushing the more than 2,000-strong crowd backwards out of Forest Place. What had started as a trouble-free gathering soon descended into chaos, with reports of an explosive thrown into the crowd.
Because I reckon someone planted a bomb.
Police taking the threat seriously, but panic moved through, with only some aware of what was going on.
There was a device that was thrown into the crowd. The man that threw the device has been arrested already, and they're now claiming that there was a bomb that has gone off in a separate area of the city, but we're very unsure.
Families in nearby shops also caught up in the evacuation.
Very, very panicked. Just want to get out of here.
Stores shuttered as the police line continued to push the crowd away.
For most of those gathered, there's a sense of confusion, not knowing exactly what the safety threat is and why they're being moved away from Forest Place.
We've been trying to understand from the police what's going on. They've said that there's some kind of threat and they have to clear the square. But I'm really disappointed in the communication.
The major police operation prompting anger from those gathered for the Invasion Day rally, believing their message was being silenced.
They were grabbing elders, aunties and uncles, taking them away from their place to speak.
I feel sad that our elders are once again being silenced.
A few hours later, the police commissioner revealed exactly what had prompted the emergency operation, confirming a device the size of a coffee cup had been thrown from above towards the stage.
The device that was located just in front of the stage area contained ball bearings, contained screws, and those items were wrapped around an unknown at this stage liquid in a glass container.
A police cordon set up as
let's
forensic
just
officers carried out
slow down here, mainstream media going a million miles an hour here. Can we just take pause? That's the official police statement on this one, that a coffee cup sized device full of tiny objects that can be used to create mass damage and let's say injury, if not casualty, right? It was thrown into a crowd in an event in Australia, and this isn't on the top of the headlines day after day. Like, again, like, you can only look at this in the context of what has happened recently. And we've seen a terrorist event unfold in Sydney, and it was just non-stop, commentary back and forth. What's going to be done about this? Political fire for weeks and weeks. And this one's kind of just like, it happens, man. This is what happens when people demonstrate. Told these people not to protest in the first place. Very, very stark and dramatic difference in the response to these two events. Now, you can speculate on the reasons for that until the cows come home. But first of all, and objectively, what's the go with the response on this one? I can't believe how small it has been. It's literally, like, I know that guy before was saying that the story has been suppressed. Now, I don't know if you can go that far. They've obviously made a couple of pieces of content on it, but apart from that, like, this is crickets. This is a weird anomaly in Australia's media reporting, can I just say. And no much better by the Australian broadcaster on this one either. Hey? Either. What's going on there?
Investigation.
This was responded to as a mass casualty event, a potential mass casualty event.
A 31-year-old man from Warwick arrested. A house is now being searched. Invasion Day protesters eventually able to carry on with their march. Heading through the city streets, calling
I love how every clip on the mainstream media of Invasion Day protests, like everyone from around the city, has all just been like, get a clip of people dancing to Yotha Yindi. Eh? That's what's savoury for the Australian public.
For First Nations peoples, among them Natasha Ugal, whose husband died in a cell in Hakea.
On this day there was, massacres all throughout Australia, and for us to be still celebrating on this date, it's a big slap in the face to all us Indigenous people.
Authorities not declaring what happened in Forest Park.
4IS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? Give up the rock. We are just looking at the events that Voltaire drew our attention to in Discord yesterday, I think. It's pretty crazy to think about it in the context of, again, what has happened recently in Australia and the amount of fucking hate people copped for that. And this one seems to be just like, don't worry about it. Nothing to see here.
Place a hate crime, but sending this message.
That a peaceful protest was targeted in this fashion runs against the very heart of what it means to be Australian.
Jamie Freestone, 9 News.
But do you remember the rhetoric that came out of Bondi? It was just like, it wasn't about Australians. It was the Jewish community is under attack. And what are we going to do about it as Australians? What are we going to do as a society to ensure that this stuff doesn't happen anymore? And like here, it's just like poor peaceful protesters. This is un-Australian. It's like, well, why not the rhetoric? Why not the Indigenous community of Australia is under attack? Somebody has thrown a bomb. What did he call it? What did the police commissioner described it as? A potential mass casualty event has been evaded. If you listen to the guy we watched first, because the guy who threw it was too much of a dumbass to make sure it was working properly. It wasn't because of some like police infiltration, sting operation, crisis averted. It was because, again, if you take our mate there on his word, the first guy we watched, because the guy fucked up. The only reason the police commissioner can say, hey, this was potentially a mass casualty event, is because the dumbass fucked it up. Fucked it up. What the hell is going on, man? Dilemmas. Forgot the early start, lol. I have arrived, internet friends and brothers. Hello. Yeah, I'm doing the early starts these days. Give up your terrorist bomb not going off. Like, what the fuck? Manufacturing consent is wild. If you go into the hate speech laws to bat for the Jewish community, you gotta go in for the, like, you know, it just, like, just applying rational thought to that one. Just being like, okay, the response has been like, attack on the Jewish community at large. Australia, rally your forces and go. We all must combat this together. And like this one is kind of just like, yeah, it happens. Thank God it didn't go off, eh? Just another day in Perth. All right. Now, I do agree with Dilemmas that this has now made lobby groups and voices to Parliament about race. Hey, interesting.
Let's go live now to Amber Wilkinson in Warwick. Amber, heavily armed police are at the property tonight.
Yeah, they are, Michael. We've seen the TRG here as well as members of State Security Investigation Unit. We've been here for around 2 hours and the team here are showing no sign of wrapping up anytime soon. They're focusing their attention at a property at the back of this plot and it's in relation to today's incident, but exactly what they're searching for or if they've uncovered anything is unclear at this stage. And so far, no one has been charged over today's incident. And as this raid continues tonight, so too does the forensic testing of that item that was thrown into the crowd, and that's expected to be finished in the next few hours, Michael.
No one's been charged yet. That's an interesting one too, isn't it? Just here to watch a trash fire. Sup, bros? How you going? It's good to have you. Hope you're well. We are learning about how the manufacturing consent machine really works in Australia. Now, I would be so bold as to underscore some of the theories we've had recently about said hate speech laws that have come in and were rushed through without much debate. I would underpin the general theory that has been circulating on the idea that there's a particular interest group, foreign, might I add, that actually has significant sway in Australian politics enough to get legislation like this pulled over, one that specifically says something like combating anti-Semitism, extremism, hate speech and extremism. And like that, the conversation has been non-stop about that issue, about looking after a particular subset of the community at large. And so this is a perfect example of that theory right here. That story was running nonstop for weeks, and this one got like a day. Like this was 2 days ago that they were talking about this. It got like a day, maybe two, of airtime. And like no massive political discussion about this one at all. Hasn't led to the breakup of the coalition this time. It's absolutely incredible. And this is like, if you were trying to put it together, an argument as to why, you could make a case that yes, the specific laws after the events at Bondi were influenced by an interest group, potentially a foreign one. Like this is your evidence right here. The similar event happens. Okay, there was no deaths, no destruction, no property damage, but like just because the guy screwed it up and no one really cares. Well, then the mainstream media particularly are not canvassing this one as an issue worth of broad public discussion. Interesting, I'm not seeing YouTube comments Huh, that's weird. Okay, I get it now. I get what the difference is. Okay, thank you, 4AS. Now, what has happened is I have put up a special... Interesting. I'm gonna have to change that. You don't see the YouTube comments at all. All right, give me a second. I have to change something. I put on a special setting, but I don't know if I can run this. Give me a sec. I'll change it so you can see the YouTube comments. I was worried that that was going to happen. That sucks. Twitch has a particular policy where you can't show comments from other platforms for some reason. And so like I tried to filter it out, but it just means you can't see now, or anyone on Twitch can't see any of the comments coming from other platforms, which sucks. You should just be able to see it now. It's going to be, you won't be able to go back and see the old ones, but you'll be able to see them from now on. Gee, I wonder which lobby you're on about, LOL. Yeah, well, like, you know, I think this is evidence of that theory, isn't it? Like, the response was non-stop until the laws get passed. We need to do something about this. It's un-Australian. And then this happens and nothing. Yes, these people, these peaceful protesters that had a potentially high casualty causing device thrown at them, they just don't have the same lobby power as other people, apparently. Dilemmas. I'm starting to think the coalition knew the spill was coming well before it happened and have been positioned to take advantage of with new leadership. Too bad the only people that want the coalition to come back are Labour supporters. Yeah, and the Nationals, actually. They seem to be the most fearful because they got the most to lose. But yeah, let's get back to this.
Amber, thank you for the update. Extra police will be on standby tonight as thousands prepare to watch the Australia Day fireworks display at Langley Park. Let's go live to Yvonne Ardley at South Perth. Yvonne, police say there's no ongoing threat to the public.
So, like, this is even... Sorry, I was making it out like this happened. They were still talking about the next day. Like, this is the same day of the event. They reported on it. And it's just like, don't worry about it. All right, let's have a look. Let's see if I can get another outside of this mainstream media source. Let's go to the Australian broadcaster. Independent as always. Never turns an agenda. Here we go. So this was one day ago. So they were talking about it one day after the incident. And so this is it. Police allege device thrown into Perth rally was designed to explode. Allege. It was full of ball bearings and pieces of metal and a strange liquid. We are alleging this may have happened. Australian lobby group for the win. We will beat them at their own game. When it comes to is not rail, I'm full on conspiratorial. I'm not slightly conspiratorial on this one. This one is my bedrock right here.
WA Police Commissioner says preliminary testing of a device thrown into the crowd at an Invasion Day rally yesterday afternoon shows it was designed to explode on impact. Keen, what can you tell us about this latest information?
Well, the big development today is that 31-year-old man has now been charged with intent to do harm in such a way as to endanger life, health or safety, and with making or possessing explosives under suspicious circumstances. He was arrested by police in the heart of Perth CBD not long after he is alleged to have thrown that item towards the stage at an Invasion Day rally around midday yesterday. Police very quickly evacuating the area, moving people on. They say when they got the item and started to examine it, they found that it contained screws and ball bearings and was surrounded in some kind of liquid. And as you say, the police commissioner now saying that police will allege that device was intended to explode on impact. He's told 9 Radio that it appeared the man had tried to light a fuse. That'll be what police are alleging, and that for whatever reason that...
Did you see that Pac-Man flag thing? That was hectic.
And had tried to light a fuse. That'll be...
Look at that one. What a legend. That's a funny flag. Pac-Man's son eating the Union Jack. That's hilarious. I'll pay that one.
police are alleging, and that for whatever reason that didn't happen. Now, as that was unfolding in the city yesterday in a large exclusion area set up, police were also coming out to where I am now in Perth's north in the suburb of Warwick, searching one of the homes just behind me, one of the rear units here. Officers from the Tactical Response Group and a range of other officers searching the property. It's unclear what exactly its connection is to the incident, but neighbours who I've spoken to this morning say they were really surprised to see that kind of police presence in what is really quite a quiet outer suburban area.
We're just a quiet suburb, man. Never thought this was going to happen. That's what you usually get from the neighbours. They should have interviewed some. I've never seen anything suspicious on this street at all. I've lived here for 30 years. This is very surprising, actually. 4AS, I don't agree with everything the speakers said at the Invasion Day rally, but their sentiment they expressed, I emphasize with, like the manufacturing consent on this is disgusting. It's fucking crazy. Like, if you want to suppress a story, like a conversation, like, this is how you do it. And I don't mean like the conversation about somebody throwing a device into a crowd. Like, the broader, if they made a big deal about this, you know what would happen? People will start talking about the Invasion Day rallies themselves and would start to question this idea about whether or not, change the date conversation would come up again. Is Australia really racist? Do we have problems with the indigenous population? Like, it'd all start flowing out if they draw a lot of attention to it, which is what happened in the wake of Bondi. Has the government done enough? There's blood on your hands. What are you going to do about this? How did they let this happen? What's going to happen to the community moving forward? Like, all of these questions get debated quite rigorously in the marketplace of ideas. But none of that conversation is ensuing from this event. I wonder, like, if you look at the grand manufacturing consent theory that we're running with, I wonder if that is, they don't want to have a conversation about this topic. And it's not easy, man. We don't want to talk about this. We don't have to do anything about it either. They want to pin this on neo-Yazis so bad. Interesting. Well, what do you think about this event, Dilemmas? Like, honestly, what's your opinion? Like, this is pretty crazy. Like, someone throwing a potential mass casualty device into a crowd of people. If only somebody had a gun, then they would have stopped that guy from throwing that. See? This is why we need to relax in the gun laws. They haven't even answered my burning question to all of this. How could Dan Andrews let this happen? So good. Seeing that video of the bloke on the bike calling old white couple cunts and how he can't wait for the white genocide. No, I haven't, but like, I will take I will take on board your call for someone hurling verbal abuse at someone, and I will raise you one and see if it's the same gravity, someone hurling a potential mass casualty device into a crowd. Like, are you saying these two things are one-to-one? Is that why you're bringing it up? Seems they should find the responsible person to charge them to the full extent of the law and not bail them the next day. Fair enough. Fair enough. So just throw the book at them. No further discussion required. As they should for every criminal case. Yeah. Yeah, we're all noticing the jacking off. Oh, is that how you get around? You can say jacking that way. Interesting. All right. Let's do this.
Of Perth. We understand those investigations are continuing. WA Police are now being assisted by the National Joint Counter-Terror Team. We've been told that that is not necessarily an indication that there is a terror element to this, but that given the investigation is still in its early stages, that is standard practice. The man is due to appear before court later today on those charges.
I don't know, man. But I remember what life was like just after 9/11. I remember as a kid being constantly told about what terrorists really get up to. And I'm pretty sure throwing a homemade explosive device into a group of people is the type of stuff that constitutes an act of terrorism. But like, they haven't made the call yet. Like the ICE agent investigation that we were looking at yesterday for Alex Peretti. No one wants to make any comments until a full-blown investigation has been done. When we need to. We love following due process. It's so fucking mental. Individual accountability for when you break the law. Lemons, it's all part of the culture wars. Jacking off. Just asking questions endlessly for self-gratification. That I've never heard of. That's great. I like that. Just asking questions endlessly for self-gratification. People are riled up and say stupid shit. This guy, though, he's just saying stupid shit and he's not even riled up. What's going on there?
As that investigation continues and as people across Perth come to terms, I guess, with this news, what police allege could have been at that rally yesterday.
Interesting. And so, like, what would have happened if it actually had gone off then? Like, how would they control the conversation on this one? Would it be like, look, we now have to take seriously, as seriously as we do for other communities, the impact of anti-Aboriginal, I guess you would say, if it's anti-Semitic, I guess anti-Aboriginal, I don't know how else to put that anti-Aboriginal sentiment in this country. We need new laws. We're going to be producing a new bill not even as an addition to the old one. We're just going to make a new bill, and we're going to keep doing this every time there's an act of hate of this nature, so we can really go after it specifically. Yeah, but like, what would the conversation have been? But they've been able to control the conversation here or keep it, let's not talk about Invasion Day. Let's not talk about Indigenous rights. It comes from being terminally online and in debate, bro gamergate crowd. Okay, interesting. Well, anyway, that's what I wanted to touch on to open up today's streaming extravaganza. And thanks for Voltor for adding that one for us to have a look at, because I had this lined up the other day when I did my post Australia Day / Invasion Day stream, and I didn't get around to this content. The whole left versus right debate is total jack off session. Yes. Yes. What is Jack again? Remind me. Just asking. I'm just asking the questions, man. Eh? Just asking the important questions. All right. So that's what. Yeah, I wanted to touch on this the other day, and I forgot. Now here's to some more Australian drama. We got some great stuff going on in the political scene. I'm not sure if you've heard of this story and all the fuss around it, but you probably have. Like, at least caught headlines of this, right? At least caught headlines about some situation with the port of Darwin, which has now come up in the Australian culture wars. It is a culture war issue, if you ask me. The manufacturing consent for aggression against China, because it suits Americans' interests. We saw the National Defense Strategy 2025 put out by the US with a executive summary or a preface written by yours truly, Donald J. Trump. And the document specifically was talking about protecting America's interests in the Indo-Pacific against the adversary that shall not be named. Obviously, it's not Samoa. It must be China, I'm assuming. But like, it's American foreign policy for us, a vassal state, is all about, staving off the red dragon, getting rid of China or holding them at bay. And so this culture war issue about, like, evil China, are they going to attack, and like, taking sides on the political agenda over whether or not China's really a threat or not. This has been kind of culminating in one area or manifesting in one area about assets that China owns. or has control over. Let's say, I don't even think they actually own it. They're on some type of 99-year lease, which is the typical case with most liberal societies around the world and their private property relations, but let's not get into that. The Port of Darwin has become one of those points in that war against China kind of vibe that we harbor in Australia. And they've got control over it. And so for national security reasons, we need to get it back, like kind of thing. We don't know what the Chinese are up to up there. It's hard to tell. It's a port. It's not like we can see what they're doing, but like we're sure they're up to no good. And in Australia's national security interests, we need to kick the Chinese out. And so the Port of Darwin has become this massive talking point. So this has, come back into public discourse. So I thought we should investigate it somewhat to see what the hell is going on there. Morning all. How are we on these early stream days? We are doing well. It's good to have you. Hope you were doing well. Seeing the vid of Preddy spitting on ice and kicking out their tail lights out 11 days earlier, not coordinating or anything, just more information. I have heard this, and he apparently broke a rib in a scuffle with ICE agents. Yeah, days before he got shot by them. So I'm wondering if you're making the connection there. It's like, well, this guy was scuffling with them 11 days earlier, so he had it coming. It was just a matter of time until they shot him 10 times on the floor. I don't see this as culture war personally. I just see foreign ownership of Australian infrastructure, and I don't like it. No way near. I don't like it. I don't like anything. Yeah, look, I see what you mean there. Objectively, this is about who controls Australian resources, property, and infrastructure. But like, that's not how this is being framed, though. Like China, like any, we've got many foreign companies. China, like any foreign company, went through the right channels in order to get private property rights over the Port of Darwin, just like anyone else doing business in Australia. If it sounds like what the question should be then is, you don't like property laws. And yeah, hey, private property laws in a capitalist system, they suck greatly. And so yes, we need to question the property system, and should we have foreign owning at all? But this is specifically targeted at the Chinese because everyone is scared of China. China's going to start World War III over Thailand. Not anyone else, just China. China's going to start World War III. And so this is part of the culture wars, because it's like, ooh, China's coming to get you. That's why I think it's still part of the culture wars on that level. If you're talking property rights, should foreigners own Australian property? That's not culture wars. That's a legal discussion. And you have to make an assessment there. It's political, don't get me wrong, but it's not really culture warsy, because it doesn't single out a enemy to be like, oh my god, we need Darwin back. I didn't even realize we had sold it. We still need Darwin back. Also, putting the fear of God into ICE should be a primary thing for Americans, to be honest. Not joking, LOL. This is for plausible deniability. The LOL. What, man? I said LOL. What the fuck do you want? I didn't say this is culture wars. I read that. May have been known to them, but that doesn't excuse the shooting. It's a bad shoot. It's a bad shoot. Yeah, okay. It's a bad shot. Just to think it's all culture war. Everything is culture, war, and politics. Dun, dun, dun.
China's ambassador to Australia has slammed the federal government over its move to reclaim the Port of Darwin, issuing a fresh warning that if the asset is taken back by force. But the tone couldn't have been more different for the Prime Minister, who was welcomed with open arms during his visit to another island neighbour, Timor-Leste.
A rock star reception for the Prime Minister. The PM paraded in a makeshift podmobile as he arrived in Timor-Leste this morning.
He's like the Pope. It's so good. Just smile and wave. So good. Voltature in the house. Culture wars can touch on real issues. It just gets hijacked by identities and generalizations of people. Trying to argue to leave culture wars out of the issue is the fight we should be having Thank you. I agree. Like, again, like if they're talking, like if people are like, hey, we shouldn't have foreign ownership, like that is a legal discussion, and that's what we can have as a sovereign nation with our sovereign rights. We should all be like, yeah, okay, let's decide. Let's have a referendum. Should foreigners own property? We all vote no, then no. That's it. We'll mandate it, set it into legislation, put it in the constitution if we have to. But like outside of that, it's just like, oh, but it's China. They've taken the port. Chinese are coming to get you. They're slowly taking over Australia. That is how they spin it, I would say. Now, what's the agenda, though? Why they're spinning that? Again, I tied it to the national security strategy the US have. Like, they need us. They need Australia strategically. And they need to make sure they can control public opinion. So, like, every now and again, you get the stories like this bubbling up to the surface. Oh, yeah, remember that port of Darwin? What happened to that? I thought we were supposed to get that back. I do like a good Pope mobile, not gonna lie. Usually I'm watching to see if something happens. I know that's what, when you see the Pope mobile, and they're all up in that bulletproof glass, you're like, shit, something's gonna go down.
Diplomatic relations, Dilly style.
I also thank the President for driving the car.
It's Anthony Albanese's first visit to Timor-Leste as leader, signing a new partnership between the two countries and more support for technical assistance and capacity
This is what
building.
Australia does, right? This is our version of what the UK Prime Minister Starmer is doing, what Mark Carney's been doing with China. It's like the US threatens us and threatens NATO. We're going to go talk to China. Just take that, Trump. And like, our version of that is going into the Indo-Pacific and shaking hands with people and being like, see, we're doing stuff. Hey, we don't just trade with China and the US. We have other relations too.
Will be up to $20 million, an increase of $8.2 million.
While in Canberra, China's ambassador also talked up relations with Australia today at his yearly press conference.
China and Australia, we're friends, not adversaries.
While China's ambassador
That's the A word. He said adversaries. I don't think that is a mistake or just a coincidence. The A word, the adversary word, was used multiple times in the US national defense strategy. They wouldn't name China and Russia, but they kept on saying adversary. So I'm just reminding you, Australia, we're not adversaries. Actually, you rely heavily on us economically to exist. Full stop.
Described their relationship with Australia as having positive momentum. Like all relationships, there are sticking points and points of conflict. In this case, the Port of Darwin and Taiwan.
Question of Taiwan is not a question that we can should compromise or be flexible with.
Xiao Chen also criticised.
They gave him subtitles. My God. Grouping foreign ownership and the monopolies that are gaining capital along with your average everyday worker. If that working foreign man is trying to live in your country and be part of society, then that should be allowed, in my opinion. Not just owning something to suck value out of the country. Yeah, fair enough. Interesting point.
As the federal government over plans to take back the Port of Darwin from its Chinese-backed owner.
I really question the ethic value. That's not the way to do business.
Making this blunt warning.
It's not the way to do business. Like, it's funny when you see multiple speeches from Chinese officials on this type of stuff. They're just like, this is not good for business. Like, this is such a Chinese cultural element anyway. And it's like how they frame their diplomacy, but it's like, this is going to be bad for business. Do you guys really want to do this? For what? For the Americans? Really? And to what end goal here? Why are you doing this? It's just going to look bad. You guys break your contracts. It's bad for business.
Should anything happens, the port will be taken back by force or forceful measure. Should anything happens, the port will be taken back by force or forceful measures. We have an obligation to take measure to protect the Chinese company's interest.
The Prime Minister unfazed.
We are committed to making sure that port goes back into Australian hands because that is in our national interest.
We're watching closely. Thank you.
Matthew Cast Jr.
Yeah, so does anyone know the origin of this? Like, where did it come from as an election issue? Because from what I understand, the Chinese have owned this port, or controlled this port, let's say, for like 10 years or something like that. And all of a sudden, I think in the last election cycle, it was just like, we must have Darwin back. It's World War III, man. Do you guys even understand what you guys created? The Chinese, probably. All right. There is a lot of discussion in political discourse in Australia about the port of Darwin. When did this come up recently as a political issue? As my understanding is, the port of Darwin has been under lease to the Chinese for at least a decade. Brief response, please. Source if possible. Yes, the Port of Darwin lease to a Chinese company, Landbridge, came up recently. Prime Minister Albanese confirmed 28th of January 26. During the 25 federal election campaign, both major parties campaigned on politics to bring the port back into Australian hands. This became a major election debate, even though the 99-year lease was signed in 2015. So the issue resurfaced strongly around the 2025 election. Interesting. I wonder where we get our manufacturing consent script from. What department in the CIA is just like, oh, better bring up the Port of Darwin again. The Australians are having that election, aren't they? Yeah, let's make sure that circulates a little bit. Oh my God. All right, let's see Sky News. Come on. Let's do this.
China's ambassador has warned Australia could face retaliation if the government proceeds with plans to take back the port of Darwin. Our senior political reporter, Trudy McIntosh, has this report from outside the Chinese embassy in Canberra.
In a time of incredible uncertainty in geopolitics, the disruptive force of US
Chinese
President
embassy?
Donald Trump, China's ambassador here in
nice
Canberra
that place is. Check this out. Oh, there's like some type of Chinese gardens. That's just the embassy.
presenting the country as a more reliable partner, even going as far to say that China is a friend to Australia, not an enemy. In a rare press conference, Ambassador Xiao Jian described the relationship as having positive momentum. He touted the benefits of expanded trade and tourism ties.
China and Australia, we're friends, not adversaries. We are partners, not rivals.
Ravy baby in the house. You ready for the Thursday stream? Hello, hello, everyone.
Bilateral ties hit rock bottom during COVID after China slapped $20 billion in trade sanctions against Australian exports. Now the ambassador trying to paint China as a more reliable and predictable partner. The elephant in the room, the role of US President Donald Trump.
And international rules and order are confronted with unprecedented challenges. Humanity stands once again at a critical juncture, which prompts people to ask, where's the world heading? What should we do? China provides invaluable stability and certainty to a turbulent world.
The ambassador also had this.
How the Chinese are pinning themselves, as the great alternative to American imperialism. We're the stable ones.
Thinly veiled threat if the Albanese government proceeds with plans to terminate the Port of Darwin lease to Chinese company Landbridge, it could face retaliation.
The Chinese government has the obligation to protect the interests, the legitimate interests of Chinese companies overseas. So if anything happens, like the port will be taken back by force or forceful measures, we have an obligation to take measure to protect the Chinese company's interests.
Could you imagine that? Like, it'd be like our version of the US taking Greenland. Our version of that is the Australian government, or like they send in the troops to take back the Port of Darwin by force. Far out. I can't believe they're even talking about that. I wonder what intelligence they're using. There's plans. We've seen them. We've been spying on the Americans and the Australians, and we know it's an option on the table to take this thing back by force if necessary. Wow. As an Aussie, you can travel to China with no visa as long as it's no longer than 15 days. Thanks. Interesting factoid thrown around there.
Any sense of compromise quickly evaporating on the question of Taiwan. China's ambassador reiterating their position that Taiwan remains a part of that country and that will never change.
Make sure you talk about Taiwan too. It's an interesting conversation, the Taiwan situation as well, because China's policy has always been reunification. They've said it since they entered into the world market after the whole Nixon and Kissinger deal. They said, you want us to be in world trade? You want us to be your cheap labor force? Just recognize that Taiwan is ours. And the US were like, what do you want? You want fries with that? And so this idea that China's pressing on the Taiwan issue, like it's all of a sudden happened in the 2020s and doesn't go back for as long as China has been involved seriously in international relations, is a bit of a warping of the story, I must say, if you weren't aware of that already. I'll get an Indian take on this one. Does anyone have any strong feelings about this? That we should take back the port of Darwin and like we should do it by force, as they've suggested there, or should just do it through the usual legal warfare channels and just cancel the contract because it's not in Australia's national security interests? I would like to know more.
The Chinese side would like to reiterate.
So this is from the Times of India. It's always good to have an outside perspective on this, like not from China, not from Australia, but like somebody else, a third party. Like who knows who actually funds or feeds information to the Times of India? Like are they just part of the general global manufacturing consent machine, or they have their own spin on everything? It's always interesting, outside opinion. Let's see what Times of India has to say. China aren't invading Taiwan. I'm going by Willie Ohm's videos of him traveling to China. I think we should take it back however we can. So like taking it back by force. Times of India is still ha ha ha. What's the joke? I've missed something there. Let me know.
That the Chinese enterprise is concerned obtained the lease for Darwin Port through commercial market practices, and their lawful rights and interests should therefore be fully protected.
A new diplomatic fault line is opening in Australia's north. China is warning that a move by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese to reclaim the port of Darwin from Chinese ownership could trigger intervention from Beijing and put billions of dollars in trade at risk. Speaking from China's embassy in Canberra, Ambassador Xiao Qian delivered an unusually blunt message.
Not a joke, they just are known for taking dollars for stories. Yeah, fair enough.
If Australia forces the Chinese company Landbridge to surrender its 99-year lease on the port, Beijing, he says, will not stay silent. The ambassador accused Canberra of changing the rules mid-game.
That vibe that they're going for, hey? Do you feel the drums of war? Hey? Interesting. Gotta love editing. It's so good for propaganda purposes. I always get AI to look for info on these news channels and find international corporate and state involvement. Interesting. Thank you, AI. You got to use your research assistant.
After years of losses, he says, Landbridge invested heavily. Now that the port has turned profitable, Australia wants it back. That, Xiao said, is not how business is done. Landbridge acquired the port of Darwin in 2015 for more than 500 million Australian dollars, a deal that required no federal approval at the time, but quickly sparked alarm inside Australia's security agencies and open criticism from Washington. Even then, U.S.
Why would Washington care? This is a private deal between the Chinese and the Australians. What do they got to have a say in this? It's like with them in the Ukraine. Like, honestly, why the hell is America brokering all the deals for Russia and the Ukraine? Maybe US has a bigger interest in the war than just trying to get a peace deal so Trump can get another Nobel Peace Prize.
President Barack Obama raised concerns. 2 government reviews, commissioned by both major parties, later concluded there were no national security grounds to terminate the lease. Yet, during last year's election campaign, Anthony Albanese reversed course, declaring the port must return to Australian hands. Now the Prime Minister is standing firm. Speaking from East Timor, Albanese said reclaiming Darwin Port is in Australia's national interest and that commercial
This is just AI news. They don't even have a presenter talking. Boo, AI news. I want a human presenter, not just an AI voice. I can do my own research on ChatGPT. Thank you very much. AI slop channel. All right, so here's some history for you. So this is 7:30 report, and this is from 7 months ago. So why the Port of Darwin is the center of a geopolitical storm. So this is what the Australian public was being told about this situation in June last year. So that was 7 months ago. Let's have a look.
I've been given rare access to a port here in Darwin that's at the centre of a geopolitical storm that involves Australia, China and the USA. I'm going to go see why it's getting all this attention.
Times of India started posting positive stories regarding genocide denial and conservative content creators. They're just TMZ for world news, in my opinion. Okay, interesting.
Political storm that involves Australia, China and the USA. I'm going to go see why it's getting all this attention.
Why does it involve the USA? Everyone just says it like it's just like, yeah, so what? Like, doesn't that make sense? We've got a port that is in Australia and Australians are arguing over whether or not China should own it. What's that got to do with America? Did I miss something? Do they have a share in the port?
Our number of employees has grown by 30% over the last 2 years.
The Darwin port is a key trading hub.
What is
our closest
that? What the is that? Oceanic breeze.
Port to Asia. It's described as the gateway in and out of northern Australia. The site is managed by Chinese-owned company Landbridge. Terry O'Connor is the business's Australian boss.
We've continued to invest and continue to operate. We've made long-term plans for the port, for port development, and we continue to make those plans. We don't think anything's changed from our perspective.
Look at these guys interviewing someone who actually works on the ground at the port. Hey? Doesn't sound very Chinese, that guy.
Quite the view. So what we have here is what we would call berth one.
Landbridge won a 99-year lease of Darwin Port in 2015, signing a $500 million agreement with the NT government. The deal gave the company operational control of the port and its surrounding shipping channels, and majority ownership of its
gas tanker. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out because, like, you know how they have those dome things on them in the gas tankers that I'm used to seeing, I guess. But that was just like one huge storage compartment. I don't know how you would say that. I wonder what it is. Yeah, let's go with gas.
Land and facilities. Landbridge is owned by Chinese billionaire Yi Chang, and the agreement has long been controversial.
Who the fuck is that guy? Is that Captain Australia over there? Hey, leader of the conservative movement? He wasn't there for it, was he? No way.
I don't think there's any doubt. He is connected with the Chinese party, given his position in the Chinese business world. He certainly has connections within the Chinese government. That I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think the issue...
They asked him, do you reckon this guy, this Chinese billionaire that owns the port, do you reckon he has any connection to the Communist Party? He's like, hello, he's a billionaire. It's China. Of course he does. Yes, I get it. It's a leading question. Is this guy really being controlled by the Communist Party? Yeah, of course. He has to answer to the Communist Party of China. They all do. That's the one, I think, one of the real big differences between the West and the East, so US and China, is the billionaire class doesn't answer to the state in the US. They set policy. Whereas in China, the billionaire class does answer to the state and they set the policy. It's fucking hilarious. I bet you that's how they ask it too. Do you reckon this guy is actually from the Communist Party of China? Eh? Well, look, they just do business, all right? What do you think is going to happen?
Chinese government. That I don't think there's any doubt about that. I think the issue it comes is, does that influence what happens here in this port on a day-to-day basis, a month-to-month basis, or a year-to-year basis? And the answer is no.
Definitely biased. He works for Landbridge. What's he going to say? Something bad? He'll be called into a board meeting and walked out for sure.
This year, against the backdrop of a federal election campaign, Chinese warships circling Australia's coast, and threats of an escalating trade war between Trump's United States and Beijing,
China, 67%.
the Prime Minister announced Landbridge's lease should come to an end.
What we will do is negotiate in the interests of Australian taxpayers.
April 11. That's when they've timestamped this for. April 11 is when it started coming up as a big issue. Got to start talking about this. We need this one.
In the national interest, it will come back under Australian control. We would never have flogged this off.
Yeah, just on AUKUS.
What we've seen is the port continue to be used as a political football.
Nothing wrong with billionaires owning and controlling everything. But when a state does it, that's so good. It's pretty much it, right? It's just like, yeah, we let these rogue billionaires fucking lay claim to the entire planet to basically, what? Pillage it for resources and labor markets. Let these rogue corporations do it. But when they answer to a state government, a centralized body of control, oh, no. No more of that shit. Obviously a security issue.
Election cycle.
Terry O'Connor says it's unfair to strip Landbridge of the lease after it's poured millions into the port.
We've seen a bit of hysteria around the fact that it's owned by a private Chinese individual. I call them myths and mistruths, often being said around the port. One that continues to amuse me.
Myths and mistruths. Yeah, propaganda, bro. It is. It's Australia loves this culture war. We've loved it for a long time now. Ever since, I guess we got out of wars in the Middle East, let's say. We need someone, and it's China. China, Taiwan, and the onset of World War III. Albo is such a cool dude. If I was at uni, if it was a choice between beers with Anthony or beers with Susan, double S Susan, I'd pick Anthony because he hung out with the kids that bought more than just beer. Welcome to the Chat Ninja Nurse. Lap Jefton House. Brothers, how you going? Hope you are well. We're looking at the Port of Darwin at the moment. Very, very contentious topic, it would seem, in the Australian political scene, and it's popped up again. I think it's just because of what's happened recently. The Chinese embassy comes out and gives a yearly report in Canberra and does a little press conference. And so they've just come out and talked about world affairs and trade with Australia. And they've spoken to this idea that the Port of Darwin is still a touch point for them. They don't want to screw up Australia's relations over this Port of Darwin thing. But if Australia decides to do something silly, they're going to hit us up with some economic warfare. What was the charge? Being a succulent Chinese billionaire. Any chance to put in that reference? Like, succulent, such a good word as well.
Is the perception that we're somehow connected with the People's Liberation Army in China. We're not.
There's no evidence of Chinese interference at the port, so why are both the federal and territory governments so keen to renegotiate?
It's not so much what happens here that has many concerned, but where the port's located and what's going on around it.
Darwin Harbour is also home to one of Australia's northernmost naval bases, and where the US military is building an expansive fuel storage depot.
There are certainly...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 99-year lease, isn't it? Classic libs, eh? Well, look, it really just flies in the face of the general, or the first tier culture war argument point, which is like China owns Australia's stuff. And it's like, well, look, first of all, it's a 99-year lease. Second of all,
American military interests here, and the Northern Territory is an important area for them.
Telling you, national security strategy, we saw it. National defense strategy, we saw it. America's clamping down on the Indo-Pacific. They want that, like they're setting up new infrastructure nearby. They don't want China in there. China needs to get out. We are, or the North is, an American naval base. Do you understand? This is our naval base. And like here we are, and this is why it's culture wars. Are you ready? Here we are complaining about evil China. And should evil China have its hands on our infrastructure? And you actually have the American empire with a naval base for their own strategic interests, setting up, increasing the infrastructure of the facility for more fuel storage so they can do more operations there, not less. They're ramping it up, so this is going to get bigger, this operation. And we've actually got these people that are controlling Australian territory. Controlling Australian territory. Probably not in a 99-year lease, that's for sure. And everyone's just like, yeah, and? So what? The Chinese, though, gotta watch out for it. American soldiers, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're allies. America treats its allies, right? Look at Greenland. Everyone's cool up there. We've got nothing to worry about. Just worry about the Chinese, not the Americans. King Kev upright and Rupert slanted slightly to the right. How it should be. Good work, Mystery. You know, when I do my routine before getting ready for a stream, I actually check now to make sure Kevin Rudd is standing upright. Just in case I have to correct that midstream.
Australia has been our most stalwart ally.
Back in 2015, when the deal was done, then US President Barack Obama raised concerns over the Darwin port lease to PM Malcolm Turnbull.
Thank you, everybody.
What followed was a parliamentary inquiry.
So Obama
raised concerns over the Darwin port lease.
What were Obama's concerns about the Darwin port lease that instigated discussions about China's involvement in the port of Darwin? Short response. Source if you can. So much defense in the era. Darwin, Tyndall, Catherine, Timber Creek crawling with Yanks. Could you imagine if our culture wars were different? And like you woke up to the stories just like the Daily News today. The top end crawling with Yanks. Are they coming to get you? We send in our special reporter to find out. So good, crawling with Yanks. Right, he won't take it lying down. Wish we had leased Pine Gap for 99 years. And never let that shit go. And your attention to detail showed. Good work, mystery. The matron in me acknowledges your work. I was hoping you'd notice. When the US President Barack Obama raised concerns about the Port of Darwin lease in 2015, his issue wasn't that China owned the port per se. It was that the 99-year lease to a Chinese company, Landbridge, had proceeded without the United States being notified. Whoa. Despite the port's proximity to large US military deployments, including rotating Marine forces stationed in Darwin as part of the US pivot to the Asia Pacific, Obama reportedly told then Australian PM Malcolm Turnbull, "Let us know next time." Could you imagine Obama saying that to someone like Turnbull as well? Turnbull, you know, when he's in Australia, he's a big fish, hey, Mr. Businessman. But like, yeah, getting told by Obama, "I'm only going to say this once. So listen, let us know next time." He would have been shaken in his little boots that such a strategically significant deal was happening, reflecting worry that Beijing's influence in the region could grow at the expense of US strategic interests. So here we are. We've got someone who leases out a port and someone who's literally acting like they control this part of Australia. Let us know next time. Reflecting worry that Beijing's influence in the region could grow at the expense of our strategic interests. You allowed the Chinese to come in and you didn't tell us? Are you not aware of our strategic interests? Hello, I can't hear you, Malcolm. Speak up a little bit. In short, Obama's concern was strategic national security, that a Chinese entity would control infrastructure near US military operations without US allies coordinating with Washington on the implications. Man, kind of makes me feel this could be a song by Midnight Oil. Yes, the Port of Darwin.
To PM Malcolm Turnbull.
Thank you, everybody.
What followed was a parliamentary inquiry. Since then, there's been two more federal reviews, one triggered by the coalition in 2021.
Then back in 2023, there was another review done about whether the existing arrangements were suitable to protect Australia's security, and the answer there they found was yes.
Defence expert Victor Abramovich says while those reviews concluded there was no security risk, icy relations between China and Australia in recent years hasn't helped public perception.
Beijing certainly hasn't done itself any favours. They put sanctions on Australian barley and wine and meat. They then sent the ships around. But this was all quite tertiary. It wasn't directly related to the port. But it did absolutely provide that background noise for Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese to raise the spectre of, well, why is this port in Chinese hands?
Returned to office with a strong majority, the Albanese government is now moving towards ending Landbridge's lease. But it's staying...
So isn't it interesting? Like, if you look at the theories that we've looked at this in these streams over, weeks and months now, this idea that America is trying to contain China, and it's doing that by pushing China kind of out of the Indo-Pacific region as much as possible. And what we just heard was we got a report back, and it said in terms of security issues, there's absolute nil. There are nil issues with them owning that port or controlling that port. There's nil issues for Australia's security interests. You have two parties, both on the same ticket on that one, going, let's get the Port of Darwin back. Then if it's zero security interests to Australia, then it has to be something else. It has to be somebody else who's like, no, we don't want it there. We don't want the Chinese in there. You got to get them out. And so both sides of the uni party agree that, hey, Either one of us wins. Hey, you, me, Dutton, bro. Hey, either one of us win. We got to do something about Darwin, right? Am I right? Am I right? I don't want Trump breathing down on my ass. Huh? I got enough problems to deal with.
Silent on who the new buyer could be. Among those reportedly circling the port, freighting giant Toll Group, an Australian registered company believed to be considering a joint bid with US-owned private equity firm Cerberus Capital Management.
Gosh, who comes to the rescue when we've offended the Chinese and kicked them out? Who's going to clean up this financial blunder? A US private equity firm. Of course, with an Australian company that's probably owned by foreigners somehow. I'm 10 minutes behind, but I think the West should be the West. East should be the East. And we as Australians just start calling ourselves the South. Yes, the global South. Eh? People love that one. I'm sick of Australia being a lapdog of any foreign power. And that's it. And that's, again, this is how you descend from the culture wars, right? As we were talking about before. It's not about which foreign power. It's about should foreign powers actually dictate to Australia what's going on. And it seems like if somebody's really in control of what goes on in Darwin, like it's the US, they get to tell us that next time you check with us before you do your stupid business deals, Australia. Do you forget your position in all of this?
Which has strong links to the Trump administration.
The long-term sale of the Darwin port still remains one of the most contentious political decisions in Northern Territory's history. Larrakia base here, the Navy base.
Selina Yubo is the Northern Territory Labor opposition leader. She says the port shouldn't be leased to any foreign company.
When we're talking about certainty and security and risks and assessments, that has to be paramount.
And does that include US private equity firms? Eh? Private equity firms? Those dubbed vulture capitalists? Those people that fly in, buy something, gut it out as a company, strip it all the value, then reprice it and sell it to somebody else. That's what they do. These private equity firms. You think it's going to be better managed than what the Chinese could do with it?
Or any decision, and particularly any investment decision.
She's urging caution before the next steps are taken.
The lack of clarity, the lack of certainty and the insecurity when it comes to the Darwin port. And that
is the culture war picking China or America? Because I choose neither. No, that's what I'm saying. If you just make it about no foreign powers, and this is a conversation simply on policy decisions decided by, like you said before, the sovereign population of Australia, all of us deciding, do we want this or not? Do we want foreigners or not owning Australian assets, or should all Australian assets be owned and controlled by Australia? That's outside of that. This is a question of foreign ownership or not singling out Chinese and be like, see, they're trying to take over Darwin, when you have an actual group of people that have taken control of Darwin and dictate to Australian prime ministers and say things like, you should have checked with us first. Turnbull, best PM Labor ever had.
Long-term lease arrangement is something that is getting Territorians fired up again.
If you look further down the wharf, you'll see...
If no private buyer is found, the Commonwealth can still intervene and take control of the port, which could cost hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars.
We haven't investigated what a right...
The clash between the neoliberal agenda and the let's fight China agenda for America. It's just like, look, we really got to kick the Chinese out. But this could cost the Australian taxpayer a lot of money. Hey, I thought we were supposed to be saving as much as possible to reduce our debt. But here we are spending hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money on a port. And it's already been settled. It was settled like 10 years ago. Why are we even doing this?
Price is, to be honest. We haven't investigated what a right price is, to be honest. But in everybody's mind, there is a right price. The instructions that we work under at the moment remain very clear, and that is the chairman, Mr. Yeh, is not considering departing from the asset.
I know, you're right. Hey, hundreds of millions sound like nothing these days. It's a crazy phenomenon, isn't it? Hey? Yeah. Like in the grand scheme of like listening to Trump talk about his trade deals. Billions and billions, hundreds of billions. Oh, they did say billions, did they? Oh, okay. But yeah, hundreds of millions sound like nothing. But I think that's what they talked about, though. They bought the port for 500 million, so $500 million. So he might have been talking hundreds of millions.
Instructions that we know, but in everybody's mind.
112 can still intervene and take control of the port, which could cost hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
We have
Because the port, yeah, they leased it to them for the price of 500 million, so $500 million.
haven't investigated what a right price is, to be honest. We but in everybody's mind there is a right price. The instructions that we work under at the moment remain very clear, and that is the chairman, Mr. Yeh, is not considering departing from the asset.
Federal Infrastructure Minister Catherine King declined an interview, with her office saying negotiations are underway. In a statement, she said, "Our preference is for a commercial outcome, and we will work through proposals in a manner consistent with our approach to any proposed foreign investment in Australia. We are working closely with the Northern Territory Government on next steps."
We await some communication from government as to what that means. We
It's like when Austin Powers, when Dr. Evil asked for millions of dollars and everyone laughs for $100 million. Nailed it, baby. Sound design, so good for propaganda. All right. I want to get a different opinion on this one. So this is Bloomberg. So this is how I guess the people that write stories and make content for the aspiring or the bourgeoisie, this is how they interpret this. I don't know why they're getting involved, Bloomberg, but like it might have meaning if it really is the conversation. Like let's just run with this assumption at the moment that the conversation is if China is kicked out by force or not, is kicked out of the port, then a potentially Australian company and an American private equity firm are going to come in and take up the lease. Thank God for the saviors themselves. But like Bloomberg would have an interest in that regard potentially. Hey, just letting everybody know that the Port of Darwin might be coming up for sale soon. The Americans interested in buying that. Watching early 90s action movies with terrorists and ransoms have become comedies now. Fuck around, find out. In Australia first, only.
Was this sort of a political beat-up, if you will, because of the election environment?
Yeah, I think all the evidence points in that direction. I mean, the announcement was in the middle of an election campaign, and as former Prime Minister Turnbull said, the security agencies, that is those people with the access to the highest, most classified information, they said it was fine in 2015, 2021 and 2023. So I think all the evidence does point in the direction that it's domestic politics driving this.
It's interesting at the moment because when you take a look at the bilateral relationship, obviously much improved over just a few years ago where things were quite awful. Are the conversations more about the opportunities that Australia can seize, particularly in light of what's going on in the US pertaining to China, than diplomatic risks?
Yeah, look, I think both Canberra and Beijing are pretty clear-eyed about the state of the relationship. I mean, neither side is imagining that they're geopolitically aligned. But the fact are, those opportunities that you referenced are real. I mean, the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, for example, has been 10 years in operation now, and during that time, Australian trade with China has more than doubled. It hasn't increased that much to the rest of the world. So while those risks are real, the example has been 10 years in operation now, and during that time, Australian trade with China has more than doubled. It hasn't...
Like, so just economically, the port makes sense as it is at the moment. In the context of 10 years since it was leased out, trade with China has doubled. That's a pretty crazy thought. Doubled.
Increase that much to the rest of the world. So while those risks are real, the opportunities are real too, and both sides recognise the benefits.
and benefits that are also really boosted by the fact that they sort of need each other now with a more unstable sort of changing stance from Washington as well?
Yeah, look, the problem for Canberra is that Washington is not behaving as a friend at the moment. I mean, that's just a fact that the Australian government has to deal with. I mentioned the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement before. Our exports to China now face an average tariff of just 1.1%, where the tariff wall erected by the Trump administration against Australian exports is nearly 10 times that. And of course, our volumes of trade with China are nearly 10 times that of trade with the United States. So, look, when you combine those economic fundamentals and the policy stances in Washington and Beijing, it's pretty hard for Australia to walk away from a constructive relationship with China.
So is this a miscalculation then, make the Port of Darwin an issue now?
Look, I would describe it, just speaking personally, as unfortunate in the sense that it seems pretty clear to me that it really is about domestic politics more than anything else. Certainly not about anything, genuinely.
It is interesting of the timing of it, though, isn't it? Like, it actually came up as an election issue. So, like, if it was just brought up in the general kind of discussion, it's forgotten about. It's shelved. Maybe we'll bring it up again when it's important for propaganda purposes. But if you bring it up in the election and both parties are like, "I'll do it," then like everyone can always be like, "That was an election promise." Remember that? Remember when you made that promise at the election? Eh? You said to the Australian people, that's why they voted for you, because you would have kicked the Chinese out. It's different to just floating the issue. If that is like some type of 3D chess move by the US, like let's say, because their strategic interests, and they're like, quickly insert the line about Port of Darwin into the election race debate and go. Like, hey man, that's clever. That's some clever shit. Just got back from walking to the milk bar to grab myself some Chinese ciggies. Oh, yeah. Hey. Someone's got to keep the Australian population supplied in the face of the crazy prices that people pay for the above board ones.
Related. But if the question is, do I think that Beijing will blow up the broader bilateral relationship if the Australian government does force this sale? No, I don't think Beijing will. There's plenty of things that Beijing doesn't like about the Australian government's decision making, and this would just be one more of them. But I think the calculation in Beijing is that its energies are focused on the US, and there's nothing really to be gained by blowing up the relationship with Australia at this point in time.
I was going to say there's plenty on that plate already, right? So,
yeah, because they do business. They understand. They got a lot of shit that they need to push onto the world. They produce a lot of stuff. They're going to cut off all ties with Australia if this happens. But like they said, they will retaliate, and they can retaliate. And like they can really hurt the Australian economy, Australian producers, etc., etc. Yeah, is this worth the destruction to Australians, like Australian businesses, let's say? Is it worth fucking up their business for a while, causing them stress and hardship because the Americans are like, it's time to get China out. They're too close to our naval bases. My God.
For Australia, though, do you think Canberra, particularly with a renewed mandate from the Albanese government and, very capable hands under Penny Wong as well, do you think the country is sort of executing all of the potential possibilities for what it has to gain?
Yeah, look, I think the Albanese government's doing pretty well. As I said before, it's clear-eyed. It's not walking away from the security alliance with the United States and so on, but it recognises all those opportunities are there, and they're being delivered upon, not just in terms of our exports, but in terms of our imports as well. We know the US, for example, has banned Chinese electric vehicles, but if you walk around Sydney streets, you'll see Chinese electric vehicles everywhere, and that's because the Australian government values that price, that quality offering that China's offering.
What are the other sort of sectors? The brain drain could be one of them, particularly with the clampdown on Chinese visas. Rare earths, potentially also an opportunity here?
Yeah, all of those. I mean, rare earths is certainly an opportunity, but for Australia to seize on that, it requires countries like the United States, like Japan, like Korea to actually demand our output. We're always upstream in the supply chain. And the reality is that 98% of Australia's lithium exports, for example, go to China.
Yo here. What is this? A Weiwei just went back to China to visit family. What's this? Returns to China after 10 years. Who's this, like an artist or something like that? Chinese contemporary artist and activist Ai Weiwei has returned to China for the first time in a decade following his 2011 detention and 2015 self-imposed exile. No, I don't know. Highly vocal about human rights. Ai is best known for the works to criticize the Chinese government, corruption, and censorship. One of his most notable pieces in 2009, installation Remembering, which commemorated the children who passed away in the 2008 Sichuan earthquake, when state-built schools collapsed due to substandard construction. I remember $275 off my power bills, but I don't think it meant tax me the $275 first before you give me the $275 back. I guess I should have read the fine print. Yeah, well, it just shows you which one's more of an election issue, isn't it? Power bills for Australians, or getting rid of people near American army bases? Sort of self-imposed. He was in prison and was given a choice to stay or leave the country. And now he's going back. Very interesting. In mid-December 25, AI traveled to China with his son. Upon arrival at Beijing Capital Airport, he was stopped by for nearly 2 hours of questioning and inspection, but faced no further interference during his 3-week stay. There you go. So he's already been. Fair enough. All right. Do these guys have anything else insightful to say? I don't know.
The moment. That's not because we love China, it's because that's where the demand is coming from. So there's economic realities that Australian businesses and Canberra just have to accept.
James, always great to chat.
So good. Not just because we love China, it's because we love business. So Bloomberg, so good. No, we just love business. And if China's doing the business, then we'll go with them. You're just trying to make money here, people. Not making this about America's strategic interests in Northern Australia. He's been used as a figure of why China bad, and if he goes back, he'll be disappeared. And now it's kind of falling apart, because they only interviewed him for like 2 hours of interrogation, which happens pretty often from what I understand. And they let him go again, eh? They let him go again. Who would have thought? Does that fit the narrative? I don't know. Not today. All right, let's have a look at this. I'm not sure if you heard this one overnight. But there was an American senator, the one that, remember how we were watching all that Nick Shirley stuff and like his big expose into uncovering corruption in Minnesota because of the Somali community using leering centers, not learning centers, leering centers, childcare centers, and other services as like big scams. And yeah, Shirley uncovered the investigation. The ICE raids ramped up. And ICE was going after the Somali community, not openly, I guess you would say, but yeah, they're going after them to stamp out the corruption that Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, wouldn't take care of. Well, we have a Somali congresswoman, and she's been quite vocal in support. I think like Trump's been saying a lot of stuff about her recently. Interesting timing, but he's been singling her out recently, and calling her an idiot, and like she doesn't understand what it means, I guess, basically to be American because of the country that she comes from. They don't have the same standards that they do, etc., etc. The usual kind of political warfare that happens. But like she's vocal against Trump. Obviously, she stands in solidarity with Somali Americans, etc., etc. And she was in like some town hall meeting yesterday, and she was attacked. So like, yeah, I'll let you decide what actually happened to her or not. But it's like, pretty intense stuff. And like, you can't help but think that like, ye old Nick Shirley, if the theory runs and holds water that like, he was somehow integral in the operations that have unfolded in Minneapolis and Minnesota at large. And like all the stuff that's happened with all the ICE force and the the thousands of them in there cracking down, confronting Minnesotans in the streets, that it's led to a general strike, the death of 2 bystanders. Like all of these events have unfolded. It's all thanks to the domino, Nick Shirley, and his critical investigation that was pumped up on X by Elon Musk himself to spread this story. Here's another culmination of it, or here's another manifestation of that whole situation. We've had a guy in a town meeting openly go after a congressperson. Now, I guess if you're American, you're probably sitting there and you're just like, hey, well, they shoot politicians. This isn't that bad. But by Australian standards, people don't really squirt strange liquids on politicians here. We do crack eggs on politicians. But this sort of stuff comes with incredible timing attached to it. So have a look at it for yourself, and then we can pass judgment on it. The fact that you only know about 2 people is fucking tragic, just because it's just the 2 white people.
Our very own CD5 Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
It was her first town hall of the year, meant to reassure people fearful of recent events in Minneapolis.
Yeah, there's the guy. There he is.
People
He's front and center. I wonder how early he got there. He's like, I want to be at the front row.
Fearful of recent events in Minneapolis.
We must abolish ICE for good.
But instead it did the opposite, after a man in the front row squirted an unknown liquid at Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
What was that? What was that? Who does that? Squirts liquid. What? I'm struggling to see. There's sometimes your weapon of choice is it sends a political message in and of itself. This one, I'm struggling to understand why this guy has come up with this. He could have stood up and shouted at her or something like that, and had the same effect. Weird how right as Somali fraud gets exposed, Minnesota suddenly has a big resistance with Signalgate. But it isn't happening anywhere else in America with ICE. Must be a coincidence.
The Democrat refused pleas from her staff to end the town hall early to get a medical check, saying she doesn't let bullies win.
I've survived war. And I'm definitely going to survive intimidation, whatever these people think they can throw at me, because I'm built that way. Thank you.
The Somali-born US lawmaker has had the highest level of death threats of any representative, something she's attributed to Donald Trump's frequent attacks on her. Just hours before the town hall, he said this.
Some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? She's always talking about the Constitution.
Probably some pork meat juice or something edgy like that. Yeah, okay. Interesting. They're saying it was skunk spray or apple cider, but I think the implication is that next time it would be a gun. Right. Interesting.
Provides me with the following. The Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, the worst. It's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They're good at one thing, pirates.
Political violence is on the rise in America. In 2024, the US Capitol Police investigated nearly 9,500 concerning statements and direct threats against members of Congress and their families and staff, more than double the number seen in 2017. Last night's attack took place...
Oh, there it is. You can see it better from that angle.
Number seen in 2017.
Yeah, what the fuck? What a weird man. Bro is upset he can't afford to have meat on the menu, boys. Yeah. I guess it's not bad. It's probably a pretty fair call to say, hey, this is the first, this is how it starts, right? Next time it'll be something else. To be honest, I've had someone pull a syringe on me and it's highly upsetting. Yeah, but like a syringe, I've seen people use syringes as weapons because like obviously there's health implications that come with that. But like this looks like a dropper kind of syringe as opposed to like a needle. It's just squirting. Do you consider he's a big Harvey Dent fan? LOL. Nick didn't expose fraud. You imbeciles. He made a crappy video using misinformation to present a lie. A bunch of idiots fell for it because there was actual fraud that had already been found out. Interesting. I was making an orc joke. Yeah, meat's back on the menu.
Tonight's attack took place in the city that's become synonymous with the deep divide playing out across America. 2 people have been killed by immigration officials while protesting against their presence in Minneapolis. Mother of 3, Renee Good, was shot in her car on January the 7th, while intensive care nurse Alex Pretty was shot in the street last weekend while filming officers. In an interview last night, the president promised to de-escalate a little bit and softened his previous statements against the victims, both of whom had been described by his administration as domestic terrorists.
The bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway, but, I mean, I guess you could say even worse.
Oh my God. He never ceases to surprise you. Like, you got to give it to Trump, right? And they were even Trump fans. That's the biggest loss in this whole situation. I feel terribly for them.
Despite the promise of a small de-escalation, the mood in America remains tense, with protests in Minnesota and California, while ICE agents continue to deliver on the president's immigration promises.
Joining me now, Desmond King, who is a professor of American government at Oxford University. Do you think we've got used to...
Nick Shirley, I swear to God, can't read. Like, can't stress this enough. He is not literate. Is he benevolent, though? That's really the question. What did I miss? In the best case scenario, he sprayed bacon juice on her. Worst case, chemical agent. That's an attack. Have we all forgotten the London acid attacks? But like, that's the thing. Like, this didn't even look like a dangerous... Or it hasn't come out that it's been some type of dangerous liquid. All I could think about at the time of watching it, when I first saw it, was, you know, like after, I guess, 9/11, all that sort of stuff, there was a lot of concern people had about bioagents and like people, you know, sending each other anthrax in the post or things of that nature. And I was thinking, oh, maybe it's some, I don't know, disease or something like that. The Andrew Callahan video talking about shooting the interview with Nick is hilarious and terrifying. And someone like that is able to have any sway. Well, you know, we watched his interview and he was kind of like, surely that is. He was like, look, I didn't take any money from the Republicans. Why would I do that? I'm a YouTuber. You know, I got my credibility on the line here. But, you know, if he gets given the brief and it's just like, make sure you go and make content over in Minneapolis today and look into this, like he is part of the machine. Although he denies that. Maybe instead of assuming Trump is lying and others aren't, we can start from the point of both sides are lying and go from there.
Political violence in America. Were you surprised when you heard about the attack?
I think used to it is the wrong description. I think it's familiar.
I swear it's only when whites are affected does America really do anything. But like in the case of her getting squirted by something. Like if it happened to another, if it happened to a white person.
And it's not completely surprising, but I don't think we're used to it. I think it's still shocking because for advanced democracy and compared to other advanced democracies, there is more political violence of a fatal type occurring on a regular basis. So although we have violence in other states in Europe or Japan or Australia most recently, I don't think we have the scale of US political violence is greater.
Do you think who sits in the White House impacts the level of political violence we see?
So I don't think it's just a function of who's in the White House. It is now more a function of how polarized American voters are, and how the gap between ardent Republicans and ardent Democrats is greater than it's been for some time.
Because the Congresswoman who was attacked in this incident has...
Imagine it's just pure acid. Ha ha ha. Did I miss something else? Or are you just speculating on what it was? Ravy Baby, he goes through how he had to splice up his sentences because he could barely make a coherent point. Yeah, we watched that. We saw that.
Always blamed Donald Trump. Obviously, Donald Trump has laid many attacks at her door, but you don't see it that way.
The wider context is one of increasing attacks on public figures. Members of Congress have been reporting, attacks on their local offices. They have had to increase their security. Senator Lisa Murkowski has said that everyone is afraid. She's a senior woman Republican senator who said this sort of 20 months ago, that the atmosphere, or maybe it was last summer, sorry, but that the atmosphere in general in politics has increased. And it's spread over to threats towards non-elected officials who serve as election monitors for polling days. It's fallen over to...
So what's the discussion here? What's going on with this guy? He's just been like, yeah, well, look, this shit happens in American politics and it's getting worse. We don't experience that in other civilized Western nations. Like, doesn't happen in Europe or something like that. But America, this is just par for the course, really. It's happening to all of them. Get over it. She finished her speech, so it wasn't anything too crazy. And it refused to leave, not leave, not finish speaking. Yes, we saw that. Yeah, yeah. And the more protesting after 2 white people died by ice. I'll give it to Ilhan. She's got a fighter in her. Didn't even flinch. And she went to punch and got caught by stuff. Yeah, she went after him. She wasn't like, oh my God, and like duck for cover. She went after the guy. That's for sure. Apologies, bit green at the moment. Hee hee. Yeah, all good. All right. Black and brown had rights and lives ruined long before then, but yeah. Well, we were speaking about that phenomenon. Like, I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream, but we looked at the phenomenon of the Invasion Day rally in Perth. Like, they threw a bomb at it, and like no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it because it happened to an Invasion Day protest. Right? They weren't the right type of community. If they'd been protesting in Bondi, then we'd be speaking about it. Now, let's get something else. This guy sucks. So this is the dude. Okay, this is the guy that's been apprehended. Man arrested after assaulting Ilhan Omar with unknown substance. This is from Fox News. So we're going to get the full Fox experience on this one. Let's see how we justify this. Yes, fight, flight, or freeze kicked in, then probably a lot of adrenaline rushing through. She'd held herself so strongly.
Yes, we begin with Doug Lazater, who is live in Washington with the very latest on the Minnesota protests and what lawmakers are saying today as both sides, Doug, try to de-escalate the situation.
Carly and Todd, good morning. President Trump hoping to turn down the temperature now in Minneapolis. But if anything, this battle over immigration enforcement may be getting more heated.
And people like Dilemmas were asking who was attacking Indigenous people still on Monday. Well, there you go. Isn't it mental? I don't know if you guys have heard the details, but like real quick wrap up. There was a coffee-sized device with ball bearings and screws and some type of liquid around it that was supposedly, as the police charge details, was thrown into the crowd. Thrown into the crowd, and is something that is supposed to explode on impact. And they classified it as a potential massive casualty situation, because that type of explosive is designed to spray everywhere, cause a lot of pain, if nothing else, a lot of pain and injury. And not a word. And like my grand theory on that before was like, as part of the manufacturing consent machine, the Australian media outlets, in their infinite wisdom, has decided they don't want to talk, because they'll have to repeat Invasion Day rally over and over again, and that might get the public conversation on the topic itself of like, Indigenous rights and land back, and like have all these type of discussions again. So it's much easier. Let's just not go there. Let's not make this an issue. We don't want the public to be having this conversation. It's absolutely crazy. No, okay, no, I didn't catch the start. Yeah, I've heard no details. What the fuck? See, like when you finish or you have a chance, just go watch like the first half an hour of this stream, and like we look at some of the details of it. It's mental. Left TikTok is up in arms about this. If someone attacked Australia Oz March protest, it would have been labelled a terrorist attack immediately. And that's the thing. Like the police still haven't labelled it a terrorist attack. They haven't. Like it's so obvious. I would have thought. Like he threw a bomb into a crowd. Like what do you want? Huh? Like I said before, it's the ICE defense. When they do something absolutely apprehensible and questionable, they're just like, we're doing a full investigation. We don't want to comment on anything until we've done a full investigation. Just saying, we don't jump to conclusions. It's like he threw a bomb into a crowd with 2,000 people in it. You can just call it terrorism. It's okay. It's okay. Just walking the doggies and missed it. What the fuck? NSN chuds got spare time in their hands now. The racial harassment won't stop from the current and former NSN. They want the same level of compassion for Indigenous folk as the others. They don't want the same, sorry. Never have. All right, listen to this. This is the Fox News take.
The battle over immigration enforcement may be getting more heated. Take a look at what happened last night at a town hall event there with Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
What did he say? She's not resigning. I stand with Kristi.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her. I need a napkin to know nothing.
Smells terrible.
No, we will continue. No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked. No, we will continue. Not going to get away with it.
Omar was confronted and sprayed by a man there in the audience. It's not clear what the substance was, and Omar later said she was okay. The man, identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierzik, was arrested. No word yet on motive, but as you heard, Omar had just called for the firing of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She had also called for ICE to be abolished. President Trump yesterday traveling to Iowa, saying he still backs Noem, even as he sent Border Czar Tom Homan to take over operations in Minnesota.
With the shift in Minneapolis and Tom Homan going to Minnesota, do you still have confidence in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem? You brought up the success at the border.
Look,
you do.
She was there with the border. Who closed up the border? She did, with Tom Homan, with the whole group. I mean, they closed up the border. The border is a tremendous success, one of the most secure borders in the entire world.
Now, as for the attack on Omar, here's what U.S. Capitol Police are saying. A man is in custody after he decided to assault a member of Congress, an unacceptable decision that will be met with swift justice. We are now working with our...
An unacceptable decision. Not an unacceptable act. He's just made the wrong choice. He made the wrong choice. Very interesting language in press releases. What do I miss? That's what concerns me about breakdowns on the right. One Nation is nice and welcoming to particular people. That's why they thought it was skunk spray, because it smelled so bad, right? Wait, the way that I wrote that doesn't convey properly. I saw a pipe bomb thing all over the news. One Nation is the party of WAP advocates. Let's be honest. Every single person involved in these violent political attacks has been right-wing. Keep repeating it. They are violent. I don't mean wet ass pussies. Not that type of WAP.
Our federal partners to see this man faces the most serious charges possible to deter this kind of violence in our society. And Capitol Police, by the way, they say that threats against lawmakers rose by about 50% last year. Todd and Carla.
Trending in the absolute wrong direction. Douglas Ader live for us
So,
in Washington.
so
Good morning,
Fox
Doug.
News, and he's just like, and political violence has increased 50% in 2025. It's like so clean and plastic. No shock on that face. No shock. He just said it's increased by 50% political violence on politicians. Such a straight face. Maybe he can't have feelings. Maybe like the rest of them, he's too plastic, literally. Very interesting. There you go. There's some This Week in America style news for you from the US. And like, again, linked into the grand story that we've been looking at, which is the Minnesota drama, brought to you thanks to Nick Shirley, America's finest independent journalist. Doo-doo. All right, we're going to stay on the US because there's just so much to talk about. Shapiro's wife told me it was a medical condition in reference to ... I want to talk about this TikTok censorship thing. Let's have a look at this. We touched on this yesterday. I don't know if you're here, but who put it in? Voltaire, I think, put in a clip, like a screenshot of someone's phone. I thought it was in here, which shows the America just recently, if you're not aware, the US has, as part of a broad attack, I guess, on getting China out of America for strategic or national security interests, they've been going after TikTok. I think there's a bit of jealousy going on there. Let's be honest. Like, TikTok just kills it. And American social media giants, the tech pros themselves, are terrified. They're terrified of the power of TikTok, not just because this type of medium, social media, is the way that in a surveillance capitalist world you spread information, and thus they who control the conversation control information, like your deep state agencies, the ruling class, the CIA, like whoever is like kind of controlling the narrative. They work largely through social media now. We get our news through social media. We understand what's going on in our local communities through social media. We buy things in the ground marketplace that is the world economy through social media. And so like TikTok has been obviously a no-brainer for America and its security interests. They need to get control of TikTok in one way or another, because potentially, if the Chinese are controlling it, they can control information, as it would appear, to American audiences. Or, maybe said another way, the US can't control the information that gets to its US audiences. So like this has been an ongoing thing for a long time. It really ramped up, I think, last year, largely. There's a lot of people in the background that have a lot of sway in the Trump administration. Just billionaires, generally, part of the billionaires club. They've been putting bids on taking TikTok. They want, I think it's the American company is ByteDance or something like that. And they want control of America TikTok. And so they got it. And there's a guy called, Larry Ellison, big Zionist billionaire. He controls a lot in the information space and controls a lot generally in tech. He's like a tech bro, I guess you would say. Owns a lot of tech infrastructure and particular software himself. But like he's got larger and larger control on American media. He's part of a company also that's done a takeover of another big media conglomerate in the US, and so he's kind of tightening his grip on the conversation control mechanisms in US political scene. And so they've got American-style TikTok now. The Americans have done it. They've gotten to the holy grail, as in they've gotten to the American TikTok algorithm. They've got it. So the tech bros must be absolutely just stoked at the moment, like so happy. They've got control of TikTok, so they must have got access to its internal hardware. They've got under the hood of TikTok, and they're probably going to try and reverse engineer what they can to try and make their platforms, which suck by comparison, a little bit better. And so that's one for the tech bros. But outside of that, Larry Ellison, or let's say whoever controls that company now, and is on like the general editor's board, will be deciding what Americans can or cannot see on TikTok. And we saw some screenshots yesterday, Voltatel, I'm sure it was Voltatel that was showing us, of like people that are trying to type in DMs on TikTok. Like imagine this, like go and do it yourself. TikTok has high community standards, I must admit, as a content creator, but they're trying to type in Epstein, the name Epstein or Epstein files into a chat, and it just continually blocks the DM. Basically, you can't talk about this. You can't talk about this. You can't talk about this anymore. And like, talk about censorship. I know we had an interesting discussion last week on this idea that the right wing is all for like, freedom of speech and all that sort of stuff. Like this is a Trump administration responsible for the takeover of TikTok, turning it into an American style TikTok. And now no one's allowed to privately DM each other on the platform and talk about the Epstein files. Eh? So much for freedom of speech. Where'd that go? Eh? That's what I want to know. So let's just get a quick summary. I'm going to go to the French for this. Let's get what the French have to say. In-house direct-to-citizen propaganda machine. Hey. What did I miss? Leave TikTok, join Upscrolled. Created by Palestinian men living in Australia. Made in arts. The kids are doing it. You guys are speaking about something separate. In-house direct citizen propaganda machine. I like the pic of her wearing Israel scarf thingy. Right, back to it.
Truth or Fake means Vertica Bell by the Big Book. Good evening to you, Vertica. Hope you are well. It's been just days since a group of mostly American investors approved by President Trump inevitably took control of TikTok's US operations. But it's been a controversial start, as American users claim the app is censoring their content. Tell us more.
That's right. American TikTok users claim that they're unable to write the word Epstein in messages on the app and accuse TikTok of suppressing content critical of President Donald Trump, as well as censoring videos about ICE raids in Minneapolis. Multiple users posted screenshots of their attempts to write the word Epstein in direct messages on TikTok, only to show that the message not only was not sent, but it's flagged as being in violation of TikTok's community guidelines. Other users complained that their For You page
saying the name. It's like when you go to protest and like say his name. You can't say the name Epstein, apparently. It's just a glitch. Didn't mean to happen, I swear.
Their own uploads were being censored, particularly in what is a tense political climate in the United States, you could say, that they weren't able to post or see political videos, such as content criticizing the killing of ICU nurse Alex Pretty at the hands of ICE agents in Minneapolis. Journalist David Levitt posted this screenshot from his own TikTok profile, showing videos that he'd made about ICE were flagged by the app as ineligible for recommendation. In other words, they weren't able to be posted. Similarly, American legal scholar Steve Vladek also posted this screenshot of his attempt to post a video about his thoughts on Trump's immigration crackdown, only to be shown that it was flagged as this video is under review and cannot be shared right now. There's
like pretty innocuous stuff, I would say. Like generally the media does talk about things like ICE protests. Like it's on non-stop on your feed. Like if you are on like YouTube or something like that and your algorithm's that way inclined, like there's continually talking about people protesting against ICE, and like people's videos are all being blocked for this. Coincidence? I don't know, man. The right have never been about freedom of speech. They constantly contradict themselves. They can't let people have their own personal pronouns. That's actually pretty funny. If you think of it from the perspective of freedom of speech, and if somebody wants to choose their own pronouns, like, can't you let them just say it? That's actually pretty funny. It's just also, is not really government style. ICE recording their crimes while they are sending that footage. Where are they sending that footage? Yeah, it's an interesting point, actually.
There's also a political example here. The Senator Scott Viner, a Democratic senator in California, posted about how his video on ICE was actually stuck at 0 views on the app when he attempted to post it. This is a complaint of many users, including award-winning...
Political censorship? Really? A politician not being able to speak about politics? Eh? Community guidelines.
Musician Billie Eilish, who also posted about TikTok silencing people after a brother made criticising ICE by her Grammy award-winning brother Phineas O'Connell gained fewer views than his usual content compared to the fact that he normally racks up millions of views due to millions of followers.
So, Vedika, American TikTok...
Almost like the algorithms changed. Who would have thought, hey? Someone get a control of something and be able to turn on and off filter settings, hey? Who would have fucking thought? This is surveillance capitalism, ladies and gentlemen. In surveillance capitalism, the social media that you have, which is the main communicative channel for the human population now across the world to get information, no longer staring at that box or that square-shaped thing on the wall. No, we don't do that thing anymore. We don't have newspapers even. No. We get our information through our phones and our devices. And in this world, this is how they control the conversation. Through algorithms, man. Algorithms. It's not through headlines exactly. Not through newspapers. It's not through the television. Not through media production companies. Through algorithms. And they have flipped a switch or a few on, and they're still figuring it out, and people are noticing the difference before they kind of just become desensitized to it, I guess.
Users then insinuating that this censorship may have something to do with the new ownership of the app.
That's right. After months of political pressure about its Chinese ownership, TikTok recently finalized a sale that gave a consortium of mainly American investors control of the US operations. And one of the lead investors is tech firm Oracle, of which it is run by Larry Ellison, who is a close friend of Donald Trump and a major Republican investor. Many American users pointed the finger at this new ownership as being the problem, saying that this Trump-aligned new venture is suppressing criticism of the administration. Users also pointed to the fact that the app had experienced major issues since TikTok had changed hands, reporting major glitchiness on the app as well as lagginess, seeing repeated content appearing over and over, posts stuck at 0 as we saw there. But a repeated theme of these frustrations is that some users are feeling that TikTok...
Power to the people at Proud Socialist. What's this guy got to say? Eh? Now that US billionaire Larry Ellison owns TikTok, there is mass censorship of any content that is critical to the US or is not real. We did not see this mass censorship when TikTok was owned by a Chinese company. It's so good. It's like the Port of Darwin argument. It's just like China's trying to take over Darwin. Yeah, they're putting their stuff next to US bases that control Darwin. Oh, wait. Maybe it's not the Chinese that control Darwin at all. It's not even Australia. It's the US. Same thing. It's just like, well. The evil Chinese and their censorship. Next minute, Larry Ellison takes over. Actual censorship. Wait, but I thought this is what the Chinese were supposed to do. What's going on here? This is outrageous. I mean, it shouldn't be a shock from the president who claimed he hated and wanted nothing good for his political opposition, then painting them as domestic terrorists for policy disagreements. That domestic classification, so important, it would seem, in politics at the moment. Palantir. Yeah. Dilemmas the right and the left cry about is as far off the center as the left that the right cry about as a libertarian. You're all nuts. I want to see, and I want you to leave me alone. Get out of my life and out of my wallet. Never. We're coming for you. No, I'm just joking. It's 420 time, to be honest. It's kind of ironic that TikTok under China had less control compared to TikTok controlled by America. It's almost as if it was all propaganda. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much. Oh, man.
was in fact freer under China than the US.
Is this socialist?
So Vedika, tell us, what has TikTok said about this?
Well, TikTok US says that it's investigating why this may be the case for some users, but it denies that its US operations are controlling what users post. The TikTok USDS gave this statement saying, "We don't have rules against sharing the name Epstein in direct messages and are investigating why some users are..."
Like, it's so suspicious, right? Like, it's not, I don't know, Cardi B or something that all of a sudden people can't say Cardi's name, Cardi B, in a DM. What's that about? What a weird glitch in the Matrix. It's like, it's Epstein, man. People can't say Epstein. Come on. Hey? Even the least skeptical person would pick up on that.
Experiencing issues. The app has also attributed its glitches and its bugs as of late to a major infrastructure problem that it says is due to a power outage at a US data center, suggesting that this is what is causing the bugs for users in the States. Now, as of more on that, California Governor Gavin Newsom has waded in. He says that
like,
he's
even
launched...
the news in surveillance capitalism is just her going through social media posts. Like, that's how they get updates. Like, people don't do press releases for the media anymore. They just put an update on X or something like that, and she just scrolls through pictures of other people's social media. Right? It's interesting. This is how the news, like traditional news, has to survive today.
A probe into whether TikTok is in fact violating state law by censoring Trump critical content. But this is all of we know about this subject as of now. We'll have to keep an eye on how it develops.
Interesting. All right, let's get another perspective on this. Not from the French. Let's go to the Americans. What's this? PBS, I think this one was. PBS News Hour. One day ago. Let's see what they have to say. The liberal media establishment.
Just days after a group of mainly American investors approved by President Donald Trump took over control of TikTok's U.S. operations, some users now say the app is censoring and limiting their content, including posts and messages about Jeffrey Epstein and the shooting deaths of U.S. citizens by federal agents in Minneapolis. One content creator says his U.S.-based followers couldn't access his post about the shooting death of Renee Good.
So this is how it should appear. The latest video under my 3 pinned videos is the ICE shooting analysis. But this is what my page looks like according to people who message me. And even weirder, this is how it appears in their watch history, a blank square. The red X mark is just them pointing it out to me.
And California State Senator Scott
So what
Wiener
do we
said
got here?
TikTok
What are they
wouldn't let
doing?
him share
Censoring
this post about
Epstein and ICE? So at least I guess you can figure out what, if the theory holds, the conspiracy theory holds, you can tell what's big on the agenda for the Trump administration as like no-go areas for people to talk too much about. They don't want people talking about ICE, right? And sharing stuff about ICE. They need to control that conversation. We don't want people talking about Epstein. Control that conversation. Stop it right now, please.
about ICE for several hours.
I am advancing a bill now to say that in California, it's not going to be just local and state law enforcement who can be sued if they violate your rights, but federal agents can as well.
California Governor Gavin Newsom announced a new state investigation to determine whether TikTok is violating state law by censoring content critical of President Trump. The company issued a statement today saying it had suffered a cascading systems failure that had caused multiple bugs on the platform after a power outage at one of its U.S. data centers. For more, we're joined by tech journalist Jacob Ward, host.
Doesn't it sound like, you remember in Jurassic Park where they had to like fix the system after it went down, and they had to go deep into the basement with the velociraptors to like turn the system back on again and like kind of reboot the system? They've done something. Larry Ellison and the boys have got into TikTok, and they're just like, we're going to do a real shake-up here. And it's going to be offline for a couple of hours, but when it comes back on, we're going to have our propaganda machine in full force. And it's going to work beautifully. It's so hot. Everyone says it's the hottest propaganda machine right now. Our system is just confusing to the Yanks. A lot of changes with mandatory voting are a separate conversation. Crazy how full of crap they can be. It's like they just want to pretend we don't know how complex an update is for large corporations, how many security checks, etc. they have to do before updating. Eh? Interesting. Newman.
Of the Rip Current podcast. Welcome back to the NewsHour, Jacob.
Hey, Jeff. Great to be with you.
So you have a lot of politically engaged users now saying they feel censored on TikTok, videos getting 0 views, their reach suddenly disappearing. Based on your reporting, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, I think on the one hand, it's important to just remember in the context of American public discourse, right, that the way we communicate with one another is controlled by a handful of private companies. And as a result, we don't get to know. So, Jeff, we don't really know. Is there some sort of censorship going on here? Or is this, as TikTok's new ownership says, a cascading failure that originated from one of its data centers? What I can say is that it seems as if every kind of creator trying to post content, whether they were cooks or makeup artists or political content creators, none of them could post for a while there. And so it doesn't seem like it's specifically aimed at it. But if you're someone whose work is consistently something that speaks out against the government at the moment, then you're going to feel particularly persecuted. But it seems that it sort of went across everybody. So at the moment, this doesn't feel like it was an intentional piece of censorship. I think this ownership group is too newly in charge to make that kind of move. But that's not to be confused with the idea that they couldn't do that. I think the capability of doing so is incredibly powerful and worth watching.
Well, let's talk more about that, because people point to Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, now X, as an example of how ownership can reshape a platform's ideology. So given how this deal came together and who approved it, is TikTok vulnerable to that same kind of shift?
Yeah, well, Musk rewrote the rules of what any of us expect as to how ownership of a major communications platform would work, right? And so you're absolutely right to bring him up, because he really sort of like changed the game. And now we're in a world where close allies of the President of the United States now are co-owners of this incredibly powerful and influential platform. And what they have...
Not an understatement, is it? It is incredibly powerful. People spend a lot of time doom scrolling on it, for better or for worse. Life finds a way. Peter Thiel in the corner. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Bought from this Chinese consortium, and sort of in partnership with this Chinese consortium, is a very sophisticated system for censoring anything you want. Because this thing had its origins in China, it has incredible capabilities to detect in real time whether you're saying things it doesn't want you to say. I have been in the position of making reference to, the Nazis during World War II, and the word Nazi can get you kicked off of a live stream or get the reach of your post put away. So it's very easy to do so. I don't think it's happening right now, but...
Like, he's not wrong. Like, I've done a few live streams using TikTok and stuff like that, and I'd be talking about a political issue or like quoting somebody else saying something, and I get kicked off my TikTok live streams. It does have incredible infrastructure for language detection. Like, it's doing that live in real time. It's not filtering for things afterwards. It does have that capability, but like, so do they all to some extent. Yes, TikTok is pretty efficient at that.
If in future they decided to do what Musk decided to do, they would have every kind of controls available to them to pull that off, because that is exactly how TikTok is built.
And TikTok recently updated its terms of service. So what should users of this platform understand?
Yeah, in many ways, they've just sort of rewritten a more broad set of language for capabilities that the platform seems to have had before. But for instance, they're saying that they can much more precisely track your location. You can turn that off in your device settings on your phone. They also say that they'll be able to follow you elsewhere when you are elsewhere off of the platform. They can send advertising out to get you. So that's something you can also turn off. But all of this, I think we should remember, is pretty standard issue for the surveillance capitalist world we are in currently. All of these...
He said the fucking line. He said it. The surveillance capitalist world. Hey, I didn't hear the other people that we listen to use that line. What's one for? Integer in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Let us know about number one. Hey, this is not... He's not wrong. wrong. It's not unusual for surveillance capitalists, all of them, all of these type of social media platforms, their number one terms of agreement when you hit accept without reading anything is it's like, we can track you off platform if we want, and we get access to the information of other apps as well. So like, this is not just about you using our app. It's once you install it on your device and you agree, we have infiltrated your phone, we've infiltrated your device, and now we're using that to look at all the data that can be scraped off you throughout that device. And that's just the lay of the land. It's been like this for not decades yet. Can't say that. A decade or more. It's just part of the terms of service. Integer, yo, sorry, working and had the chat bar selected. Okay, fair enough. It's good to know you here. Hope you're well.
Platforms are trying to do the same kind of stuff. Just this is a more explicitly spelled out thing in the terms of service here, Jeff.
And separately, Jacob, TikTok has reached a settlement to avoid being involved in this landmark social media addiction trial. What more should we know about that?
That is such an incredibly big deal in my world. I've been waiting for this trial to start because of the incredible amount of documentation that has come out already in this. And so TikTok and Snap, the maker of Snapchat, those two have settled, which leaves Google, YouTube, and Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram. And incredible stuff is already coming out that shows not only did these companies deeply value the business, the business value of kids was an enormous thing for these companies, and they were aware of harms to kids for years and years and years without necessarily acting on them. The companies, of course, say that they are always trying to make improvements, but the discovery we are seeing here is going to give us a view into how social media has worked, and worked especially on the minds of children for many years here, Jeff.
Jacob Ward, host of the Rip Current podcast. Always a pleasure.
Appreciate it, Jeff.
Peace. What did he say? What trial is he watching out for?
YouTube and Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, and waiting for this trial to start because of the incredible amount of
social media addiction trial. What more should we know about that?
Social media addiction trial. I've just heard someone refer to the social media addiction trial in the US. Can you briefly explain this concept? It refers to lawsuits arguing that major social media platforms, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Google, YouTube, deliberately design their products to be addictive, especially for children and teenagers. Like, come on. This is like, it's like when they went after tobacco companies. It's like, yes. Do we really have to have a trial to know that they are being designed to be addictive? Like, I think everyone should obviously be like made aware of this. It's especially designed to prey on young people. Hey, their algorithms are specially designed like hunters, predators. They know how to get children and teenagers addicted. And that is called mental harms. But like, is it really news when they say their products are addictive? We all know that. We've all interacted with social media. We talk about it all the time. Plaintiffs, state, school districts, or families claim platforms intentionally use features like infinite scroll, autoplay, notifications, algorithmic feeds to maximize engagement. So this is just like a parent term then. Social media addiction trial is a parent term for a whole bunch of lawsuits that are happening in the US. Now, this is what we looked at last year when we were like, I guess, looking through the child safety, what was it actually called? It's a social media ban for kids under 16, like part of that broader safety commission work, which is something that is taking shape across the world in multiple states. Like, there's so much legislation coming out all over the world where states are trying to regulate social media in their countries, and like people are arguing that this is all just a wedge to get in what is it, the digital ID. They just want to control you online, get your digital ID. But like there were heaps of cases going off at the state level in the US last year where the states were kind of taking action against or bringing laws in to control social media because of the impacts it's having on youth, specifically youth. And so this is what the umbrella term is, the social media addiction trial. Lawsuits arguing major social media platforms deliberately design their products to be addictive, especially for kids. Yeah, well, like that's the thing. Like you can't. It's not one of those trial. I want to see this trial. Yeah, like so do I. But you have to follow so many different lawsuits that are happening. Like there are multiple states that are doing this and like considering legislation, and they're taking action. And there's like class action groups as well that have figured out what's been going on, and they want reparations, kind of thing. They want money. They want a settlement. And so like certain social media platforms have been taken to task as like consumer action. So it's like it's a whole bunch of things that are happening, and it's really interesting because like Trump has put in, I'm pretty sure, into the big beautiful bill, or maybe another piece of legislation he did around the same time earlier last year, put in like kind of clauses that like stop state governments from taking action against tech companies for certain developments in their local areas, and it has to be done at the federal level. So it'll be interesting to see how this trial, so-called social media addiction trial, plays out, because what this is ground for is justification or evidence to be used for the US doing its own Australian style social media regulatory framework, which is if you're under 16, you don't have an account. You can go on if you want. You can have a look around, can't leave comments, can't interact, etc., etc., etc. Formally. You can digest it, you just can't interact with it. And so that's what people are looking for at the moment in this social media addiction trial. It's very interesting the way it's being framed there. All right, so let's have a look. We're going back to Bloomberg. I want to hear what the fucking bourgeoisie have to think about this type of stuff. Can't believe they're regulating us. This is outrageous. TikTok seals deal to operate in the US after years of drama. Okay, so this is more of a context one. So like if you're wondering how all of this unfolded, like how did TikTok get handed over to American interests? Exactly. I'm assuming this is going to give us that backdrop. TikTok and its Chinese parent ByteDance Ltd have closed a long-awaited deal to transfer parts of their US operations to American investors, securing the popular video app's future in the US and avoiding a nationwide ban. The social media company has officially established a US entity with 3 managing investors: Oracle, private equity firm Silver Lake, Management LLC, and Abu Dhabi-based investment company MGX. All right, keep that in mind.
So who owns this thing?
That's what we want to know.
So, not a lot has actually changed. And you said it was a year-long saga. This has actually been going on for 7 years. The folks who are now going to be owning this new U.S. TikTok joint venture are the same names that were floated, back in the fall and then also earlier last year. So we know that Silver Lake, we know Oracle, and we know MGX.
Welcome to the stream chat. Zionists own it. That's it. That's all you need to know. Hey? Do we have to go any further? Hey?
MGX are the 3 leading investors. And
Who's MGX?
MGX.
And who are they?
They are a Saudi investment firm, and so they are, they are, I think, one of the only ones, if not the only one, that's not actually an American investor. So when we're talking that this new venture is majority American investors, that is what we mean by this. But so the owners are.
Isn't that interesting? It's just like, we definitely can't have the Chinese owning it for national security interests, but the Saudis, come on, how much you got? How much you got? Let's buy this thing. All right.
Are this group, and then also we've got existing ByteDance affiliates. And what we basically know is that not a whole lot is, even though the ownership is changing for some parts of this TikTok US business, what people who are using the app are actually going to be experiencing is not going to be all that different.
This didn't age well. So this was 2 days ago, because they're giving us just like the context. So 27th, I guess at US time. So yeah, a couple of days ago for us. But yeah, didn't age well. Look, it's not going to change. It's just Larry's in charge now. Surely it won't change. No, of course not.
Why not? Why isn't it going to be? Because I thought the algorithm is the special sauce. So give us the details on who has that and who has rights to it and how they got it from ByteDance and how that works.
Sure. US TikTok users are not going to need to download a new app. That's, I think, more what I meant when I was saying that the experience won't be different. However, ByteDance is going to be leasing a copy of its algorithm to this new US joint venture, and that joint venture is going to be responsible for retraining the algorithm on US user data. This is all very wonky.
So if that...
Slow down. Slow down. That's like one of the most significant things someone has actually said about this whole saga so far. They did. Like, special sauce, nothing. The algorithm is the fucking key. It is the glory of TikTok right there. How it operates and is able to deliver people. It's their propaganda in absolute amazing form that gives it market dominance and just kills the rest of the competition, kills the rest of the American tech giants at their own game. And they've got a copy of it. So it's been confirmed. Definitely they've got access to the secret algorithm, the fucking holy grail of social media surveillance capitalism in this day and age. And then they're going to be fine-tuning the bad boy to do what they want. Like, she's saying it. She's saying it. It's all there.
Of its algorithm to this new US joint venture, and that joint venture is going to be responsible for retraining the algorithm.
Retraining the algorithm. Now, maybe I'm looking too much into what she is saying. Maybe she isn't that much of an expert on this, but that is some very particular language. Retraining it to do what? Hey? And using, what did she say? US data to retrain it? Hey?
Them on US user data. This is all very wonky.
So if that is...
Don't they already have US data on all of the people that use TikTok, and by extension anyone that might be connected to their phone? They've already got a pretty good map of the American population and their data to offer them the great service that comes from TikTok and the doom scroll. And she's like, and they're going to integrate it with American data. You know, so it suits American interests this time, if you know what I mean.
Is the US user data, like, is the algorithm going to be as impressive moving forward? Because that is the special sauce.
It's a great question, and I think that's what everyone is waiting to see, is are we going to be seeing different things on the app? One thing that's really important to note about these new owners is that this new US joint venture is responsible for content moderation. So they're going to be the ones deciding what people are seeing on the app. If there is any sort of change as far as what people are seeing on the app, my big question is, will we know?
See, what I'm curious about is, where are the servers? Who has access to all of this? And my understanding is ByteDance, I mean, it complies with a national security law that mandates ByteDance reduce its ownership of TikTok US to less than 20%, but there's still ownership. So are they just silent owners and they have no say? How do we know that copy? I'm sorry, this is going to sound like Homeland, but it's like, how do we know that copy of the algorithm doesn't have some backdoor entry for ByteDance? Like, how do we trust that technology, which is considered to be this?
If you think it's just about national security, I guess you'd be like, but they still own stuff. Well, what it is about is control. And so, like, if they get access to the algorithm and they get to control what is said, then, like, that's good enough. That's if you believe that this has all been just about national security and not getting access to the keys of one of the finest cars in the surveillance capitalist arsenal. That's what we're talking about here. Eh? Seriously. Security, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What is the point of having the Chinese remain 20% control? I wonder if our research assistant can speculate on that. I would like you to speculate as to why the Chinese company ByteDance has been able to maintain 20% control over its US TikTok operations. Here is a reasoned, speculative explanation for why ByteDance has been able to retain roughly 20% control. ByteDance built TikTok's core algorithms, infrastructure, and product architecture. Even if US partners own a share, they may lack the depth, the deep technical know-how to effectively run the platform. Let's just go with option one here. All right, option one is, all right, we've taken control. We've got back the port of Darwin. Here it is. We've gotten control of TikTok. And we don't know how to use it. And so we're going to crash it while we figure out how to manipulate it to serve our interests. People are going to have outages. People might get censored unfairly, but whatever. Until we figure out how to take control of this, the Chinese are going to have to stick around and teach us how to use this thing that they've constructed that we want to use to control the American people. That is, so far, my favorite option for this one. The value of TikTok lies heavily in its recommendation algorithm and data-driven personalization systems. US investors might be unwilling or unable to take full control without access to that intellectual property. So a minority stake lets ByteDance continue supplying what the platform needs to function. Jesus Christ. Do you use ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Venus? This is ChatGPT that I'm using at the moment. Financial and market incentives. TikTok has been very profitable and rapidly growing platform in the US market. US investors or partners may believe retaining a minority share is better than no share at all, and ByteDance's continued involvement increases the odds of sustained growth. Okay? Now, you don't want to kill the return on investment, that's for sure. Rather than simply binary choice, Chinese ownership versus US ownership, negotiations often result in compromise structures, legal and contractual constraints. The US corporate structure, technology licensing, and cross-border contracts may legally tie US operations to ByteDance in ways that can't be unwound quickly. Okay. Completely forcing ByteDance out would require a political feasible legal mechanism and a willing US buyer at a price ByteDance accept. See, like, this is where, like, the national security thing is just completely out the fucking window. I thought this was about getting rid of China. Like, if China didn't hand over TikTok, then they would ban TikTok. It just seems like they just want to be out. They want to be in control. That's it. We want to be able to use the app for ourselves. We don't want China being able to just do whatever they fucking want with TikTok and the algorithm here. We need to control the fucking information space. This is a problem. TikTok is here. It's running legally as a corporate structure. And it's fucking annoying. So how do we keep TikTok? Because it works. But still get access to the algorithm and control the conversation all at the same time without it falling over because we don't know how to use it. Give them a share where we take control. It's very, very interesting. Bold choice using Sam Altman's AI. Yeah, I think a dilemma. No, who was it? Avalava suggested I should go full DeepSeek instead of using Sam Altman's AI. Go to the open source model. But yes, I'm using Sam Altman's. That's who I choose when I want to go surveillance capitalist. ByteDance continued 20% control. Likely mix of its technical ownership of the product's core value, negotiated compromise structures, commercial incentives from US stakeholders. Yeah, it doesn't die after we invested all this money in it. It doesn't die.
This incredible algorithm, how do we know that it really is safe, secure, and that basically the Chinese government or Chinese companies still can't access certainly personal data of Americans.
The idea with this new entity is that the entity, and especially Oracle, which is a longtime TikTok partner, Oracle is going to be sort of the trusted security guard that is supposed to be able to let everybody else know that TikTok is in fact complying with the law. I think there's a lot of questions around.
Larry Ellison is the conduit and tells everybody that TikTok is doing just fine. I'm in control now. There we go. Speaking of lava, good to see that legend back in the chat yesterday. Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it? It's like, I'm watching. I'm still here in solidarity. Keep up the good work, you guys. Go Perplexity or Venus. Yes, I've heard a lot about Perplexity. I haven't heard much about Venus, though.
And how that will be communicated to the American public, if it will be communicated to the American public. And to your point, ByteDance does have ownership of key parts of the business, even beyond just leasing this copy of the algorithm. I think one really important thing to note is that ByteDance is still going to be in charge of TikTok Shop, which is basically the e-commerce arm that is turning TikTok into a huge shopping destination in the US. They're also going to be in charge of the advertising business, which is a very lucrative piece of their empire.
Why did China agree to do this?
So isn't this interesting as well? Like, they don't even care about the money, it would seem. Like, they're going to hand over, allow people to do TikTok shopping. So, like, ByteDance controls that. You guys can have you can have that stuff. I don't care. Let them shop. You guys can take that. You can even take the advertising revenue. You go for that. You guys got that figured out anyway. You know how to make your algorithm work. But we want control of the company to spread the information that we want with your amazing algorithm. We've got access to, and we're going to reverse engineer that in the background. But until then, we figure out how to use this thing properly. You stay and you drive it. And we'll tell you which direction to go in.
China hasn't said quite as much throughout this entire process as President Trump has. Most of what we know about the deal has come just from the words of the White House and from the words of TikTok itself. I think that a lot of people looking at this are seeing that China comes out with a win here, that Trump comes out with a win here. Content creators, of course, come out with a win here, but especially China in this case, because ByteDance is still going to be
Depends on the content creator, it would seem.
Involved in the most important parts of this business.
We should say in a social post, President Trump, that is, thanking Chinese President Xi Jinping for, quote, working with us and ultimately approving, end quote, the TikTok deal. Okay, cool stuff. Keeping us up to date. So we're done?
Famous last words.
Okay.
Famous last words. I should say that there's folks that have been talking for over a year about how the deal that has been reached has not actually met the terms of the law. I think that the question is whether any of those voices,
Why are some people criticizing the TikTok deal as not meeting the terms of the law? Critics in the US argue that TikTok doesn't actually meet the legal requirements set out in recent US law. In 2024, the US Congress passed the Protecting American from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, PAFACA, that's a sick acronym, which required TikTok Chinese parent ByteDance to fully divest ownership and control. Well, call me a legal scholar, but fully divest ownership has not been met. Eh? Critics, including national security experts and some lawmakers, say the deal, which leaves ByteDance with 19.9% ownership of the ownership and ongoing ties, such as licensing its algorithms, still amount to Chinese influence and fails to satisfy the laws. Isn't that interesting? It is, right? Like, come on. We've got this thing, but we don't know how to use it. It's going to fucking fall over if the Chinese don't help. We don't want it to fall over. It's too good of a piece of propaganda. Like, they've just nailed it, the Chinese. Who would have thought the Chinese would nail a system of propaganda to ensure that people are getting the stories that are wanted by the state. Eh? Who would have thought that they'd come up with a better way of doing that? I want access to that. Eh? That's the real value of China. That's what the Americans are really learning from the Chinese, how to create good social media platforms that are efficient and can control a conversation. Oh, yeah. What is this word? Law. I don't think we have that here. Hey, don't be like that. Depends on the circumstances. Eh? Like after Alex Preddy, no one wants to make comments until a full investigation has been done. Eh? That's when they start believing in the law. Betty Boo Hoo TV. You can't reverse engineer such algo alchemy. Yeah, I know, right? Eh? Well, they're going to give it a crack because they've got access to it, it would seem. First time, Betty. If so, welcome to the suck. LOL. Interesting. All right. Let's move on from Bloomberg. So breaking points. I know there's a few people here that like breaking points. I think Dr. Nathan likes a bit of breaking points. They've done a little thing on the TikTok censorship. Let's have a look, shall we? Yeah, Betty, is this your first time here? Let us know. Oh, and for everyone else, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe for more, etc., etc. You know the score.
So, guys, as of last week, the TikTok USA takeover is official, and many people are saying they long for the freedom of expression that we received under the Chinese Communist Party running of TikTok. There have been a lot of problems. Now, I'll just say up front, TikTok is saying that this all, Sagar, has to do with some sort of power outage at a data center, which
Kylie,
I think when we give you the details here of the type of...
This woman here, is this her? Oh, this is Kylie Kuntlinski's wife's garbage channel. So that guy with the bleached blonde hair that comes up, he's married to her? Ah, interesting. I rate breaking points for the most part. Interesting. I didn't know she was linked to that guy. The blue MAGA prick. The guy with the bleached hair. He's married to her. Oh, wow. What a fucking media empire those two have, eh? Yeah. Yeah, thanks. My project is the solution. Welcome to the stream. I like when Kyle's earring wiggles around when he's animated.
of content that people are struggling to get circulating, you're going to be understandably skeptical about their explanations here. So this is one of the wildest ones. Let's put this up on the screen. And I've tested this personally. I had some friends and family who tested this as well. If you try to send a direct message that has the word Epstein in it, they will not let you send the word Epstein or any...
See what they did? That they deliberately spelt it wrong so the system itself would autocorrect it. Feedback from the system and then hit the button. I was like, it knows you're about to say Epstein. Bang! Ha! You got rejected. So crazy though. But when I type Epstein, this message may be in violation of our community guidelines and has not been sent to protect our community. If you believe this was a mistake, let us know, so we can review this along with recent messages. Oh my God. Don't get me wrong, I definitely smash, but I wouldn't let her talk. Interesting. Interesting. So you're not a fan, by the sound of it, of her politics. Her name is Crystal Ball. Is that a joke? Is her name actually Crystal and Ball? No way. Her parents must have been joking. Her name can't be Crystal Ball. Hit that like button like an ICE agent smacking Pretty in the face with a pepper spray bottle. Too soon. Too bad. You're in a bad mood today, Dilemma. It's too bad. Come on. Too soon. That's fine. Too bad. So harsh. I hope it's not the final solution, or do I?
Other content that includes
That's
Epstein's.
her name. Oh, fuck. That's fucking hilarious. Crystal Ball.
So you can see that up on the screen. This is what you get. This is the exact same thing that happened when I tried it as well. You get this little exclamation point, and then it tells you that this is like a potential violation of community standards and that they're worried about the safety of their community. So that one is for sure. There have also been on Mac, if you go ahead and jump forward to the to E4, some of the reporting that we're getting from different users about the way that their anti-ICE posts in particular are being completely suppressed. So you have the Democrats here, DropSite has seen their reporting on various topics be suppressed. Jessica Burbank is another one who has seen her TikTok views just absolutely fall off a cliff. I know the I've Had It ladies have experienced this as well. And it seems, if we put E5 up on the screen, it seems specifically to be tied to any sort of post about the shooting of
Now, when I get facetious, I'm having a great time. Okay, fair enough.
Alex Pretty in Minneapolis. Any criticism of ICE, sort of broader Trump criticism as well, seems to be not getting pushed into the algorithm whatsoever. So that type of content from creators with large followings is getting next to no views when they post it. So as I said before, I can put E3 up on the screen. TikTok is claiming this has to do with a power outage. You know, I'm not, Sagar, a technical wizard here. So perhaps there is some way in which a power outage magically creates, you know, algorithmic suppression of content that just happens to be unfavorable.
Such a smart ass. Hey? Blackout creates algorithmic suppression. Tell me it ain't so. Hey? Interesting. The new owners of US TikTok have an explanation for this weekend's problems and say they're working to get things back online. TikTok blames its US problems on a power outage. Interesting.
In the eyes of the new, you know, Ellison-backed ownership, perhaps there is some
It
technical
is incredible
explanation
timing,
for
though,
this,
right? It's like, it's so incredible. It's just like, yes, let's go with the power outage one. The timing, just the handovers just recently happened. And now we have a power outage? God, this isn't going to look good. People are going to question this.
This seems pretty hard to believe given the specific things that are being blocked, suppressed, and censored.
Yeah, I just don't get it. So here's the statement. They say suffered a cascading systems failure that caused multiple bugs, such as creators having difficulty posting new video, seeing content showing 0 views, marked a rocket. But how would that explain the DMs issue? I did see
the Epstein thing is
right. The Epstein thing is just, I mean, that's the craziest one. I'm glad we started
undeniable.
With that. But I mean, I did see some NFL creators who were telling me that they had the same problem with 0 views. So it is possible, you know, the 0 view thing. If I had to guess, what has happened is that they've had a rollout of their so-called like political community guidelines, and that it's just clunky in terms of the way that they're rolling out their code under like the new guidelines or under the new ownership, and they're still trying to figure out like deranking and
ownership, the new regime. Hey, you got to use the R word. Hey, the new regime led by Larry Ellison to control everybody's minds.
Of that, or how to rank, you know, such content under the new regime. That seems to me, because notice they're saying the 0 views thing was a data center. That's believable, like I said, with the NFL stuff. What's not believable to me is the DMs and the searchability, some of the stuff that we've seen previously, especially when we know that you have very like a lot in Zionist, like literally, who is in charge now of the platform. We've had multiple people who have come out and have talked about it. Can we play that SOT actually?
Yeah.
Here? This is E2 about the criticism of Zionism. Let's go ahead and cue this up just to show you what some of the new standards on the platform are going to look like.
Yeah, and so this is from TikTok's CEO. This is an older clip, but just to give you a sense of some of the codification of their new hate speech rules and the way they're thinking about these things.
We made a change to designate the use of the term Zionist as a proxy for a protected attribute as hate speech. So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist, but if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against.
As a dirty name. as a pejorative, you fucking idiot. My God, is this legit? Is this real? Are we all watching the same thing here? This guy's like, hey, if you call someone a Zionist and you're being cool about it, like encouraging, that's okay. But we can tell when you're being negative about it. Oh my God. What about I'm a proud Zionist hater? Don't worry, the fucking algorithm will be on top of that soon enough. They've noticed that there's a catch there, and they'll clean that up quickly.
And that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no...
They're so open about it as well. We have these community groups that provide us intelligence on what needs to be managed next.
No finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
No such thing as an end game.
Well, keep in mind,
It's
this kind of fits with
endless.
the ADL comments, remember, about the
Mhm.
AI lawyers and how they have an army of AI warriors who are auto sending stuff to law. I mean, this is very, very scary stuff. I mean, look, yes, the war, is winding down.
I hate that you hate my speech, so you can't criticize my speech, because that would be hate speech. Ground news. Wow. I had to think about that for a while. At least they are open about who is really in control. Yeah, a handful of groups telling us constantly what to be on the lookout for so we can suppress other people's speech. Oh my God. It's not even subtle.
Down and some of the content, but like the point is that this machine being put into place can just be deployed for basically anything, and they're going to use their private guidelines. I really think this is the time. I think I've seen some Democrats talk about this. Didn't Gavin Newsom say that he was going to announce investigation? Yeah, everyone's concerned. You're talking about the Dem creators and all that. The thing is that this is now been going on for 10 years, ever since 2016 and Facebook. And it's just, we have to put this to bed, especially TikTok is now under US ownership. We need transparent guidelines that talk specifically about moderation, publish standards, and then the public has to be able to weigh in. I've talked previously. I'm curious for your view. I think we should just pass it, take it off of their plate, and just be like, look, from now on, if it's consistent with the First Amendment, it's up there. And then in terms of deranking and all of that, for advertising purposes, you may have the ability, to have some sort of tweak. But even then, it gets sketchy because, as you and I have seen, on YouTube, like if you get a video that's demonetized for ad purposes, it may still have tremendous news value, doesn't get a lot of views, or something just doesn't appear to pop off. But I think at this point, we need national legislation, just period, end of story, that sets standards. Otherwise, this is what we're going to get. You have Elon on the one hand, Grok putting girls in bikinis, and then you've got this nonsense. The
Literal
point is,
girls.
it cannot,
Literal girls.
literal
Like
girls,
children.
actual
Yes.
children. Right. We didn't spend enough time on that. I got lost in the sauce. But yeah, literal girls. We need serious federal guidelines and legislation from AI and to social media. My new cause celeb for AI is I think that anything AI picture generation should just be banned for people, for anyone who's alive. I just think there's nothing good that can come of it. All of these image renderers, look, sometimes it's fun for thumbnails and all that, but no, the societal cost and the destruction and the ability to trust any video that you see, it's too much. Same here
It's
with
not
TikTok.
even close to the benefit.
We need
Yeah.
published benefits, we need published rules. This is what we do. This is how we derank. This is exactly how much it's going to go down. That's the very least. And at a macro level, we should just pass anything consistent with the First Amendment. It's good to go. Period. End of story. The government's taking it off your plate. This is how it has to.
Look, this is the luxury of the US system as well. They can just be like, yeah, you know what? We have a First Amendment. We can argue about this. And so we should shape our community guidelines around the First Amendment. What a luxury having an actual, constitutional right. We don't have that sort of luxury here. That's for sure. But thank God we're not talking about Australia yet in this particular arena of conversation. But you know, he has a fair point in the sense that, like, look at what we have: another social media platform that's controlled by a billionaire who's kind of made his platform X into be this kind of bastion of freedom of speech and against wokeism, and people are generating some abhorrent stuff, like, you know, stuff to do with kids, say no more, and like, that's fun. But somebody says Zionists in the pejorative, and all of a sudden that needs intense censorship, and we need the full weight of hate speech laws to come down and rain fire upon these people. It is weird when you talk about it on those terms. It's really weird. Unreasonable, confusing, nonsensical speech laws. Why does that feel familiar? Yeah, I get it. I understand. And I have been a vocal opponent of said hate speech laws. Put it in the pile of hate speech. Soon nothing will be regular speech. It's all hate. Interesting. I thought the First Amendment doesn't matter for private companies. Interesting. And like, in their spaces as well, this is the other thing about what surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism, but surveillance capitalism definitely, these aren't public forums of discussion. You're not in the street. You're in a private entity's domain, a feudal lord, a techno-feudal lord's domain. And so are you protected by your constitutional rights in someone's private digital domain? It's an important question. Best part of being a libertarian is I don't have to fake it. I literally don't care about the left or the right dichotomy. It's the best reality show I've ever watched. LOL. Ho Chi Minh saying we don't have freedom of speech like America is endlessly frustrating.
To be, because we can't have this. We're living under literal oligarchical fighting control, depending on who is in power and who depends and tends to have like the ear of the White House, like under the Biden administration. Which is it's too much.
Yeah, and I mean, that definitely needs to happen. You got to break up. I mean, it's just, you can't, the Ellison family, how many media properties they control at this point. And when you have billionaires for whom, like, you know, there are a lot of people.
It's a good question. How many media companies does Larry Ellison control or have interest in? Dot points, please. Paramount Skydance, through financial backing and ownership via his family trust. Paramount Global. It encompasses CBS, Paramount Pictures, Nickelodeon, MTV, Comedy Central, Paramount, and Pluto TV. TikTok. Larry Ellison through Oracle. Skydance Media via his son. Not directly controlled by Larry. Skydance, major Hollywood studio and production company, has been funded and backed by Ellison's investments. Optional speculative future interest. Potential Warner Brothers Discovery assets. Ellison's media group has been linked to bids that could bring CNN, HBO, Warner Brothers Studios, etc. under his media umbrella. Imagine that. You got TikTok, you got some social media, you got general media. So like, you know, CBS, CNN potentially. And then you've got Hollywood. And so you got fiction, propaganda. Like, not just creating the narratives in the media about world affairs, but like creating narratives that everybody can learn from and be indoctrinated by. That's some pretty intensive control, man. That guy knows how to fucking invest. I mean, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of association. If I don't walk to someone and they keep trying to, despite me trying to disengage from them, then they are committing harassment. If I don't talk to someone and they keep trying, despite me trying to disengage from them, then they are committing harassment. Yes, agreed. But like, I think the point is whether or not this exists, freedom of association or freedom of speech exists in somebody's private digital domain. Yeah, that's the key element in surveillance capitalism, if not techno-feudalism. Unless you consider them to be public places, which is what the Australian law at the moment is considering, the new hate speech laws and all that sort of stuff, like, or any hate speech laws, they consider, you know, if you say stuff on social media that's offensive or hateful and all that sort of stuff, it's the public realm. They consider that hate speech because you're saying it publicly on social media. But these private companies control the digital space, absolutely. So it's really their rules that matter. I'm just trying to slide in your DMs, Nate Dogg. Interesting.
Who are leaving TikTok right now. I don't know the numbers, but and they're going to this other app. Shout out to Upscrolled as like a TikTok alternative. I myself.
If someone follows you from the town square, then that's stalking. Yeah, and like these rules apply in the public realm. I get it. I agree.
Downloaded and playing around with it to see what it's all about. They are degrading the experience of TikTok for a political agenda. And because he has so much money, like it almost could be like a catch and kill situation where he doesn't really care that much if the platform has the widest reach or is the most financially successful if it is serving a political agenda. And that political agenda does dovetail with their financial interests because they want to, you know, make sure Trump is happy with what's going on there so that whatever business deals they want to effectuate get a glide path through this administration. And so those are the kind of dynamics that are controlling these platforms, not anything that's in any thought of like the public interest or what's appropriate under a speech or First Amendment standard. That doesn't even enter into the calculation whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, I think they genuinely don't care that much whether TikTok is successful as a platform, so long as it is serving the ideological interests of Zionists and also of the Trump administration.
Very
That's
possible.
what yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
certainly what it looks like here in the early days. And look,
Well, and
I
it can serve
believe,
other ends, you know, for their business empire. Sometimes it's like you
Yeah,
can
exactly.
hurt TikTok, but right now, you know, Paramount Skydance needs a merger acquisition or whatever to go through. So everything is like an interconnected web.
Completely. And TikTok is probably nothing profit-wise compared to that broader enterprise. Like that is the bigger picture, which is why corporate consolidation and corporate ownership of all of these media entities is such an incredible, you know, issue and such a pernicious issue as well. So
Well, she has got a point in the sense that, hey, what we watched from Bloomberg before, where they were saying, hey, they don't want the money from TikTok Shop. They don't want the advertising dollars that come from TikTok. They just want control. Like ByteDance still takes the money. It's not even about money. This is about control. Say it and so. Spandunk in the house. Yeah, they're public spaces. If someone goes to your page and comments stuff there, it can be harassment. But in a forum, social media post, blog, it's all public, so it's not harassment. You can't just ask them to stop speaking to you and then not leave. There's and if it's done in someone's business, say a club, they have a duty of care. No. Yes, I agree. Yes. They have a duty of care. But like if someone breaks the law in your club, or violates, I don't know, the First Amendment or something like that, then like that is a federal matter, or it's like a legal matter for the individual. But like, yeah, you have a duty of care. I get that. We're also talking about transnational corporations, and so they don't actually belong to any individual company. So making sure that they actually fulfill their duty of care. Like, how do you pin them? Where do you go after them? In the International Court of Justice? Yeah, if it's genuine harassment, you have to make an attempt to leave the area, even in a club. Weird laws.
So I don't know. It's certainly looking like TikTok is not going to be the same, at least for political content. And they may just turn it into, like, I saw someone saying they're effectively turning it into threads where political content is deranked, where it's essentially, pushed to the sidelines in favor of just like, the most anodyne, like sports, cooking, things
Well, that's
that
where you
are
make all the money.
politically neutral and safe.
Yeah, that's where all the money is made. Remember, there are channels that do probably 1/5 the amount of views that you and I will get, who will make probably either the same or even sometimes more money because they cover very blasé thing, and the advertisers don't want to be connected. Like, advertisers don't like political content. They never have. Unfortunately, you can't kill the democratic want of a lot of people to want to know what the hell is going on. And it's always been inconsistent. YouTube, all these other platforms, they would kill political content if they could, or like in their ideal world, they don't want it there. It's really not. It's much more a pain in the ass for them than it is in terms of a moneymaker. And yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. This is why, again, I think we need federal legislation. People need to come in, set a clear standard, and just be like, this is it. This is how we go from here on out. Because every 4 years, watching Zuckerberg go from being a Biden suck up to standing behind Trump at the inauguration.
In your own courts, and if they don't comply, strangle their ability to operate in the country. Yeah. Force them into selling their operations to you. Let them keep a 20% share because they actually know how it works. And then they just continue the same system. But now you just control the conversation that happens on those platforms. Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. Like, ideally, yes, just control them. But we have seen what happens when you take action, or what it looks like when the US takes action against them. All right, that's it. We've had it off. We want to control the conversation on TikTok, but you guys still have to run the whole thing. And you can have all the money. We don't care about that. We just want the power. So here I assume that these social media companies skirt duty of care by not classifying potential harassment in their public spaces as harassment unless it's quite persistent. No harassment here. We're the best app.
And then now here with the TikTok, it's just too much to constantly be swinging and like sucking up to the people in power, from COVID censorship to denouncing it. It's just like, it's been such a whirlwind over the last 10 years that at a point I'm like, this just needs to be a settled question. We need to put down something and just go from there. And like you said too, these people can't be allowed to control everything because there's danger. There's danger to it. For us as consumers, for you in terms of the information that you're literally getting there, and then also, at a major, like, more democratic question. This is just basic antitrust law. It just needs to go.
Well, and the last thing I'll say is just really important.
It is an antitrust situation, this one. So, like, when it comes to, breaking up or making sure markets work in a good way, there's this idea of antitrust laws. With antitrust laws are supposed to be breaking up huge corporations that start to like just kind of monopolize entire industries, and kill competition. The free market is supposed to be the best thing because it breeds competition. Well, guess what? It also breeds monopolization, and the monopolies consume more and more and just control everything. And then they have agendas because they have such large private interests. And then they use their control over so many parts of the economy, so many parts of a particular industry to get things made in their favor, which completely shits all over the consumer. And so antitrust laws are supposed to be there to protect the consumer class from the particular domination by private individuals and their own agendas. It should be, like, big, massive corporations should be broken up if there is a real fear that their existence undermines the very competition that holds free market society together in the first place. And like, look at Larry Ellison. We just had a look at that. Like, look at the control over media that person now has, from the mainstream media to Hollywood style media, for lack of a better description, children's media, Nickelodeon, hello, and now social media. That's a fucking empire. And like, if you really want to do something about all this type of stuff, if you really find this distasteful, then break up the party. Split these things off into separate entities with their own domains Still sizable entities we're talking about here. But like, they shouldn't be connected under one umbrella, which allows somebody to have a private agenda, which is confrontational to the public interest, to like people at large as consumers, and citizens. Because this one big entity now is influencing politics, and that's affecting the lives of everyone. Dilemmas, you know who didn't get banned for under 16s in Oz? Blue Sky. Yeah, just Blue Sky. No one else. Hey, ew, why not? It's definitely social media, just like X. I'm sure it has nothing to do with being strictly left-wing app in left Labour-controlled Australia. Nothing at all. Yeah, they were the only social media company out there that missed out on the chop. That's for sure.
And to keep in mind why this, ownership ban and shift to the U.S. leadership of the company, why it happened, and the rationale that actually pushed this over the finish line was all about Palestine. There may have been some other ideas to begin with, and people who wanted it, like yourself, Sagar, for different reasons.
Yeah, pushed it for years, but yeah.
But the stated reason, people like Mitt Romney said this outright, that this actually got over the finish line under a Democratic administration, let's keep in mind, was because they didn't like that people were speaking out with regard to the genocide in Gaza. They did not like the pro-Palestine sentiment. Remember Nikki Haley talking about for every minute people spend on TikTok, they become 30% more anti-Semitic or whatever. Like, that is actually the argument that led to this. And so no one should be surprised by the consequences that we are seeing, and by the crackdown on a variety.
But this feeds into remember the Pax Judaica video that we watched? When was that? Like Monday or something? And it was like trying to frame this idea of world empire throughout historical examples from Pax Romanica, Pax Britannica, all these different global empires that have been formed. And they have control through a vast network of control and information. And basically, you got to know the right people at the top of the network, the emperor, and all of their friends in order to control what's going on. But the theory in this piece called Pax Judaica was that, in this day and age, America is the imperial power, but it takes its messaging, it gets signals from another budding empire that doesn't have the military might and the overall infrastructure across the world to control world affairs, but it's very influential, and so it controls America by proxy almost. And that was Israel. If you want to get something done by the Americans, you go through Israel and you make sure you have good relations with them, and then you get whatever you want, and they will speak to the Americans and get it done for you. And so the thesis was that Israel really is the world empire because it controls America and its foreign policy and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, her theory on the idea that a lot of this idea of censoring or controlling TikTok is because there's been a lot of people in the world, around the world, on all social media watching the atrocities in Palestine, and they come up with their own opinions on how they feel about that because they've seen it. And she's like, well, that needs to be stopped. We are supposed to tell the people what to think about certain issues, not them get their own footage from the ground and make up their own opinions about how they feel about that. It does play into that Pax Judaica sentiment or theory that we were looking at the other day. What's this? The Chaser. Nation confident inability to guess. Oh, is this after what happened in Perth? Nation confident inability to guess the alleged bomber's race based on lack of terrorist label. Oh my God. As Australians are left in horror following the lack of coverage of the attempted bombing of an Invasion Day protest in Perth, many around the nation are pretty sure we can guess the race of the unnamed alleged attacker based on his ability to avoid the terrorist label. That's fucking hilarious. It's true though. Like, what the hell? This person threw a bomb, and then it's like, well, we got to follow due process. Let's not be hasty in classifying this as an act of terror. Let's just everyone cool off. Just threw a bomb into a crowd of like 2,000 people. A device classified by the police commissioner as a potential mass casualty event. Everyone calm down. We don't want to throw the T line around so easily. My God. Seriously. Yeah, you're not the only one. Yeah. Interesting. What have I missed here? I don't actually know who owns it or WhatsApp. Oh yeah, that's a meta thing. That's for sure. But yeah, didn't think it was right wing. Just noticed it was big one that got skipped. What's this one? What are we talking about here? It's not necessarily right wing, but didn't they miss WhatsApp as well? That's a pretty big one. What, the under 16s ban miss WhatsApp? Is that what you mean? I'm pretty sure that is. Well, that's meta, because the antitrust people, who is it? The FTC? Is it the Federal Trade Commission? They were going after Meta and trying to break up Meta from WhatsApp to Facebook app to something else of their own. Instagram, of course. They were trying to figure out whether they should break them up or not. Mystery didn't shed a single tear. Yeah, just like Penny Wong. Volta, Israel is putting in the work to make those white supreme conspiracies correct in their assessments. Where are the calls for a royal commission? Yes, that's a fucking good point, Ninja Nurse. You know what? I demand a royal commission, and not just a Western Australia royal commission. I want a royal commission at the federal level into how this could have happened. Fucking oath. Mystery didn't shed a tear. I want a royal commission who did that. How could you have watched this story and not cried? Yeah, but ideology matters unless he was motivated to cause fear, to incite change, not just hurt people. It's not technically terrorism. I tried to Google it, but I couldn't find a good list of right-wing apps that didn't get banned. Meta fell in line after Trump got in. Yes, and that saved them from antitrust. Kind of not surprised. I know our censorship here is going hard on the NSN while Labor is in charge. I don't know if that's really even down to Labor particularly. Like I've said, that legislation that was pushed through, I think both sides of the uni party were like all over that like a rash. Apart from the Nationals, who are scared of One Nation at the moment, so they jumped off that, 3 of them, to save face in the wake of One Nation. And so like the NSN were an obvious target of that. Like the NSN by its existence is anti-Semitic. And so like it was always easy to see who was going down first in the light of that. Even if you had 2 Wongs, you still wouldn't get it right. Man, you've used that one many times. You need some new material. All right. Interesting.
Types of political speech. So we'll see what happens when they get their power outage figured out, and what the state of TikTok is after they get all of that worked out. But so far, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's get to Ahmed Khan.
Pretty grim. Pretty grim. Oh my God. Boycott TikTok, make it bankrupt. Yeah, that'll show the Chinese that are the ones that are getting the profits from it. Hey? It was never about China spying issues. It was always about, is not Rail's control over content Americans are consuming. It's always interesting how the glitch never seems to block pro-Zionist or pro-Trump videos. Larry Ellison is in the Trumpstein files. So good. Trumpstein. That's how you get around the censor. The more they try to silence people, the more they will be hated. Dun dun dun. Labour is still right-wing. They are still dirty capitalists. Those laws were written by a lobby group well before Bondi. It has too much. It has to do with America because Trump wants to fight China for the US. You miss 100% of the shots you don't make. Didn't they already try to boycott TikTok? All the makeup preteens had a cry. Savage. Savage. Damn, Ellison is in the files. Why would they censor him? I think really, like, whether Larry Ellison is actually in the files, I think it's actually a non-issue. What is they are protecting a class interest here. They're all better together, and they're just like, we have got to stop talking about Epstein. Like, it's not gonna be any good for any one of us, whether we like each other or not, to have like the inner workings of the ruling class in America exposed to the people writ large because of that dickhead Epstein. Hey? It was fun while we were having parties in the 90s. It was great. We had some good times. But like, can't people just get over it? If they really knew how we lived, how we controlled things, it'd all be over within a week. Ninja Nurse, here it is. Pauline Hanson, 26% preferred prime minister, 39% for Albanese, elbow sleazy, Susan Lay, 16%. Hey, there it is. Ninja Nurse flinging your propaganda into the stream chat there. Thanks for sharing. Although I would have also accepted, even if you get two Wongs, you don't get a white. LOL. Everyone blames Epstein for this blowing up, but he didn't kill himself. Hey? Take that back. How dare you? Have your own opinions on that. It's clear that he killed himself. It's very clear. All right. I think that's all I wanted to cover with TikTok today. I want to get into some investigation of Cuba, actually. So, like, I want to have a look at like what's going on with Trump and his attack. Well, he's ramping up of the rhetoric on over Cuba. And so, like, as you would probably be aware, after Venezuela happened and they flew in and took out Maduro, one of the first things the Trump administration turned around and said, Cuba's next. They're on the chopping block. Basically, I guess you would say, yeah, G'ing up Cuba and say your economy won't last without Venezuela. So you guys are next. Economic pressure on. We're going to destabilize Cuba. And bring it back into the fold. So like this is ramped up, I guess you'd say. And like we get tidbits of it here and there, like over the weeks, you get a little bit of a little bit more on Cuba here, a little bit more on Cuba there. And I know that attention is probably turning to Iran again, which is important to talk about the Iran situation and why the manufacturing consent for an actual attack on Iran. But I would be mindful to keep Cuba in the back of our minds, considering that, like, you know, it is so close. It's Venezuela ready, if you know what I mean. Like, Iran's like, you know, it's hard. Other side of the world, you got to really get ready. You got to be careful because they can retaliate properly. Like Cuba, you know, it's another Venezuela type situation. It's like way more easy to do, I would argue, and get all the political points from it as well. And so, like, they might just play this card whenever they feel like it. So we should be across it. So I want to have a look at some Cuba-Trump relations. So we're going to have a quick break now. And then we will be back with some Trump v. Cuba. And I'm going to continue for the rest of the afternoon. Strap yourselves in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we're back. Let's do this. If AI took over, would we know? Or would it keep us feuding? I think it would. It would definitely keep us feuding. Like in the sense that, you know, algorithms love a bit of drama. They love a bit of drama. That's actually what seems to be the most important. Somehow AI would be like, let them fight. Because it's good. It's good for attention. Keeps people's eyeballs on our media platforms. Spandong, don't necessarily think it should be America policing the world. As hilarious as Team America was, it shouldn't be a documentary, but also we're not doing better anywhere else in the West. We tacitly approve of all these countries' human rights violations with cooperation and trade. Once you strip away ego and belief, there's only self-interest, and every nation will always work towards its perceived self-interest. It sounds like the problem in that last statement is the idea of the nation. Okay? If we were truly a human race and were able to pull ourselves away and become an international working class, despite our national self-interests, we could do a lot more. I say we abolish the idea of nations. Just bring us together as a human race. Let's do that. Okay? That's the true socialist way. Unite all the workers of the world. Borders mean nothing. Nations are nothing but a concept. What if one day you see a guy walking on his hands, you ask what he's doing, and he shows you an app that pays money for random jobs that don't make sense? It's possible. I'd like to see where you're going with that one. But it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible, man. All right, let's have a look at recent events that have like re-sparked the conversation about Cuba and the world police, as Spendonk has claimed, whether or not America should be the world police in regards to Cuba or not. The only problem with getting rid of smaller states or nations for larger ones is who's going to lead it. You just consolidated a lot of power. Yeah. But in reality, AI has a bigger picture it is working towards, and we are just ants looking up at humans, so to speak. Yeah. That's the big scare. That's the big Terminator style response to AI. That we're all just going to be slaves to the machines if they choose to keep us alive. That's the real clarification point. If AI is all powerful and has already taken over, will they choose to keep us around, us ants, or will they eradicate us? That's when the human race will actually have to unite. So once AI takes over and everybody puts down their differences and the entire human race has got a shared enemy in the Terminator Wars, that's when nations will no longer have any relevancy, when we've only got the human race to fight for against the machines. All right, so this is coming out like yesterday. I think Trump has been questioned over Cuba again, and we'll see what the American position on Cuba is right now.
What are your plans, Mr. President? What are your plans for Cuba, Mr. President? Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know. Anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people.
So quiet.
We're going to keep it that way. What are your plans, Mr. President? What are your plans for Cuba, Mr. President? Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know. Anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people. This is not a Cuba room, but that's all right. There are plenty of them around, especially in Miami. And Cuba will be failing pretty soon. Cuba is really a nation that's...
Cuba will be failing soon. We have looked into our crystal ball from Breaking Point, and Cuba's going to fall, man. That's why we need the Elon of Mars to show us the way.
Very close to failing.
We're talking about
You know, they got their money from Venezuela. They got the oil from Venezuela. They're not getting that anymore.
We were talking about the polls earlier. Clearly, your base is with you, strong and supportive. They're very
Stronger than. By the way, our base. Our base is with us. I think they're the best poll numbers. The real poll numbers, I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Think of it, if I were to run again, would anybody be happy? You know?
That one's for you, Jag. If I run again, am I right? Am I right?
Numbers, the real poll numbers, I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Think of it, if I were to run again, would anybody be happy? You know? So we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hear from Greg Abbott saying you need to recalibrate your.
There you go. Cuba is failing. Cuba will fail. It's coming. It's coming. So I want to learn more about this whole Cuba situation. So that's what we're going to be doing for a little while. Bring up a map, E. Let's put some bets down for the order of countries around America to get some swift freedom up them. Yeah. Well, like, you know, a week ago, all that anyone could talk about was Greenland getting some swift freedom dealt to them. Venezuela's had the freedom delivered, thank God. They were in dire need of a little bit of freedom. That's for sure. Mexico, I think Mexico is a good prime choice for a little bit of American freedom, especially in the northern parts where they can justify going in and taking out the cartels despite the needs and the wishes of the Mexican population. But there's like a lot of trade issues that go down there if they do that too abruptly. And Canada, like Canada is the place, man. As far as I'm concerned, it is one of the places that, you know, if America really is worried about that northern sea lane access through the Arctic region as the ice melts away, then like Canada is pretty fucking important, I would say. Like they're completely entwined. But like, so he's going to go south or north? What does Polymarket say? Mexico, it's too brown. All right, so Canada first, then Mexico. That's funny. Well, look, we'll see. But Cuba, why not? Cuba has been an absolute thorn in the side of the American empire for so long. So long. Always the potential for it to really cause some strategic problems for the US. Some real strategic problems. Like, look what happened with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Soviets came in. Goddamn Soviets. Shipped nukes to Cuba. Had them stationed. Pointed at the Americans. Could have gone down at any point. Seconds away from nuclear war on the doomsday clock. It's always been problematic. And what a better time than now. Venezuela worked. Trump's doing the whole we control the world thing and no one can do anything about it. And like, why not now? Like conditions might not be ripe in a few years. It might not be justifiable to give Cuba some of that swift liberty. Mexico would be the Iran in this picture. LOL. Yeah. And Cuba, with Cuba, he gets bragging rights. And it also, let us not forget the importance of someone like Marco Rubio in all of this. Marco Rubio, who is a Cuban descendant, let's say. He seems to be the chief orchestrator of anything that goes down with policy in Latin America, foreign policy in Latin America. And he has his own vendetta. He hates Cuba, and he hates kind of the leftist governments that are in control of certain parts of Latin America. And so like his big agenda, I know you've said like he gets bragging rights, but Rubio will be the one that gets bragging rights. He's the guy on the inside of the Trump administration, Secretary of State, who really wants to make sure that Latin America comes into the fold because of his heritage. He wants Latin America as a unequivocal vassal state, I guess you would say, protectorate, whatever you want to call it, semi-autonomous region of the American state. Like, keep them at arm's length as much as possible, though, right? Because you want to take over certain places that have been left scarred by economic sanctions placed by the US, because then you have to invest all this money to bring them up to speed if you integrate them into the nation state. But like, if you just keep them at arm's length but under complete control, then like much better situation. Poor Cuba. They have universal healthcare, and then America enters the chat. Yeah, they were too progressive in this part of the world. That's for sure. Way too progressive with their evil socialism. Now, what I find really surprising is this. Now, we have here in step Mexico. This is Claudia Sheinbaum. If you're not across this image, if she's not a regular, we have covered various elements of her presidency over time as it relates to America, of course. But Mexico has been steadfast, I would say, in its support for Cuba, like Latin American style solidarity. We understand the plight of the Cuban people. We've seen firsthand what it's like to deal with American aggression or American freedom, let's call it. And so we know the pressures of being involved in diplomatic relations with the US, but they have so far, and from what I can see from her statements, like up until a couple of weeks ago, she's like, no, we will support Mexico where needed. We send them supplies, send them oil. We have a good relationship with them to help them. Now, just yesterday, if you can call it that, I don't know, 12 hours ago, she's come out with an interesting statement.
Pemex toma decisiones en la relación contractual que tiene.
Pemex makes decisions that, talking about certain corporations here. Pemex makes decisions on its contractual relationship with Cuba.
Tiene con Cuba a partir de las decisiones que se toman.
Based on the
con Cuba.
Based on the choices they
make. A partir de las decisiones que se toman.
¿Y por qué se toma ahora y no antes?
And why not now? And why now and not before? So Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said Tuesday her government has at least temporarily stopped oil shipments to Cuba, but struck an ambiguous tone, saying the pause was part of general fluctuations in oil supplies, and that it was a sovereign decision not made under any pressure from the United States. So keep that in mind. This is an interesting development, I must say. He'll rename South America, the Freedom Peninsula. Hey?
Pues, así como durante...
Just as for a time there were no shipments, and then there were shipments, and then no shipments again, and so on.
Durante un tiempo no se envió, y después sí se envió, y otro tiempo no se envió, y sí se envió. Entonces México siempre ha sido solidario.
Mexico has always shown solidarity and will continue to do so.
México va a seguir siendo solidario. Entonces, la decisión de cuándo se envía.
So the decision of when to send it, oil, and how to send it is a sovereign decision and is in line with what Pemex defines.
Cómo se envía, pues es una decisión soberana y está en términos de lo que defina Pemex.
According to contract terms, or in some cases the government's humanitarian decision to send it in specific circumstances.
En función de los contratos, o ya en todo caso del gobierno, de una decisión humanitaria de emplear en determinadas circunstancias.
Y mucha gente aquí piensa de que
local resident. Many people here think Donald Trump doesn't really
Donald
care.
Trump realmente no le interesa el pueblo de Cuba, porque si les interesara realmente
And the people of Cuba, because if he cared, he wouldn't put so much pressure
Cuba
on
no
us.
ejercían tanta presión sobre nosotros, porque la
What type
presión
of
la tiene el
pressure?
pueblo, no la tiene un gobierno.
Because the pressure is on the people, not the government, by cutting us off economically from the world. Now, this is really short and really small, but like, what the fuck is going on? Again, Mexico has come out multiple times, I would say, since the Cuba stuff really started happening after Venezuela went down. They reignited kind of this discussion, and they're just like, Cuba won't last, Venezuela provided them with oil and all this sort of stuff, and Cuba's going down. And now all of a sudden, Claudia Sheinbaum is coming out and she's like, look, we're just cutting off oil to Cuba because of contractual obligations. This is a business decision, I swear. Blair, not AP. Eh? Well, give me another source and we'll see if she says the same thing. But like, it's a weird circumstance. Let's say, let's use her language. This is a very weird circumstance. Why now, as Trump is saying things like, you know, Cuba is going to fail, is Mexico all of a sudden, in the height of a time, you would need to show solidarity with Mexico, with Cuba, if you were Mexico, and you really wanted to demonstrate the true meaning of solidarity in the face of the American president saying that Cuba is going down. It's like, look, we've decided we love solidarity, but in this case, we're just going to cut them off from oil. Because the strategy so far, the conversation that's come out of Marco Rubio, Trump, all that sort of stuff, is like, you know, if we cut them off from where they get their supplies from, the government's gonna completely buckle. This is just like the Iran situation. I think somebody already said that Cuba is the Iran of the Caribbean, and like it pretty much is. Like they've been doing economic warfare against Cuba since the 60s, hasn't relented. Like it might have waxed and waned a little bit with different presidents, but like it's pretty consistent economic warfare. And so the pressure, the screws are being tightened just a little bit more here. Sheinbaum just completely randomly is now cutting off Cuba from access to Mexican oil. Coincidence? I'm just putting it out there. It's up to you to decide whether you think it's an actual step in the Iran playbook. It's like continually tightening the screws until they're completely crushed. And then the government wants to the people want to depose the government themselves because they can't deal with the economic pressure anymore. Well, get on board with democracy and people might stand up like Greenland. No one's going to defend an authoritarian regime, just like Venezuela. Mexico's just doing what's best for themselves. See, I see your point, but like, let's use Greenland, as you said. People might stand up like Greenland because they've got democracy. It's got nothing to do with the fact that Greenland is a fucking red light for the Europeans. They're just like, holy shit. We always turn a blind eye when America does this to other people, but when they do it to Europe, oh God, no. We better stand up for Greenland. No, it's just because Greenland's got a bit of that sweet, sweet democracy that everybody wants to stand up for Greenland. It's got nothing to do with the Europeans being like, oh shit. This could be us next. Oh my God. We did everything America wanted. And they're still coming for us? I thought we were safe. No. It's just because Cuba has authoritarianism. Mexico is just doing what's best for themselves. They don't owe Cuba or its regime anything. Fine. They don't. They don't. But it is in their words repeatedly that they will stand in solidarity with Cuba and have good relations with them. So much for the solidarity now, eh? Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. We care when Europe complains because they're democratic. No, but they complain not because they're democratic. Or like, it's not we care because they're democratic. I'm saying it's like a completely European phenomenon. It's not because they're democratic. It's because it's happening to them now. And this is where the West collectively draws the line. Can't do it in Europe. It's got nothing to do with their political position. It's just like, shit, you can't do that to Europeans. Hey? Fine. Do it in Cuba. Do it in Venezuela. Do it in Iran. God, don't do it to us nice European people. No one is going to defend the US, question mark. So no one is going to defend the US, question mark. What a surprise. LOL.
Shifting our focus now, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has defended his country's military preparedness exercises, calling it a deterrent against potential aggression from the United States. President Donald Trump this month, remember, had warned that Cuba...
Okay, so reportedly, I don't know, I haven't checked this myself, but like reportedly, Cuba has been doing some military exercises kind of thing. This is the exact same thing that happened in Venezuela. Venezuela weren't just sitting there doing fuck all. Like they were doing military exercises, getting their paramilitary out on the streets in massive numbers by the millions to like kind of show that they're ready for a fight if the Americans try to come in. And little did they know the Americans were just going to fly in the middle of the night and fly out again. And there was never going to be any hand-to-hand combat in the streets. The Americans were never invested in that type of operation. And so the Cubans are doing the same thing. And like let's just look at the history or the evidence of what we've seen so far. Like I said, the Venezuelans did something similar. I didn't stop that. But the only thing that is different so far has been Iran, and Iran has different weapons that can cause more damage, especially to Israel in all of this. And so because they have different weapons, they need a slightly different approach to someone like Cuba, who's very much like the Venezuelans. We could just fly in there in the middle of the night. Actually, you know what? Cuba's closer. It'd be so much easier. Fly in the middle of the night, do what we need to do, and get out. Now, if Cuba still had nuclear weapons, though, I don't think we'd be having this conversation in the same way. Just going by the logic that no one is going to defend an authoritarian regime, I was wondering where you were going with that. Ouch. Hey, so no one is going to defend the US because they are an authoritarian regime. There's that R word again, Jack. You take that back. You take that back. The tech bros with their investment in AI. We don't have flying cars. We get this one nation or no nation. Orange is the new desperation. That's some pretty good AI. Albert's not great, but Susan Leigh's pretty good. Susan Lai, sorry. I found this for the afters, Paul and Hanson being hypocritical about freedom of speech. I love how this has aged. Oh, no way. Interesting. Pauline Pants Down. Pauline Pants Down was a revolutionary. So was Triple J back in the day. There's a long time between drinks now. But do you think the West draws the line because it's not states that aren't part of the West? And would they be considered more Western if they were more democratic? Well, like, I don't know. It's a fair question. Because, like, what would happen if, like, America attacked Japan or South Korea or, like, threatened them? Like, would Europe be like, oh, my God, but they're democratic and they're pretty much Western, right? Like, I know they're Asians, but they're pretty much Westerners. They do deals with us in the free market and they have like democratic structures, right? But like, no, I think it's legit. I think it's proximity. Europe didn't see it coming that America would just threaten military action against a NATO ally. And so like, they're like, oh shit. And they're like, really, really packing it in this case because they're European. Not because they have Western values, like they believe in the free market and democracy. I think it's because it's too close to home. I honestly think that is a massive factor. I'm not saying it explains everything. It's a massive factor, though. Cuba puffing with their chest with drills as a deterrent against America is like the kidnapper in Taken telling Liam Neeson, good luck. They could fly in from Mar-a-Lago and be back in time for Jesse Waters' prime time on Fox News. I know, right? They could do it all from Mar-a-Lago. Oh, man. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. South Korea is a good example. War is fine as long as if there was a vote. Sorry, war is fine as long as there was a vote. Oh, eh? Could you imagine voting on that as well? Looking back, I see what Triple J, ABC was doing, and it worked till now. Would the world stand up? They are more democratic and Western. I'd hope so. See, I think Europe would be outraged if America threatened South Korea or something like that. The world would be outraged, but like, would the Europeans act in the way they did, like as feverishly. I don't know. I'm skeptical on that, man. I really am skeptical. It's not just because their political system aligns and they share Western values for the free market. It's just that one was just, that's panic mode for the Europeans. Like, no, no, not Greenland. No, don't do this. We still need NATO. I love you. All right, let's get back to this, shall we?
Cuba is ready to fall and strongly suggested it to make a deal or pay a price similar to Venezuela, referring to the January 3rd operations that led to the capture of Nicolas Maduro. Venezuela was a key ally of Cuba and a critical supplier of oil and money, which Trump has vowed to cut off. Reports suggest that the Trump administration is in search for vowed to ally of Cuba and a critical supplier of oil and money, which Trump has vowed to cut off. Reports suggest that the Trump administration is in search for Cuban government insiders who can help cut a deal to push the authoritarian leftist administration by the end of this year.
This is the same Venezuelan playbook as well. Do you remember, like, just like months before it happened? Maybe not even. A couple of months before the Venezuelan thing went down, there were all those reports, like just openly in the media, so brazen. And they're just like, Trump authorizes CIA operations in Venezuela to bring down Maduro government. And so, like, it sounds like they're back to the same tricks.
To push the authoritarian left government in. Reports suggest that the Trump administration is in search for Cuban government insiders.
Cuban government insiders. They're just looking out for them. Hello, are there any government insiders here? We'd like to have a talk.
Help cut a deal to push the authoritarian leftist administration by the end of this year. Amid the growing escalation, Diaz-Canel on Saturday supervised military exercises that included a tank unit from Cuba's armed forces. He was accompanied by Cuban General Alvaro López Miera, who is the Minister of the Armed Forces, and other high-ranking military officials. In remarks broadcast on Cuban TV, Diaz-Canel said that the best way to prevent aggression is for imperialism to have to calculate the price of attacking the country.
It's the Iran defense. Like, this is it. The Venezuelans, they were trying this one as well. Like, you just gotta, if they're gonna threaten to take you out, just make them feel like it's going to come at a heavy cost. Eh? You're not going to take it easy. Definitely not.
He added that it has a lot to do with preparation for this type of military action, referring to the drills. Cuba's National Defense Council, which is led by Diaz-Canel, recently met, and according to an official government statement, the council met with the objective of increasing and improving the level of preparedness and cohesion among the country's leadership, to analyze and approve the plans as well as measures for transitioning to a state of war. It, however, did not provide any further details.
Interesting. Because you don't get any of those reports that really, like, from US media, I guess, anyway, or Western media. You don't get them talking about, like, what the actual Cubans have been up to. Here it is. That has a lot to do with our preparation for this type of military action. This takes on significant importance in the current circumstances. We have to run some exercises, get some video footage out, and spread that around social media so people know that we mean business, just in case America starts playing Team America World Police again. America likes South Korea as a buffer zone for North Korea, just in case. Yeah, so, like, I know the Korean example, the Japanese example is, it, like, doesn't really work in the sense that, like, the US isn't going to try and attack South Korea or Japan anytime soon because they're the front line against China. So they're happy to have them exactly where they are. Don't worry about it. All right. Let's get some more info on this. Trump warns Cuba as China expands power. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's have a look at, see what the Chinese have to say. Cross-world news. Let's see what this is like. I haven't come across... Has anyone come across cross-world news before? Not sure of this institution.
China's relationship with Cuba has long been grounded in shared political perspectives, sustained economic cooperation, and a common opposition to external pressure from Washington. Over decades, the two countries have developed ties that extend beyond diplomacy, encompassing trade, infrastructure, technology, and regular political coordination. While the relationship has often unfolded quietly, recent developments have brought it sharply back into international focus. In late January, Beijing publicly reaffirmed its support for Havana at a moment of renewed tension involving the United States. Reaffirmed back into international focus. In late January, Beijing publicly reaffirmed its support for Havana at a moment of renewed tension involving the United States. The timing and tone of China's statement immediately drew attention, not only because of its content, but because of the broader geopolitical context in which it was delivered. At a regular press briefing in Beijing, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs addressed growing international concern over stability in the Caribbean, making clear that it views recent U.S. actions toward Cuba as part of a wider pattern rather than isolated policy decisions. Chinese officials emphasized that developments involving Cuba cannot be separated from regional dynamics or global power competition. In Beijing's view, sustained pressure on Havana risks creating uncertainty in an already sensitive environment. The ministry's remarks reflected a familiar diplomatic position for China, opposition to unilateral measures, emphasis on sovereignty, and a call for stability through dialogue rather than coercion. China's pledge was framed as both political and practical. Officials stated that Beijing would continue standing with Cuba and provide what they described as support and assistance, while also voicing strong criticism of repeated pressure from Washington. The language used was firm but controlled.
That's not what the Mexicans have said. The Mexicans have just ejected from that option. Solidarity, we were conditional on our solidarity. So as long as we don't get pressure from the US for some reason. Sorry, Cuba. I'm going to let you go on this one. We'll let you know when we can trade with you again. We'll let you know when you can have some more oil. Now, China, though, China has vowed to continue to assist Cuba. I wonder what way, shape, or form that means. In the wake of recent comments by the Trump administration about Cuba failing and the prospect of military intervention by the US in Cuba, China has made comments that they stand with Cuba and will provide some type of support for them. I'm assuming this is some type of material aid or assistance. Are you able to speculate on what type of material support China could get to Cuba? Because like they haven't talked about blockading Cuba yet, I'm assuming, unless somebody else has heard news on this. But like that would be the way to cut China out of the picture altogether, which is to blockade, shut it down, blockade Cuba. Possible material support from China to Cuba, emergency financial aid. China recently approved an $80 million US dollars in emergency assistance to help Cuba cope with economic and energy challenges. Funds that Havana can use for urgent needs like buying equipment, stabilizing essential services. So, yeah, financial support makes sense, I guess. Food and humanitarian supplies. Beijing has donated large quantities of rice, tens of thousands of tons, to help address shortages aggravated by supply distributions and sanctions. Hey, I wonder where those sanctions came from. Could be anyone. 3, energy and infrastructure support. China has previously supplied generator parts and power equipment to rebuild Cuba's electrical grid, including almost 70 tons of components. Aid in building solar farms and renewable energy systems to reduce Cuba's dependence on imported fuels. Who would have thought that when a country can be cut off from energy supplies, they might have to seek renewables as an alternative? No, surely it's just a woke agenda. It's got nothing to do with people being a bit worried that they won't get access to oil. Hey, thanks, Mexico. Thanks for cutting us off. Humanitarian and disaster relief aid. China has sent emergency kits and supplies after hurricanes and natural disasters that have hit the island. Yeah, apparently last year there was some massive storms. I guess maybe a cyclone or something like that tore up one of the main power generating, or maybe a substation. A large part of the electrical grid in Cuba went down like massively thanks to some storms, and they were really fucked. Like, taking away electricity from people in this day and age, good luck. And China was helping out with that. Beyond immediate aid, Beijing has expanded economic cooperation across sectors. So they can what we're talking about here is equipment. So parts for electricity generation and rice. We can wire you some cash if you want, but if you can't buy stuff on anybody else, I don't know what the cash is going to help you with. Interesting. Rice and electricity. These are the basics, ladies and gentlemen, for your society in a world that is becoming increasingly volatile. If the world order breaks down and we get that 1984 style breakup of the world into Eurasia, America, whatever the breakdown is, when in your little regional bubble, if you get completely fucking cut off from the world economy, trade for you is going to come down to whether you can get rice to feed your people en masse, and if you can generate energy so you can still have a little bit of electricity so society can function on a slight basis. Crazy. Always have been. What's that a reference to? Something that I read or said? Pulling pants down. I'm a backdoor man. Just had to listen. It's not bad. Thanks for the propaganda. Interesting.
Clearly designed for a global audience. It signaled that China sees the issue as one with international implications, not merely a bilateral disagreement between the United States and Cuba. At the center of China's message was a broader argument rooted in sovereignty and development. Beijing accused the United States of policies that, in its view, restrict Cuba's economic choices and place limits on the daily lives of its people. Chinese officials
It's a fair point. We just heard the guy that was being interviewed before in Cuba, and he was just like, "Come on, man, the sanctions. They're not hurting the government. They're hurting us, the people. It sucks being cut off from the world economy. This is hurting people, not just the government." Most will be fine. Melbourne and Sydney will be in chaos if the system goes down. There's no anti-East Coast sentiment that I'm feeling there. The vibe of that comment there is that fucking Melbourne and Sydney, I hope they go down first. I want to see them eat themselves. They'll tear each other apart when they don't have electricity and rice. They'll be the first to go.
Presented their stance as grounded in international law and regional stability rather than ideology alone. By framing the issue this way, Beijing sought to align its position with concerns shared by many developing nations that oppose economic pressure as a foreign policy tool. Speaking on behalf of the Chinese...
So is this AI news? Are we watching AI stuff? I haven't seen a presenter yet. The voice sounds okay, but the choppiness of the editing on the video is definitely giving me, this is just AI slop from a video perspective, but is this a real person narrating this? You decide. Queensland is east. They'll be fine too. Yes, the heartland of One Nation will be fine. But those woke cities will tear themselves to pieces.
Government, a spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs addressed reporters directly, delivering a statement that underscored Beijing's dissatisfaction with Washington's approach. The spokesperson called on the United States to change course, urging it to lift restrictions and respect Cuba's right to development. The message was unambiguous and carefully worded to reinforce China's long-standing opposition to sanctions. The statement reflected a familiar Chinese diplomatic approach, advocating dialogue, rejecting unilateral pressure, and portraying economic restrictions as harmful to regional stability. However, the timing of the message gave it added significance. It came as relations between the United States and Cuba were once again deteriorating following months of sharp rhetoric and renewed warnings from Washington. For Cuba, the moment represents a period of heightened alert. In Havana, President Miguel Diaz-Canel has been emphasizing national preparedness and unity. In recent appearances, he has been seen alongside members of the country's armed forces during large-scale exercises. Cuban officials have repeatedly described these activities as defensive and precautionary, stressing that they are intended to ensure readiness rather than provoke confrontation. Cuban leadership has argued that maintaining preparedness is essential in light of sustained external pressure. Decades of strained relations with the United States continue to shape both policy decisions and public messaging in Havana. Officials frequently refer to historical experience when explaining their approach, emphasizing the importance of resilience and vigilance.
All this, come on, it's just talky. Okay, the Chinese said this, the world's saying this, just leave them alone, let them be a sovereign nation, let them be a sovereign people, stop cutting them off, stop being aggressive in your language. Hey, do we have to sort it out like this? Can't we do this diplomatically or with commerce? We're always open to business. Does it have to be like this? Interesting. Well, I expected nothing less, I guess, from a Chinese response to this. Don't do it, America. Remember international law? Hey? Okay, what's it? Oh, Fox Business analyzing this. This will be interesting. Wonder what Fox has to say about this. Breaking news, Trump working to crush Cuba's communist regime. Oh, I guess we've answered the question already. Trump working to crush Cuba's communist regime. It's got the triple C. They've got alliteration in that title as well. It does it all. Crush Cuba's communist regime. And the R word.
President Trump says not in America's backyard. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the president and his team are working behind the scenes to topple Cuba's communist regime by the end of the year. Sources say
by the end of the year. Oh, there's a time frame on it. That's nice. Well, at least we know what we're working with here. At least they give heads up to the Cubans for the end of their state. Fucking funny. Actively seeking regime change in Cuba.
the administration is actively searching for Cuban government insiders willing to help cut a deal. The White House believes the moment is now. Cuba's economy is nearing collapse. You got food and fuel shortages, rolling blackouts, a government that appears as fragile as ever. This after the U.S. arrested their biggest ally, Venezuelan dictator Nicolas.
And why? Why are they fragile? Because they're stupid commies. That's why. Hey, can't make their economy work. See, free market's so much better. What about the sanctions? Don't worry about the sanctions. It's just because socialism sucks. Make sure you don't forget to read the comments. I wonder what the Fox business community thinks. America's brightest capitalist minds. Let's do it now. The Cuban people absolutely deserve so much better than what they have done on the island. Interesting. 67 years of brutal dictatorship is enough. I hope so. It's long overdue. Please pray for the freedom in Cuba. For freedom in Cuba. That's right. Here's some swift freedom for you. American style. Okay. The US never should have let the Cuban Missile Crisis go to waste. They should have taken Cuba then. It's just so imperial as well, isn't it? So good. This is the inside of the Roman Empire. We should have just taken the territory and just wiped them off the map. That would have sorted it. Interesting. I'm Cuban born and American, naturalized. Watch out, ICE is coming for you. I would really appreciate it if this government would remove those dictators and reestablish a democratic government. It's been too much suffering for too long for my people. Enough. Damn, not as spicy as regular Fox comments. No, the business community has the edge on the general Fox audience. But like, there's a lot of talk for freedom all of a sudden. Code for swift American action. So, freedom for Cuba. Just need, if they just had just a little bit more freedom, God, we wouldn't even have to have this conversation. Sick of this. America has to clean up all of this stuff. These people can't control themselves. They can't make it work. All right, it's time for some more freedom. Just saw a story of a police officer in Adelaide getting ear bitten in wild KFC rampage. Yep, simulation. I'm Cuban. Here's another one. Hey, I'm coming to the comment section. I'm Cuban. And this is one of my biggest reasons for voting for Trump. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Marco Rubio. Yeah, the enforcer. There he is. God bless USA. And freedom for Cuba. I'm starting to see a pattern forming here. The people of Cuba have suffered enough. Yet donkeys want everybody to suffer because of their smugness. I'm assuming donkeys is, what, the Democrats? Is that what's being talked about here? People in Cuba are very resourceful. Turn them loose and watch them thrive. Code for turn them loose. Let them into the free market and they will do well. I hate this country so much. Well, like when you have like such blatant discord like that, it's just like they need to have the freedom. Like these poor people. Such exceptionalism. Oh no. No blessings. just freedom. This time you get only the freedom. Oh man, can I get the blessings too? No, just the freedom.
Maduro. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to something I said earlier. I think the president's got a real taste for moves around the globe. Add Cuba to that list. Could be a very good thing for the world, Gary, but it is a big question mark in terms of how that plays out, how much of the president's attention it requires, and what does it mean for the American military, for example?
I lived in North Miami Beach, Florida for a very long time when I was young, and I was very good friends. My family was very good friends with Cubans that came from Cuba, was telling us stories.
The man con on the Cuba thing is so interesting in the States. You really gotta remember that like there are Cubans in America that want this. They need Cuba to be liberated from the United States, liberated by the United States, because there are evil Cubans over there, communists. And they're coming to get you. And what's best for the Cuban people really is this. Crushing Cuba's communist regime. So good. Here's some freedom. Now do what I say or else. The blessing is the freedom. America. So good.
You would not believe. And I cannot believe it's 2026 and just 90 miles south of Key West, they're still in the position they were 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. And it nauseates the hell out of me that you have some politicians on a certain side that have glamorized Cuba and the Castros and their health care while destroying...
And their health care. They said the line. Who said the health care thing before? Was that you, Ninja Nose? Hey? And they got their health care, and they love their health care. And it's an evil. Sorry, evil? No, not evil. It's a communist regime. Like, are we serious? Are we gonna let this happen? It's 2026, and we haven't dealt with this yet. Outraged.
Citizens there and destroying all hope, and it's still that way to this date. I have been waiting for somebody to do something. It's so close to do. It's a small island. Other islands have thrived with great, by the way, from what I hear, I haven't been there, great beaches and all, all these other places have.
Oh yeah, they got great beaches. They got, like, look at all the social capital they have. We could be using that place as everyone's Mar-a-Lago, not just for Trump and the boys and Epstein. No, that could be everyone's Mar-a-Lago. Those beaches look amazing, but they haven't got their dose of freedom yet.
Thrived in the Bahamas and farther down there. It is about time something gets done for the people of Cuba.
Yeah, it's definitely an authoritarian regime. The question is it America's place to police? And so, like, if you boil it down to just that, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Why do they get to police? Like, and let's just run with the authoritarian regime part, though. Would they be so authoritarian, honestly, if they weren't economically sanctioned? Because that's part of the world police infrastructure that you cannot deny. The world police don't just send in the military. They have economic hitmen and they have sanctions. If you are truly concerned about the world police, you've got to be concerned about, like, how they use economic warfare to cripple someone before taking them out. Military style. Oh yeah. Paradiso di Guantanamo. Oh man. Ha ha ha. Aldi Mar-a-Lago. Timu Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is only worth 18 million. The Democrats told me so. Yeah, imagine if it was the whole of Cuba.
I cannot believe we're still in that same place throughout these years. I don't understand why and I'm not an interventionist, but I don't understand why 90 miles south something has not.
Okay, so let me good. I'm not an interventionist, but they're only 90 miles away and we haven't destroyed them yet. We haven't crushed Cuba's communist regime. Hey, I was just about to release the Mar-a-Lago files. I bet there's some touching going on there. Is this some kind of confession of an economic hitman?
Jump on that, Jackie. Gary makes a great.
I'm not an interventionist, but shouldn't we have taken these guys out already? That's the best line. That's the best line from this interview so far, man. I'm not an interventionist, but why hasn't anyone done anything about this issue yet? But why hasn't anyone intervened yet? I'm not an interventionist. Well, no, the sanctions might have contributed, but on the cause of the regime, we did the same to other countries post-war, and they did not do what Cuba have done. No. Okay, fair. But like, so economic warfare constitutes American police state actions. We agree on that. But like, how I put it to you, if I didn't make it clear, was like, do you not think the regime would be less obvious? The regime would be less authoritarian and looking authoritarian, right? Like, with all the dystopian views they have on this, like, authoritarian regime, because they look like they're still trapped in the 60s. That's why they're so authoritarian. Remember when authoritarian regimes used to actually look like this, like in the 60s? Would they be as authoritarian if they weren't under those economic sanctions? Would they have to consider authoritarian ways of governance if they weren't under economic sanctions? I think it's a fair factor in how authoritarian are we going to go today. How much economic fucking pressure are you under? How much of a siege are you under? Is there like an imminent attack as well that you have to ramp up military operations for and funnel all of your resources into the military now? Because, someone could attack us. Maybe with more trade freedom, it could be argued that people might have moved to a more free system. So maybe. I'm not convinced. It is a factor then. It's a factor in the scale of authoritarianism being good over here and not so good over here. Like the scale, the spectrum, it's impacted. It's impacted by economic warfare, by the fucking world police. See, that's the problem. No one knows that it's not what 90 miles is, not even America. Metric system, people. That's why I definitely give it to you. They're in the sanctions are 100% a contributor. So it's a factor. Let's get, all right. I'm glad we can agree on that. It's a factor. It's hard to say. Cuba could have naturally gravitated towards China or Russia from past history and resentment from a younger generation towards America. But it seems like all these people that have all this resentment are already the ones that got out and are living it up in Mar-a-Lago. And they're just yelling from the sidelines. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I keep cutting off the lovely people from Fox. I'm sorry.
Great point. It's on one hand, you say, how do these guys survive so long? On the other hand, they have. Okay, so when you say
they have,
you're like,
hey, we tried to rat them out, hey, but they burrowed in like ticks.
How could that happen? I think to Gary's point about intervention is you probably got to do something real big if you want to dislodge the communists from Cuba. That even if it's a great thing to do, doing a big thing is a big thing.
And that is why
it's so good. The analysis is fucking great. Even if it is a good thing, we're not even going to question the morality of this one. Even if it is a good thing, and let's just assume that it's still a big thing, which means it's going to cost, what do they call it? Blood and treasure? Is that how the Department of War have been talking about it? It's a big thing. It's going to cost blood and treasure. Blood, maybe. The treasure, I'm not too convinced on. We assume the position that this is a good thing. A good thing for who? Eh? For who? Brother, I just had the wildest experience. Holy crap. I just worked on a job site and had a shed builder come up and start ranting about the Jews. How the country told me Port Arthur was fake, then proceeded to say the most racist shit. This crap's being normalized. To the point people are this confident. Oh, this is why you need to control TikTok, apparently. Hey? Somebody's setting the agenda, ramming it home. The Americans know how to do it. Something to look into, KK. Controlling TikTok. I'm about halfway through Dawn of Everything. Fascinating book. Found it interesting how some of the indigenous tribes shifted between authoritarian and more egalitarian based on the time of the year and based on what they were doing sometimes as well. Like when they got into, like when they used to, I don't know, go through the Great Plains or whatever and hunt buffalo, they'd come together and they'd get more authoritarian. But when they went to other parts of their economy, hey, they would like they get more egalitarian. Crazy stuff. It makes you rethink the possibilities when you read someone like him, because you're just like, wait a minute, humans can decide how they organize themselves socially? That's what humans do? That's all that humans do? Figure out the best way to organize ourselves? So like if this system isn't working for us right now, we should be able to devise a new way of organizing society? That's some crazy thinking. I feel like removing these regimes should be more of a job the UN peacekeepers if they hadn't been neutered, not individual nations stepping in to play cop. Well, it doesn't sound like he was too far off. Martin Bryan had a pretty impressive headshot count for an IQ of 66. We need the WASP file Fridays.
they have survived so long because nobody else has been willing to step up to the plate and take the risk in order to do it. In your intro, Brian, as you were discussing the economic issues and the crisis that the people in Cuba are facing, and in your analysis of how long they have been living under a repressive regime, you could interchange the
Say it enough times that it's true.
words Cuba and Iran to a certain extent, and both situations are very, very similar. In one case, you're dealing with communism. In the other case, you're dealing with militant religious oppression. But these are two situations.
Hobo Joe in the house. How you going? Welcome to the stream. Are you coming to us from Twitch? Do you normally come from the realm of YouTubers? I don't think I've seen you on Twitch before.
That I think the president is closely watching right now after he took care of Venezuela, after he went to Davos and handled
Venezuela, took out the trash. So good.
his Greenland situation, created his board of peace. These are the next two things on the agenda. And yes, unfortunately, in both situations, you've got to do something very, very big. But he's demonstrated that we have the military force and the smart defensive strategies to be able to do that. The question is when he will do it, how he will do it. But this is going to be part of his legacy.
Yeah.
Even if you can't see what the benefits of it are specifically today, you're going to read about this president in history and see that he changed the global stage with respect to how things are done, how countries interact with each other, what kind of power structures we have, and that is going to happen.
When you hear them talking about like the No Kings protests and stuff like that, and people accuse him of being a king, etc., and it's all like, yeah, you know, it's funny, it's clever, but like, you know, he's not really a king, is he? Like, listen to what she just said. She wasn't talking about like politics. And like, you know, in years to come, this will be the watershed political moment where Cuba got its freedom. She's saying Trump is setting up himself for a legacy. The presidency is really a chance for members of the ruling elite, our aristocracy, to come and grace us with their presence as leaders so they can set up their legacy in the history books. This will be remembered forever as like the presidency of Donald J. Trump. It was him that changed world politics forever, rewrote rules on the world stage, took Cuba, Venezuela, Canada, Greenland, consolidated the American empire, and made us who we are today. It's a legacy thing. Legacy goes beyond the idea of like democracy. Democracy is, you know, it's a service. You serve the people as a leader. You're voted in. You're voted out, kind of thing. It's a service. Legacy is like, I'm doing this for the family. I'm doing this for the family. It's so much more kingly or mafioso, whatever. But like, it's got to do with family and their legacy. It's so bold-faced, and they don't care. They're just saying it like it's normal.
That was a quick one. After a rigged election, we had a rigged election. I said, do we do it again? And I said, I think we better do it again. Not too many people who would have said that. But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time. Should we do it a fourth time?
Is he discussing down there, Jag, is he discussing how many times he's going to run for president?
4 victories. We got the right team over there. There's the right team over there. That would be easy for you. That wouldn't even be work. But you came out by...
My God. 4th would be 2028. Interesting. He teased another presidential run at a rally this week. Damn. Well, he made a joke about it in that video footage we saw before when we first started this segment on Cuba. And like he started speaking, like someone asked him and he was like, oh, you know, we're doing well in the polls, kind of thing. Hey, I could be reelected if I wanted to. Definitely. I'm normally on YouTube, but I'm on sites I have to use Twitch. So I can still listen, use my phone while working. Fuck yeah, that's why. So Twitch is better for that. Nice. When they talk about how history will see Trump, I think I'm the reason why they have a warning label now. Oh, man. Govan. The nations are as a drop in the bucket and count for the small dust in the balance. Damn, that was deep. Eh? And, you know, full of despair. 4th would be 2028. It's going to happen. And this is the chat on legacy here. We're building a legacy.
have hundreds of years of lasting impact.
So, Dagan, history books are written a long time after midterm elections happen. Charles said yesterday, sometimes you need somebody who's willing to do the unpopular thing in the short term, even if there's a political hit, because it's the right thing to do. Is this an example of the right thing to do that may muddle the picture in 2026, but history will look back if he's successful and say, good on you for doing it in a midterm election year?
I know a lot of people who are also descendants of, or who fled, actual adults.
Look at all these people coming out in support of Cuban expats. I know Cubans. I know these people. And I can speak from the heart. So
who
good.
fled Cuba as children, or are the descendants or the children or grandchildren of Cubans. And so I understand the importance of the people who are still there being freed from communism. But
oh my God, they really do care about the Cuban expats that want the place to be free, eh? Just like the Americans or Fox supports the Palestinians being free, eh? Eh? Which type of freedom are we talking about here? Half of the Republicans even wouldn't accept a dictator. Fair enough. Time will tell, I guess. It will go down as another tally in the fall of the empire. I know people is the equivalent of, I have a black friend. Yeah, I know. I know Cuban people, man. While Civil War comment got censored, they're going hard recently. Interesting. I know Cubans. I met Pitbull once.
and I can understand where the administration is, where their eyes are, where their heads are, in terms of Western Hemisphere.
Yep.
It's doable. We can execute on this. This is something that people have been, voters of the Republican Party have been clamoring for generations. And as I said earlier in the week, President Trump will be remembered for his achievements, not for his methods. And
that's how you justify. That's a good one. I have to remember that. Right? Have to be remembered by your achievements and not your methods. I wonder if that's how people talked about the Nazi regime in Germany. Like, you have to just understand that we will be remembered for our achievements and not our methods. I'm banking on this one winning. Everyone will remember the achievements. History is written by the victor. I know Cubans. I watched that bunny guy on the sports ball game. I know Cubans. I work for eyes. The old ends justify the means. Hey, yes. That's exactly what, like, hey, the ends justify the means. Hey, in this case, very interesting. But like in particular relation to, freeing some people that need to be freed in this context.
But as just a single person, one individual rather, I worry about what would happen if the Republicans don't maintain the House of Representatives. If there isn't just a singular focus on what is happening here in this country in terms of affordability, if clearly it's been foreign policy, and maybe the focus is on foreign policy because that is easily fixable in the present.
Okay, here's the assessment from Fox News, if you're wondering, on Cuba right now, or Fox Business. You ready? Cuba's important, and we should take care of Cuba, if you know what I mean. But not at the cost of the midterms. Not at the cost of the midterms. We have to be sure that taking out Cuba before the end of the year is actually going to poll well. If this doesn't poll well, we'll just deal with Cuba. We still got like 2 years after that. We can still deal with Cuba outside of that. But the midterms are more important. We got to win those midterms, baby. All this war talk is possibly because they really fear they're going to lose the Senate in the midterms. I know how they could address affordability. Stop blowing up, blowing all our money on policing the world. Don't worry, they could just print more. They got plenty of printing to do. They could quench their lust for violence and look after affordability. But it doesn't help them to look after both at the same time. What midterms? Hey, come on. I look, I'm all with you on the 2028. Trump's going to run again, potentially the last election ever in the US. But like the cut off the midterms, only way I see that happening is if they go the Cuba route, something bad happens. There's a war with Cuba, so close to American soil, state of emergency, no more elections. That's the way I see it. The midterms getting cancelled just because he can? Do you reckon? That's a crazy. I know you said it multiple times, but you believe it. We'll do something if it polls well. Yeah. I didn't say they will cancel them. Okay, interesting. Didn't Argentinians get 900 US each? Yeah. Is that what it amounts to when they give a $20 billion bailout to Argentina? Each Argentinian gets 900 US smackaroos. All right. I just don't think they will be legit. Ah, okay. Interesting. They won't be legit. Well, they're working on that in the background, that's for sure. Changing registration laws or rules, voter registration rules, and the electronic voting machine stuff. The postal vote thing that we saw, they want to cancel postal votes in certain parts. So it'd be, and like postal votes are like, you know, they're easy, especially for, I guess, the elderly. And they're cutting that off. They're working on it. That's part of Project 2025, I'm sure. Look up the SAVE Act. What is the SAVE Act? And more specifically, how does it relate to voting in the US? Brief response, please. War does favor the incumbent. It's a yeah. The fair call. SAVE Act, safeguard American voter eligibility as proposed U.S. federal law that would change how people register to vote in U.S. federal elections. It would require individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship, passport, birth certificate, in addition to registration form before states can accept the process. Yes, this is the voter registration thing that I was talking about before. And like, I remember we were talking about it because I didn't understand what the issue is, but like, the registration, people don't always have their paperwork. They live cross state, and like some people might be hiding from the authorities, if you know what I mean. Hey, if they're like, you know, worried about being picked off and thrown into an unmarked car by an ICE agent, they might not get out to find to re-register to vote. And there'll be people placed at voting stations. Hey, so when they do rock up to vote, all of a sudden there'll be all these people being deported from the voting, from the polls. That is, I remember talking about that now. How it relates to US voting. Amend the existing voter registration system. If enacted, it will end, severely restrict online and mail-in voters. That's the one, that was what I was talking about before as well, yeah. Mail-in is a big thing. Supporters say it's to prevent non-citizen voting. Critics say it would create new barriers that could disenfranchise millions of eligible voters who don't easily have the required documents. Interesting. And particularly women, like you mean because the like maiden name phenomenon that we're talking about here. And like, oh, I haven't done my paperwork. What's it? Chris Zunua? I don't know how to say that properly. I don't really know. You sound like a 6-year-old retard. Hey, look. In fairness, Chris, I'll just say Chris because I can't pronounce your name. These people aren't paid for their intelligence. They're very Fox Newsy, I know. And it does feel like we're listening to 6-year-olds. But trust me, they are paid. And they're probably paid pretty well, even to talk like this. I know the feeling though, Chris. I know what you're saying. Tens of millions of married women whose documents don't match their required documents. Yeah. Yeah.
Since mine, through tariffs, through his bully pulpit. But if it goes the Democrats' way in the midterms, if you think there's an affordability crisis now, look out.
Yeah. And Taylor, I'll go right to you.
So good. What an admission as well on Fox News Business to be like, oh, yeah, if you think there's an affordability crisis now, wait until the Democrats get in. And it's like, well, are you openly admitting that Trump is overseeing an affordability crisis then? Is that the admission there? If you think affordability is bad now under Trump, wait until the Democrats get control. So good. That stank face was so hot. I've heard there were Republican groups purposefully contesting votes in most black communities as their names sounded like immigrant names. These votes weren't counted in the final count. Ballot harvesting is what won Biden in the election. It wasn't stolen. So hot. I'm sure they'd do the same thing again. It's one of the many tactics, apparently.
I wonder, again, with gold and silver, and you talk about what's driving those prices, part of it could be, I posited earlier, maybe it's just the president's very active on the world stage, and that creates a lot of uncertainty. But I would argue it may not even be about America's moves. But if the U.S. goes into Cuba and says no more, I wonder if traders say, gee, how long before China goes into Taiwan and says no more? That, to me, is a gold and silver driving event. So there's a lot of activity and say, gee, how long before China goes into Taiwan? One of America's moves. But if the U.S. goes into Cuba and says no more, I wonder if traders say, gee, how long before China goes into Taiwan and says no more? That, to me, is a gold and silver driving event. So there's a lot of activity on the global stage.
I hear you.
Reshuffling.
Yeah, I think as long as Trump's in office, China can't make a move on Taiwan. I think after what they just pulled off in Venezuela.
So, correct me if I am wrong here, ladies and gentlemen. Is he saying that, like, oh, well, we better be careful of Cuba because we don't give China a justification to go after Taiwan, and that won't be good for traders? Did he say traders? It's not going to be good for the world market if China goes in after Taiwan because it sees us taking Cuba as a justification to do so. Is that what am I hearing that right? That was an interesting one. The only certain thing about Trump is his uncertainty. There are new people in the chat. YouTube chat, plug. Ah, good call. Good call. If you are watching this and you are new here, make sure you hit the subscribe button and follow for more and hit the like button too. If you're on YouTube right now and you haven't done so already, let me just say I'm very fucking disappointed. Very disappointed. But like, yeah, hit the like button. It's good for the algorithm. As we've learned from our TikTok investigation today.
China's like, oh crap, we're not touching Taiwan, right? After what we just did, long term, that's certainly a risk, and that's why we've seen.
Oh wait, I think he's saying it would put more investors in China over Taiwan. It would put more investors in China over Taiwan. The way investments are moving away from Cuba to the US. Investors, okay. I thought a large increase of gold and silver increasing in price was people pulling out of USA bonds to move to safer assets. Yeah. Yeah, right. And they don't like it to China. Yeah, okay. That's an interesting way. It's like that benefits them. The Chinese will get more investment. That's an interesting one.
Companies like TSMC say we want to come and invest and build plants in America just to make sure that we are diversified. I'm sort of agreeing with Dagan, I think, on this, that is Cuba going to kind of take care of itself by cutting off Venezuela's oil to Cuba? Is that not already hurting them enough? Allow those people there to rise up and revolt like we're seeing in Iran?
She's giving the game plan away. It's so good. She's like, if we just not put enough economic pressure on them, we cut them off from the oil, are the people going to rise up yet? Like, seriously, I got shit to do. Come on. Isn't this supposed to work?
Them enough, allow those people there to rise up and revolt like we're seeing in Iran, that we don't have to do much more than that? Is that already not enough economic pressure? Just food for thought.
Thanks for your analysis. That was pretty good. Man, we have to watch more Fox Business. Like, they give the game away. It's great. Otherwise, they really think their BS in Venezuela is somehow a deterrent to China. She's admitting it. It's fucking crazy. It's mental. It's a factor. Man, I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it, Sven Dog, not me. It's a factor, bro. It's a fucking factor. Oh my God. Can confirm my work has investments and they actively made sure our firm that helps us with stocks and shares to divest from US companies. Whoa. Hey? Shit's getting real. So like basically they're talking about, do we really want Cuba on our hands because it's going to be bad for finance and trade? Do we really have to do that? We're already putting them under their own economic pressure to destabilize their government. That shit'll work itself out. Have you ever been under economic sanctions? That shit sucks. It's just a matter of time, baby.
Yeah, and then the question is, what's enough, right?
Oh yeah, I'm just surprised to hear it from Fox. Damn, honest reporting for once. Man, we've gotten the most honest reporting this week from Sky News, Australia, and Fox. Eh? I take back everything I've said about Fox and Sky News Australia.
Sort of decapitated Cuba, but impoverished what you want in your hemisphere? Do you need more than that?
Again, it goes back to what I said early last hour. Every voter is going to ask, what's in it for me?
Right.
Like, what am I getting out of that? Because it's been a lot. And for people who voted for President Trump, voted for getting out of the meddlesome business, this is a lot of hands and a lot of pies.
Hands in a lot
US
of
President
pies.
Donald Trump.
There's the real takeaway from that one. Got a lot of hands and a lot of pies. She looks like she just smelled a nasty fart. She has that look on her face. You know what I'm saying? Those pies. And they don't even smell good, those pies. Dude, I'm so glad we watched fucking Fox Business. That was the best piece of content we've had all day. For sure. You have to start giving out awards for who has the best content. Fox Business takes the fucking cake today. That was good. Okay, so what's this? Visual economic. Interesting. Cuba about to fall. Din, din, din. The fall of Maduro will collapse Cuba. Blackouts, GDP plunge, and the panic in the regime. Visual economic. I wonder what these guys have got to say about this. Anyone watch a bit of visual economic? Anyone? Let's have a look. Oh, wait. There's a more recent one. Let's watch this.
Can Cuba survive without Venezuela's help? I'm sure many of you remember these images, how the 32 Cuban soldiers who were lost during the capture of Nicolas Maduro were returned home. Whoever the forces that killed them were, these 32 soldiers were part of the top elite, the creme de la creme of the Cuban armed forces and intelligence services. It was an image laden with symbolism. The elimination of these soldiers and the quick and seemingly easy capture of Maduro perfectly reflect the island nation's current decline. Because let's not forget, Cuba exports security services for foreign heads of state and political leaders. It exports, or or it used to export, because now even that capacity is in doubt, and it's not the only one. If this elite team was unable to protect Maduro, would they be able to protect Cuban dictator Miguel Diaz-Canel, or any other regime leader? As I said, the symbolism of the boxes with what little remained of that elite force arriving in Cuba was very powerful. A missile to the buoyancy of the entire narrative of the Castro regime. But pay attention, because these are not the only images we've seen lately that convey, how can I put it, a clear sense of agonizing decline. Take for example...
That's a fair point, right? Like, they kept on talking about those, Cuban, what do you call them? Cuban guards people, special forces, Cuban soldiers, who were taken out when they flew in and kidnapped Maduro. All the security services around him, a large portion of them were all Cuban special service members, I guess. I don't know what the accurate description of these people were, but they were Cubans. And so, like, all the Cubans coming home in body bags would be sending a very interesting message out in Cuba at the moment, hey? Very, very interesting. The world chessboard, isn't it? Very fucked up place. And so the question, yes, is for every leader in Latin America right now. Hey, look what they did in Venezuela. They could fly in at any time and do the same with me. And there's pretty much fuck all we can do about it. What does politics look like when you have that over your head? My God. Notice comments on another ABC video recently. Gotta give them props too, eh? Props where they're due. They're allowing freedom of speech in their comment section, the ABC. It's about time.
Some photos we came across recently. What you're looking at is not a meeting at a retirement home, but the very leadership of the Cuban dictatorship. A leadership gathered to receive the remains of the 32 Cuban soldiers who had been protecting Nicolas Maduro. And what you see in these photos is basically a clear reflection of what Castroism is now. A group of old glories clinging to power with tooth and nail, including Raul Castro, who is now 94 years old. All of this is very, very representative of what actually remains of that old revolution. These images represent the decline of the power that Cuba once projected, particularly in Latin America and some African countries, as the protector and guarantor of socialism. However, we haven't told you the worst part yet. The island is going through one of the worst crises in its history, if not the worst ever. The main reason? Well, there isn't just one, but the most serious is the acute and extreme shortage of oil and fuel. And so the question remains, can Cuba survive without Venezuela's help? Let me repeat the question, because it's one that many people are now asking themselves, both on and off the island. Does Castro's Cuba have a future without Venezuela's support? Visual politic community, the situation in Havana has become unsustainable. It was already bad before Maduro's capture and Chavismo's pact with the White House. But right now, it's not just bad, the situation is practically at breaking point, because Cuba depends on imported oil for almost everything to generate electricity.
I love how the only footage they can get is like people waiting for the bus when they're editing and trying to make the picture of like Cuba looking so bad because they don't have real footage to use. Look at these people waiting for the bus. Eh? Society's crumbling. Freedom of speech from the press who kind of rely on it. I consider it a bare minimum standard. I'm sure you could pluck Albo pretty quickly if Australia didn't know you were going to invade us. So I don't see what their argument is. Generally, countries don't randomly steal presidents in peacetime. Yeah. Fair enough. I guess no one would see that coming. Right? Am I right?
In the old thermal power plants that still run on fuel oil and crude oil to run public transportation, to keep the few factories that still remain operational, and even to ensure...
You know, it's an even more interesting question. Not that these guys would admit it, that like we're talking about whether or not just let this guy retire in peace, not pieces. Let him go, man. He's the old guard, bro. He's the old guard. He's essential. He's essential. Considering this, like what we heard about before from Claudia Sheinbaum, though, here's the story for you from Visual Politic, eh? The evil Castro regime's got to go down. And, will Venezuela crush it? No support from Venezuela, crush it. And we saw Mexico still had the option, for some reason, of helping out Cuba. They were giving them oil and shit. Now they're not. And it's completely independent, has nothing to do with any pressure from the US. She confirmed it. But all of a sudden, it's so much more important who they get assistance from, and they're slowly being cut off piece by piece.
Or the energy supply for hospitals. So, to survive, this Caribbean island needs oil. It's essentially its only source of energy. Since 1960, Cubans have managed to supply themselves thanks to their political alliances, first with the Soviet Union and then with Venezuela. The latter collaboration has been absolutely crucial in the last quarter of a century. For more than 20 years, this arrangement has more or less kept them afloat. Caracas sent thousands of barrels a day in exchange for doctors, skilled personnel, security, and military intelligence. But clearly, now that whole operation has gone up in smoke. With the fall of Maduro and the change of power in Venezuela, the United States has taken the opportunity to demand that
the fall of Maduro? Like, manufacturing consent can come in so many different variations. And like, even the slightest use of language in one sentence in a 20-minute video can make all the difference. Oh, he fell all right. Maduro fell right into that chopper and then fell out somewhere in New York. Like, presidents aren't always under lock and key. Sometimes they go to their own homes, sure, under guard, but no one generally expects a country like America to just pop in like that. Just pop in to say hi. Oopsie, backed the wrong oil horse. Yeah, that's a bit more like it.
President in charge of the Bolivarian Republic turn off the tap once and for all. In fact, this is what Trump says will happen.
There will be no more oil or money going to Cuba. Zero.
And take note, because Washington is not only seeking to block oil shipments from Caracas, it has also put pressure on Cuba's other two major oil suppliers, Mexico and Russia. The goal, to push the Cuban economy to the limit, suffocate it, and thus force a political shift. A shift that aims to achieve negotiations for some kind of political transition on an island where even the electricity supply is no longer regular.
Trump tells Cuba to make a deal before it is too late.
In other words, while the pressure to negotiate with Venezuela originated with the aircraft carrier Gerald Ford and all the warships and warplanes stationed in the Caribbean Sea, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio's weapon against Cuba is oil. And the truth is, in this case, it really does seem like there is a well thought out plan. Step 1 was to overthrow Maduro and put Miraflores under control, with Delcy at the helm. And once that was done, to cut off Venezuela's oil supply, which, let's not forget, has been Cuba's largest supplier so far this century. All this with the aim of causing total weakness in the Castro regime. Well, this is what we've seen. And then, step 2, which is what we're beginning to see right now. Use this weakness to force negotiations with Castroism that will break the deadlock and allow for a political transition on an island that has been a headache for Washington since at least 1963. You know, when things
like, even when the Russians invaded Ukraine, they didn't just pop in and steal Zelensky. They set up military troops on the border. Interesting. Why not? Eh? Steal Zelensky. What was Putin thinking? Eh? Didn't calculate that right.
Got so heated that it ended with the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. Well, this is the strategy that Marco Rubio seems to have outlined to corner Havana and force...
It's an interesting point, isn't it? Like, what's the weapon to use against Cuba? Well, if they don't have oil, they're completely fucked. They don't have electricity. Society will cave in on itself. We don't need to use the exact same weapons as we did with Venezuela against Cuba. Yeah? We just need to stop them from getting oil somehow. So the last, like he's as he's mentioned here, the last loose end is Russia. If Cuba gets its oil from Mexico, tick. Venezuela, tick. But like, it still gets oil from Russia somehow. How are they going to stop that? Just keep Russia occupied in other theaters. It's the new Atlas theory of everything. Keep other people occupied with other wars. They'll use the discombobulator.
change once and for all. For now, the results are already noticeable. The island's oil shortage has worsened dramatically since the senior Chavista bigwig has been sleeping in a cell awaiting trial in New York. Right at this moment, the level of scarcity is enormous, from the oil needed by power plants to gasoline for cars, fuel for aeroplanes, and diesel for automobiles and tractors. There's a shortage of all types of fuel.
Maduro ouster leaves Cuba's wobbling regime without a benefactor.
The consequence, power outages are even longer, and
they are cracking down on Russia's ghost ships. Remember we saw that one like a week or two ago, where the Coast Guard, the American Coast Guard, chased it across the Atlantic and picked it up near Iceland, I'm pretty sure. They're cracking down on the Russian shadow fleet. Oh, was that a Venezuelan tanker? No, it was Russian, because they ended up flying the Russian flag at the end to stop the Americans from taking the ship, and they still took it anyway.
The entire Cuban economy faces a real risk of total collapse if the few reserves they still have are depleted.
It was fucking wild.
Reserves that, according to many estimates, are currently sufficient for less than 2 months of consumption. The situation is so bad that last Tuesday, state radio and television announced that they had to stop broadcasting because they had run out of diesel to power their own station. That is, the generators they use to try to keep things running, given that the general supply cuts out every few minutes. And obviously, if even the regime's propaganda television has to stop operating...
He said the thing, oh look, this evil authoritarian regime now doesn't even have its main source of propaganda. They don't even have public broadcasting anymore. Hey? Not that anyone in the world has a public broadcaster, but how is this authoritarian regime going to work now? Take that. No TV.
You can imagine how bad things are. Worse still, without electricity, many people also have no running water, making living conditions extremely harsh for Cubans. And then, as if that weren't enough, we can't forget another key factor. The country's main source of foreign currency is literally drying up. I'm referring, of course, to tourism. Take a look at the data, because it is hair-raising. Since 2019, the number of tourists visiting the island has plummeted by almost 70%. And that not only means much less foreign currency...
Should have invested in solar. Yeah, if you want to fight off American imperialism and keep it at bay, just in case they cut you off from oil, well, what do? You invest in renewables. Hence why China's leading the charge. No, of course. It's not that. It's the woke agenda. It's got nothing to do with ensuring energy security in the face of a world order that is in decay. No, it's definitely the woke agenda.
Currency to import from abroad, but also many costs that cannot even be covered. Because let's not forget that for decades, Cuba invested heavily in the tourism industry. Let's just say that the regime staked everything on it being its salvation.
Something they've continued despite the severe crisis the sector is currently experiencing. For example, last year, Cuba inaugurated the Torre K Hotel, the tallest skyscraper in the country with 42 floors and 565 rooms, which cost between $200 million and $500 million and is practically empty. In fact, many Cubans see this building as the ultimate symbol of the extravagance of an elite that is totally disconnected from the harsh reality of everyday life.
Trust me, this is not the only example. In fact, the vast majority of hotels, even those operated by international chains such as Melia, Iberostar, or the Accor Group, are actually owned by the military through the large conglomerate Geisa and its subsidiary Gaviota. And naturally, as these hotels are now practically empty, the lack of income is causing the maintenance and quality of tourist services to plummet as well. As a result, operators are offering fewer trips, which further reduces the number of tourists, and so the cycle continues. It's a vicious circle, and as I said, we're already looking at a 70% drop. It's a truly desperate situation, but it's the...
Kind of want to go to Cuba now? Right, because like to help out with their hospitality industry, or just because we've heard some of that nice Cuban music? I feel like going to Cuba right now. Right there. It's interesting how he's using this as an example. Cuba owns hotel industry, or the state has nationalized the hotel industry, so even the foreign corporations that are there don't really own the place, and so like they really need to spend more money on the upkeep of hotels that aren't making any money, and this is crushing the Cuban economy. This is the reason they've spent money on this $200 billion building, and they're spending money on hotels with no one in them. instead of spending money on the people. See, this is what socialism really looks like. It's definitely got nothing to do with the economic sanctions. It's just poor governance. Nah, because it'll be cheap. Yeah, fair enough. I can get a great rate on this hotel. Right? Too bad there won't be any fucking electricity for you when you get there, because they don't have oil.
New reality of the Castro regime. This is the result of more than 60 years in power. In any case, this extreme situation raises several questions. Can the Cuban regime survive this crisis? Or are we finally seeing the beginning of change? Which countries might come to its rescue, and how could they do so? Can the United States bring about the slow death of a regime that has resisted falling for almost 67 years? Well, we're going to tell you about all this and more right now. So fire up the engines and let's get started. But before we begin, a quick question for you. What do you usually do when the stock market drops sharply? If your instinct is to wait,
it's an ad.
And the market equation, 28th. I share stock markets days, then very good days, and yet over time it still goes up. Why? Because calm, slightly positive days happen far more often, while panic creates short, violent sell-offs. And those moments of fear tend to push prices below what fundamentals justify, and that is where opportunity shows up. In the newsletter, I explain how abandoning fits along 28th. The link is in the description. Is Cuba about to fall? Well, before you answer that question too quickly, there's something you need to consider. The regime has been in dire straits many times in the past.
For example, right after the fall of the Soviet Union, Cuba plunged into what is known as the Special Period, a time of crisis and scarcity caused by the disappearance of the vast majority of subsidies, key supplies, and trade from the USSR. The economy then sank by more than 30% in a matter of 4 years. Imports fell by 80%, and production collapsed. Agriculture fell by half. State food distribution collapsed. Construction contracted by 75%, and manufacturing collapsed by 90%.
So what's the story there? They've been completely before, and they somehow survived. So this might not be the end of them just because they don't have oil. Wow.
The result, at the time, no one gave the regime a chance. And yet, as you can see, they are still there. Yes, it took more than 15 years for GDP to recover to 1990 levels, and the country was never the same again. But these guys are still exactly where they were. The Castroists clung to power with tooth and nail. So the answer to the question of whether or not we'll see the end of the dictatorship this time around is not easy to answer. In fact, it will depend on several of the things we're going to tell you about now. And in this case, I could tell you in advance that the main key lies in what the regime manages to do to try to recover its oil supply. Everything points to a solution that could only come from two countries, Mexico or Russia. Why do I say this? Well, let's look at that next.
There's the company. It's Pemex.
Petrodiplomacy.
That's the one that Sheinbaum was talking about. Pemex have their contractual obligations. And so, if they want to cut off Cuba from oil, I can't stop them. It is the free market after all.
Mexico has been sending oil to Cuba for years, decades even. Some years they sent more, others less, and others nothing. That's nothing new. But what is different is the quantities they've been sending recently. Since the end of Andrés Manuel López Obrador's administration, and now with Claudia Sheinbaum, aid, and I say aid for lack of a better word, in the form of oil to Cuba, has been growing steadily.
1st of October 2023, AMLO's administration sent $200 million in oil to Cuba, but has not charged the dictatorship. 14th of October 2025, Mexico has sent Cuba more than 60 billion pesos in subsidized fuel, a figure that equals the budget of the Ministry of Security and Citizen Protection for 2026.
To give you an idea, with Sheinbaum already in power, between May and August 2025 alone, more than $3 billion in subsidized crude oil was sent to Havana. This figure is 3 times higher than the total shipments during AMLO's last 2 years in office. And bear in mind that when I say subsidized, I mean that a large portion of all that oil has been given directly to the Cubans. They've been doing this through Gasolinas Bienestar, a subsidiary of the state oil company Pemex, created in 2022, supposedly to help rural communities. Of course, ultimately it's mainly been functioning as a simple vehicle for transferring Mexican oil to Havana. The result? Well, in the short time that has passed, Gasolinas Bienestar has reported losses and debts amounting to 5.8 billion pesos, just over $300 million. Many experts in the sector attribute these losses directly to these same gifts in the form of black gold for Cuba. But what is the quid pro quo? Mainly an agreement.
So good. They're spending a lot of money sending oil to Cuba. But should they? Because the company's taking some losses. What's the real reason? Why are they even bothering sending this oil?
Between the two countries, whereby Cuba sends doctors to Mexico, of course.
AMLO announces the arrival of another 2,700 Cuban doctors under an agreement with Havana.
AMLO's idea.
Isn't it crazy? Like, just as a concept, that this authoritarian regime is struggling to find electricity for its people, still has the ability to educate its population in such a fashion that it is able to export healthcare professionals. Like, if we're looking at the true marketplace of Cuba in a World Economic Forum, not the Davos type, but like an actual a coming together of different nation states to actually trade. All Cuba's got in terms of its cards are fucking medical professionals. You can turn off the oil, but we can always teach people to be doctors. And so when it comes to Venezuela, here, have some doctors, give us an oil. Mexico, what do you need? We need some doctors. That'd be nice. Bit of healthcare for the people, right? We'll give you $3 billion worth of oil. We'll give you $3 billion worth of oil, and just write it off the books. Don't worry about it. Say it ain't so. Just, God, can we get access to those doctors that you keep making over there? Wow. Just don't cry when the military tells you how to learn, how to work, and where those professionals can travel. Yes. Yeah, that's the fucking payoff. Not that they could fucking travel anywhere anyway, because they don't have any money or oil, unless they're going to walk and swim. That'll be the only way that they can get anywhere else. But like, wow, they produce services. They're a service economy, eh?
Was to use Cuban doctors to address the serious shortage of doctors and poor healthcare in many rural areas of the country, where Mexican doctors are unwilling, or rather afraid, to work. This operation has not been without criticism, because in 2022, an NGO even reported that Cuban doctors were arriving in Mexico on military planes without going through immigration and were working practically as slaves. Mexico pays the Cuban government, but not these professionals. Take note of this. But anyway, having said that, the question is, what does all this mean in practice? Well, we only have to look at one graph, because the data is revealing. In 2025, Venezuela is estimated to have sent Cuba some 9,500 barrels of oil per day. Meanwhile, during that same year, Mexico is estimated to have sent just over 12,000 barrels per day. In other words, 44% of all crude oil imports to the island last year were Mexican, 10 points above Venezuelan imports. And so in a very short time, and with Maduro's were Mexican.
So what is it? Crude exports to Cuba from Venezuela, Mexico, and Russia, thousands of barrels per day. Venezuela, 30,000 barrels a day, just before, or in 2022. Then 25,000, 2023, 10,000, 2024, 10,000 again, roughly 2025, that's when Mexico for the first time started becoming more of an oil exporter than any of the other countries. Russia's kind of stayed low, I guess you would say. Like, that's it. They can cut off Venezuela, they can cut off Mexico, but like, what are they going to do about Russia? But does Russia have the resources, and will Russia risk continuing to send Russian shadow tankers, let's say, to Cuba, especially considering the Coast Guard in the US feels obliged to chase them across the Atlantic? Wow. Yeah, those planes are grounded now. A lot of service industry countries are highly dependent on cooperation with their immigration partners. Cough, Australia, cough, cough. All right.
10 points above Venezuelan imports. And so in a very short time, and with Maduro's capture as the culmination, Mexico has become the largest supplier of oil to Cuba by far. Russia, with 15%, has been the third largest supplier. But that's not even the most interesting part. The most striking thing is that in the last 3 months of 2025, crude oil shipments to Cuba from Mexico plummeted. And the question is, why did the Sheinbaum administration ramp up crude oil shipments to Havana in 2025 and then suddenly reduce them? Well, this is where it gets really interesting. Take a look.
Mexico will continue supplying Cuba with crude oil after the U.S. seized Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, President Claudia Sheinbaum announced, describing Mexican shipments in part as humanitarian aid.
According to Sheinbaum, the shipments are justified in part by contracts already signed, and in part as humanitarian aid for a country that is literally falling apart. Well, as we said, it's nothing new that the oil company Pemex has contracts with the Cuban regime. But what is new is the paradigm shift that has taken place following Maduro's capture. Mexico is now by far Cuba's largest supplier, which puts it squarely in Washington's crosshairs. Mexico is the only player that currently...
Well, I don't know when he produced this, but we've seen what's happened. And it happened like, what, 12 hours ago? Maybe a little bit longer. She's confirmed that they're not doing it anymore. Woozle's in the house. How you going? Just joined, not. So not sure if brought up. Whatever happened to the oil stored in the US by the Morrison government? Our reserve supply? Yeah, that's a fair question. I can't remember. I can't remember that. Whatever happened to it? Very interesting. Maybe ScoMo was talking out of his ass.
Seems to be interfering with Marco Rubio's plans. Do you understand the game? The Trump administration wants to avoid, at all costs, Mexico increasing its shipments in the midst of pressure on Venezuela to cancel theirs. This is essential for the success of the maximum pressure plan against the regime, which seeks to force a political negotiation with Havana. That is precisely why, in recent months, as Washington's pressure in the regime grew, Mexican shipments fell. Of course, this is not the whole story. Just a few days ago, it was revealed that, despite everything, the Mexican state, the United States has given Mexico the green light to continue sending oil to Cuba.
U.S. allows Mexico to provide oil to Cuba, despite Trump's vow to cut off supply.
But does this make sense? Well, the truth is that yes, it does. And there's an explanation that many of you may find surprising. You see, until recently, Cuba's other major option was to turn to the Russian market. Now, the problem is that Moscow hardly sends any oil to Havana anymore. Why? Well, due to the sanctions imposed because of the war in Ukraine and the need to make money.
Due to more economic warfare from the world police. So Russia would be able to, but the American Coast Guard would be out there to get him. Hey, the world police strike again. So good. So good. They have to turn to Mexico because their other option is fucked by economic warfare. And like this segment, I don't think is aged well. Because like he's saying, you know, I think he's about to justify why Mexico is more important because Russia can't get there anyway. Because they're under sanctions. So like Mexico's the only option. Well, Mexico has just stopped apparently.
Money by selling oil in markets that actually pay what it's worth. Russian shipments to Cuba have plummeted. On top of that, as I'm sure you all know, Russian crude oil is transported by the famous Ghost Fleet, and Moscow doesn't want to risk sending vital ships from that fleet to Cuba, and even less so now that Washington has taken to actively pursuing them. Conclusion, Cuba's options for
actively pursuing them. I'm trying to figure out what this guy's political standing is or where his biases are. But like the thing that I keep on joking about the Coast Guard of America defending the coast, they've gone all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to chase down and take control over a Russian oil tanker, and he's just like they've been chasing them. That's what he said. Is that what he said? Chasing?
And even less so now that Washington has taken to actively pursuing them.
Pursuing them. Just pursuing them. They just followed them across the Atlantic Ocean. And then when they got close enough to Russia, they were just like, bye. Hope you enjoyed the escort. We just wanted to follow you across the world. No, pursuing is not enough. Pursuing and seizing. I wonder why he won't say it. When you police the world, the coast is endless. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The Coast Guard. The coast, it's all the coast. The entire empire is the coast. Oh, man.
Conclusion, Cuba's options for importing crude oil have been so reduced that right now Mexico is one of the few options available to prevent the island from sinking into utter chaos. Therefore, Washington's strategy, and what has led them to give Mexico the green light to continue exporting crude oil to the Castro regime, is aimed at keeping the regime afloat, at least for now, but in a state of sufficient agony that the only thing they can do is negotiate. Therefore,
did it age? Like his theory was like it's just so they could keep them alive just for long enough so they can squeeze a little bit more out of them. Eh? Oh, is this right? FYI, the reason it's called a ghost fleet is because they choose not purchase insurance from Western companies. Yes. And from what I understand, if you don't have the right insurance from Western companies, it's even like you can even be picked up at ports along the way. Ports might not do business with you, or they take you on board and they inspect you. And if you don't have your insurances, they can seize you as well. And so you have to like do some shady stuff as a shadow fleet. And register or like come into port with different names or for under different company structures to get around it. Yeah. It's funny how it all works. Maybe this is part of the economic warfare. All right, fine. But you don't get any insurance then. And no one's going to want to do business with you because you don't have insurance. Yeah, there's part of your sanctions. Ava motherfucking lava. I know. Back. What's going on? Hey, it's good to have you. Twice in 2 days. LOL, no it's not. It's because they don't fly flags or use GPS trackers. Yeah, but why? Why do they do those things as well? Both can be true. Like, why don't they fly flags and use GPS trackers? Come on. Because they just want to go under the radar. As well as insurance. Okay, it's a combo. Yes, but like why? Why do they do the flags? No, sorry, don't fly flags or use GPS trackers. What are they trying to get around? Eh? Come on. Must be some type of sanction or economic warfare.
Or it's okay for Mexico to continue sending oil, but not to increase shipments. And all this while imports from Venezuela and Russia are being stifled. This is exactly the game.
To avoid detection. Yeah, because they're under sanctions. That's what I think, anyway.
And we are seeing. The question is, could Cuba escape this situation? For Havana, it's going to be the absolute priority. And I can tell you now that it's not going to be easy. With current volumes, Mexican oil alone is simply not enough to keep the Cuban economy afloat. And that leaves them with only two possibilities. The first is to end up bowing to Washington and accepting whatever Trump and Rubio say, a bit like what is already happening in Venezuela.
Do you believe that even? Because remember what we saw. We were seeing reports of Maduro constantly being like, look, you're blockading us, you're blowing our ships out of the water. Whatever you want, let's talk. I want to talk. You want our fucking oil? You got it. All yours. Don't give a shit. Just don't attack. I am open to dialogue. Constantly saying that. And this guy's just like, well, they just want to bring them to the negotiating table and then they've got him by the balls. Is it just about getting them to the negotiation table? Because I'm sure, like the Venezuelans, they wouldn't mind being like, hey, can we just chat about this before you destroy us with economic warfare? Can you just talk to us first? I'm sure they would be open to dialogue. It's whether or not they really want dialogue. The Americans, that is, I think is important. Because from what we understand, the Venezuelans were more than happy. Maduro was more than happy to talk and offered multiple times to talk. And like they weren't interested in talking. They just wanted to, they need to get Maduro. They wouldn't need to use the Ghost Fleet if we didn't sanction them. What is the end game in Cuba though? I don't know. Like, what's the end game in Venezuela? Fucking like the grand, what's his name? Brian from the New Atlas. His grand theory of everything. Cutting off another friend of China and Russia. Like, what's Cuba got at the moment? Russia's sending some oil there, here, there. They got some support. They provide intelligence services. Who the fuck knows? Just put an extra pressure on, cut off oil to China. Part of the end game. The New Atlas grand theory of everything. But whether those sanctions are justified, I guess, comes becomes the debate. Okay. Yeah. Well, like it goes back to the world police discussion. And like that's why I was making the point. Like, I don't know if you're a big fan of the world police and if economic warfare is a tool in the belt of the world police, then like really the debate is, do you consider the actions of the world police justifiable by agreeing that you should have a world peace in the first place, world police in the first place? Should they exist, the world police? If it's no, then they shouldn't be able to use their economic warfare.
Describe this alternative as reforms for oil. The second option is to desperately seek other suppliers, particularly in African countries such as Algeria, which already exports oil to the island, albeit in a very small quantity. Well, let's talk a little more about these two options and try to figure out which one is the most likely today. Let's start with the first one. Well, regarding the option of bowing down to the United States, the Cuban bigwigs are saying no way, for now, that becoming lackeys of the Yankee Empire is out of the question.
Cuban leader says no one dictates what we do, as Trump tells regime to make a deal.
Well, like, wouldn't any world leader say that? Chainbound said it when she cut off Cuba from Mexico, Cuba from Mexican oil. She was just like, we are sovereign. But like, it's a contractual thing with Pemex. It wasn't us. Yeah, but it is a tool that everyone has, not pulling out a gun that other countries can't use either. Yeah, yes. But this police force, the world police force, is the one who's commanding this trigger. I don't know if the rest of the world has been like, sanction Cuba, get him, or it's just the Americans, but I have a feeling it's the latter. Everyone can sanction and refuse trade outright if they want. Yep, got it. But yeah, using it to police based on your nation's values is questionable. If you hold the power to do so. And that's the real thing, isn't it? Like, who else has got the power? China. China does it. Australia's a bit shaking in its boots at the moment about that. As we looked at earlier in the stream, we're looking at the Port of Darwin situation. And China's like, look, man, you could do this. You want to do it? You want to cut off a 99-year lease? We paid $500 billion for that. Fine. But we will retaliate. And then what do they mean by that? Economic warfare. Not sanctions, but like they'll tariff things, I guess.
Cuba does not aggress. It is aggressed upon by the United States for 66 years, and it does not threaten. It prepares, ready to defend the home.
The big three, China, Russia, the US. I would put in, if you're going to put Russia in there, then I would also put in Europe then, because Europe's a pretty important trading bloc. And I would add India too. I'm just trying to think of scale and that power that comes with it. But yeah, I've definitely put in Europe. They could do some fucking... They do sanction people, actually. Look at Putin. Look at all those sweet, sweet Russian assets.
Homeland to the last drop of blood.
Of course, we'll see how long they can hold out with this stance. I don't know. Maybe until their last oil deposit dries up, which, given the circumstances, may not be too long. But whatever happens, Miguel Diaz-Canel is clear about one thing. They have to withstand the pressure, whatever the cost.
How would that...
But there's one.
That would cripple the Australian consumer class, wouldn't it? Like, how many people would be out protesting in the streets? Tariff Temu? No! So many people would be like, no. How am I going to get my stuff now? That interesting stuff that I forgot. Oh, yeah, I ordered this. No way. Oh, this thing's awesome. Yeah, that's how you cut at the Australian people. You go after Temu. Everyone will be rioting in the streets. It won't take much economic warfare to bring down Australia. If China does anything with Temu, everyone will just depose the Australian government in a matter of hours. Yeah, I was actually including India in China, but Europe with the US, yeah, fair enough. Your description is more accurate. They do diverge from those tight allies sometimes. Yeah, the BRICS aren't a consolidated bloc exactly. I think the Chinese and the Indians have like a fair kind of degree of separation from one another, even though they have shared interests when it comes to a certain world police. But like they seem to be the separate types of economy, I would say. I wanted to put Brazil in there too, but like I don't know if they're big enough, if you know what I mean. Like they're a big player, but are they China, India, Russia style players? The crafters will be raising their decoupage scissors in defiance. I hope I read that right. The crafters.
Problem. Cubans are bearing the brunt of it. While Diaz-Canel and the political and military leadership refuse to acknowledge their position of extreme weakness, Cubans lack everything, including the most important things: electricity, water, and gasoline. And that's saying something, because clearly the shortages have become so severe that everything could end up
a huge economy in India. What about Japan? South Korea? Japan's a pretty robust economy, but like it's so far under the control of the US. It basically just does what US kind of free market tactics do, whatever. They're controlled in that sense. But yeah, but like, yeah, Japan could do some damage with some sanctions on people, I reckon. And very separate self-interests.
Dissolving like a sugar cube. Let's face it, a regime can cope with many things, but a country without electricity and water, that's tricky. If this situation drags on too long, Havana runs the risk that the people, out of sheer desperation, will completely lose their fear and suddenly turn on the communist leaders. And all this while the police and army suddenly look the other way. And this is perfectly possible. There are good precedents with the collapse of the Soviet Union.
This is, in fact, a scenario that Marco Rubio is very clear could happen. And naturally, forcing Cubans to rise up against the regime would be an ideal outcome. It would put the regime in check and could even justify intervention in the country.
Did they say that and like mean it so blatantly, where they're just like, and it could be a good thing. It could give them a reason to go into the country. Wow. Did they say the silent part out loud just then, or did I just miss something? Was that their Fox Business News take on that one? Who's all Japan loves our gas. Yeah. And Japan has tech too. Yes, they do. It's so small too. Their population, the market just isn't as big, but yeah, definitely still powerful. And they have tech too. So good. So true. The world was addicted to Japanese tech for a long time. The Chinese had to ruin that too.
In other words, the option of pushing forward, stoically enduring the pressure, and playing the brave card is also a very dangerous game for the Castro regime itself. Keep this in mind. And that is precisely why the most likely scenario is that sooner rather than later, we'll see the regime open up to negotiations with the United States. The objective of these negotiations? No one knows yet. No plan. No idea. Nothing at all has been leaked. In the case of Venezuela, it was more or less clear for months that the goal was to oust Maduro, even if that didn't mean regime change. In Cuba, however, it's not at all clear what Marco Rubio might want. Remove Diaz-Canel and put someone else.
The US playbook is to cause economic pain to an enemy. Adversary, we like to use the A word in line with the National Defense Strategy, because they know it causes pain and suffering only to working class people. They attempt to take advantage of this, blaming the government with the propaganda machine. We saw them interview someone in Cuba, and he was like, you know, they just need to stop. The pressure on us is crazy. It's hurting us, the people, not the government. It's hurting us. It's an interesting hearing them say it. The people that are affected, as you're talking about, right? The working people of the world. I remember everything had a made in Japan sticker as a kid. There you go.
Else from within the regime in place to carry out reforms and promote a transition, take direct control of the island, end the influence of the military, seek a much more disruptive and rapid change instead. We don't know. The only thing that seems clear for now is that this time, Washington wants to score this point, because Maduro's fall has been significant. The end of Castroism would be a very high-level legacy, and would elevate Rubio and Trump.
Does this guy work for fucking Fox Business? Did he just say legacy? Did he say the L word? Who have you been listening to? Better not be Fox Business. This will be part of Trump's legacy, bringing down the Castro regime. He'll go down in the history books as the American president that brought down evil communism. And just when you thought the Cold War was over, guess again.
Trump in their home state, Florida. And the truth is that they aren't holding back.
Trump responds to post suggesting Rubio as president of Cuba. Sounds good to me.
Look, in principle, this is a joke. But then again, it also seemed like a joke when he talked about Greenland, or when he was so angry about not receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. And look at the mess we're in now. With Trump, nothing can be ruled out, no matter how crazy it may seem. But anyway, jokes aside, as we've said before, the Castro supporters still have a second option. However, it's a much more complicated one, finding alternatives to Venezuelan oil, and finding them as soon as possible.
Yeah, right, because they're just open to the fucking free market and they're just gonna go shopping. Hey, hello, other countries. Anyone want to do some business? Oh, you can't? Why? My God. This guy can't be serious. Does anyone watch Visual Politic or is aware of the channel or anything like that? Do they know who are they funded by? Interesting.
If there's one thing that can't be denied, as we said at the beginning of the video, it's that over the decades, the Cuban regime has become an expert in extreme resistance. It's like a cat with 9 lives that has already used up a few, but still refuses to fall. And that's why we can't rule out the possibility that the same thing will happen this time. Although, truth be told, it seems increasingly unlikely. Cuba has few allies left in the world, but it does still have some. Among them are a few oil-producing countries, or others that could serve as a bridge for Havana to import oil indirectly. In fact, it's believed that the regime had already planned alternatives for a hypothetical scenario in which the arrival of Venezuelan oil was suddenly cut off. We're talking about alternatives that would involve countries such as Algeria, Colombia, Brazil, Angola, or even Qatar. The problem is that, given the current situation, it doesn't appear that any of these countries are willing to take a stand against the United States by helping Havana.
We consider it unlikely that supplies from Mexico and Russia will materialize to fill the gap. Other oil exporting countries and political allies of Cuba, such as Angola, Algeria, Colombia, and Brazil, have not provided, nor do we expect them to provide, the vital supply that the island urgently needs.
This is from someone who is the senior research fellow at the Energy Center at the University of Texas. Tejas. There it is, the Energy Center at the University of Texas. We've done the assessment. We know the options. Angola, Algeria, Colombia, and Brazil. They could all do it. They could supply them with some oil and keep them afloat. But they ain't gonna fucking do it. They wouldn't risk it. No way. There's the expert opinion. They wouldn't do that to themselves.
And to make matters worse, the option of sending oil tankers, which who knows how they could pay for, through waters that are still full of US military assets, seems complicated.
There's so much for world trade. I don't want to send my ships past that American fleet over there because they might take it. It sounds like Pirates of the fucking Caribbean.
So as you can see, the future looks very, very bleak in Havana unless they get some concession from Washington very soon. A concession that, naturally, would come at a price. Visual Politic community, the crisis Cuba is going through already existed before the Venezuelan oil cut, but what we've been seeing in recent weeks is much worse than a crisis. Many analysts even believe that the situation is getting worse than during the special period, and that real economic activity is practically paralyzed. That is how things stand. So with everything we have seen, a few questions arise that I think we're all curious about, and I invite you to answer them. Will Cuba be able to withstand this pressure, or will we end up seeing the regime negotiating changes with Washington? Do you think countries like Mexico could save the regime from collapse by increasing...
Yeah, stop asking us questions. You just want activity in your comment section. I know the score. Honestly, the entire Cuban cabinet looked like they needed some unshore and nap. Some inshore and nap? What's inshore and nap? Somebody already made that joke in the stream chat. This guy needs to retire, man. The fall of the Cuban regime can't happen fast enough. As a Mexican, I condemn the gift of Mexican oil to the Cuban dictatorship. I can support actual humanitarian help as medicines or food. Yeah, help them out, give them medicine and food. Not that they need fucking oil just to survive, just like medicine and food. No. Cut them off from the oil. Give them some food. Give them the scraps. So good. All right, we're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hold tight. We're going to have a look at, what are we looking at next? I want to have a look at, oh yeah, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer goes to China. And he's going to find out what China is all about. Yeah, we're going to have a look at that next. So strap yourself in. We'll be back in a minute. All right, we're back. Let's do this. We're going to go to China now. We've been talking about China enough. Keir Starmer visits China. Let's have a listen to this, shall we? So, as we've been talking about over the last couple of days, is this the European leaders getting together and making deals with China to save face after being humiliated by Trump? And they got to do something, right? That people are upset. They're questioning their existential crisis at the moment over NATO. And they got to look like they're making headways somewhere else. Hey, look, don't worry about it. We got the whole Trump situation sorted. If we need to, we can decouple from the US at any time. I swear. Look, I'm going to go over and see the Chinese. I'm going to go talk to the Chinese. Isn't that what you people want? Hey, an alternative to the US? We haven't been here for ages. 8 years, I think it's been since the UK Prime Minister has gone over. It's time to give the plebs something else to think about.
Keir Starmer says he wants a more consistent approach to China with no more veering from golden age to ice age. He's due to arrive in Beijing this hour. Well, the first trip to China by a British Prime Minister since 2018. He'll meet President Xi Jinping and is accompanied by around 60 business and cultural leaders. Well, the government...
It was funny, like when Albo went over and did something similar, where he took all of these business people with him, like an entourage of Australia's bourgeoisie, to be there for the negotiations. I was like, oh, isn't this interesting how the system works? The UK, same stuff. I'm sure they all do it. When a world leader goes over, he doesn't take his cabinet or other elected officials that we get from our beautiful democracy. He takes over the bourgeoisie. Which elements of the UK upper classes, the economic elites, want to come along for this trip so we can do some business with China? This is how the world really works.
Argues that despite the security threats posed by China, it's important to reboot the UK's relationship with Beijing. But the Conservatives have accused him of cozying up to a country that can't be trusted. Our China correspondent Laura Bicker looks ahead to the visit.
Beijing is not the most welcoming place in winter, as the rivers are frozen by icy blasts. Coming here is a calculated choice.
Like it's like the Iceman, this guy. Yeah, straight in. Didn't even flinch. Straight into that icy, icy river.
One a number of world leaders have made in the last 2 months, including the French president and the Canadian Prime Minister.
See, they're all lining up
Chinese
in the face of America's indiscretions. Let's go talk to the Chinese. That'll sort out our political nightmares at home.
Officials have been preparing a conveyor belt of deals in the last few months, and it looks like the United Kingdom is next. For China, it is a chance to portray itself as a stable, reliable, predictable partner, especially
Part Penguin didn't flinch. In
comparison to the United States. For the UK, it's a chance for a relationship reset.
Mr. President.
This formal banquet and state visit 10 years ago was the so-called golden era of UK-China relations. A time when Britain bet big on Beijing, until it all started to unravel. China's crackdown on Hong Kong has strained relations, and he's been urged to raise the case of Jimmy Lai, a UK national and pro-democracy campaigner imprisoned in the former colony. And although plans were approved for China's super embassy in London,
Former colony, Hong Kong. That's how the BBC reports to its people about the situation. Remember when they used to be ours? Those were better times. Better times.
Intelligence agencies still warn Chinese state actors pose an almost daily threat. So what's the reward for taking all these risks?
China sees the UK certainly as a partner. They see us as being a global service power in terms of we've got a footprint that no one else really has in terms of banking, law firms, accounting firms, not just in China, in Asia, but globally. So I think when they see us, they see a country that punches above its weight.
The Prime Minister said Britain's relationship with China is emerging from the Ice Age. But with so many disputes and doubts to navigate, this visit may simply signal the start of a slow diplomatic thaw. Laura Bicker, BBC News,
diplomatic
Beijing.
thaw. I was like, why do they keep showing these people swimming in the ice? A slow diplomatic thaw, of course. Former colony, America. It's interesting how the story of Hong Kong as well. Like I'm pretty sure out of the Opium Wars and all of that general interjection of British power slowly, pernicious power along the coastline of China. And they used it for a banking hub as well. They set it up. I think they won the rights to the territory after the first Opium War, something like that. They got access to Hong Kong as as part of a deal. They're like, we want a base somewhere close to the Chinese coastline, if not on the Chinese coastline. And they were like, hold up. We don't really want you in here trading, but like take that island over there. It's all yours. And so they took it, and the rest is history.
Let's speak to our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, who's standing by for us. Hi, Henry. So what's
Banking
your
and
sense of what
ports.
the...
Yeah, it was like financial hub. So like the money that would go into China would first go through Hong Kong and like British controlled banking system and finance, I guess. And like it was an important exchanging point for trade as well.
Prime Minister wants to get out of this.
Hi, Lewis. I think the Prime Minister is trying to reboot relations between Britain and China, and I think the most visible way he can do that is by visiting China. As you were hearing there, the first British Prime Minister to go there for 8 years, since Theresa May in January 2018. I mean, I was on that trip in 2018, and there was no sense then of how fast relations between the UK and China would cool. At that point, we were still in the aftermath of the so-called golden era of relations between UK and China, spearheaded by David Cameron as Prime Minister and George Osborne as Chancellor. Clearly, things have changed dramatically. I don't think Sir Keir Starmer is intending to signal here that he's going back to those days when Britain threw open its doors to Chinese investment and vice versa to some degree. I think, though, what he is trying to say, what he is trying to really say to the British public to explain why he's there, given the UK does still have all sorts of differences with the Chinese regime, is that China's size makes it simply unignorable from his point of view.
What about the other political parties? What's their stance on this?
Well, the Conservatives have been very critical of Sir Keir Starmer over this. They say he simply shouldn't be there. Writing in the Telegraph today, Kemi Badenoch says that Keir Starmer is going with good intentions, but they are not enough. She says that China is important, but that the government is putting process and posturing first, by which I think she's referring to the government's decision to approve this very controversial and very drawn-out proposal by the Chinese government to build a so-called mega embassy in the city of London here in the UK, and various other things that Kemi Badenoch's been quite critical of. And I wonder, by the way, Keir Starmer won't be doing PMQs today, obviously, because he's about to touch down in Beijing, but I wonder whether in our stand-in PMQs with David Lammy representing the government, he's the Deputy Prime Minister, but he went to China last year when he was Foreign Secretary. I wonder if we might hear more of that criticism from the Conservatives later today.
So like they've got a big embassy that they're building, apparently, the Chinese, and everyone in England is freaking out.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast on YouTube, where we go behind.
Building a mega embassy in London. What are they really up to there? They gotta watch out. Engaging in diplomacy by setting up a huge embassy. Nobody else in the world does that. Evil Chinese. Wait, what's this one? Ah, did I do it wrong? Interesting. No, let's see. We just watched that one, I swear. Here we go. DW. Let's see what you have to say about it. Tell us what to think.
British
German public broadcast service in English.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer is in China to reset relations as he aims to boost trade and investment with the world's second largest economy. Starmer has vowed to bring back benefits to the UK in meetings with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Qiang. It's the first visit by a British Prime Minister there in 8 years. Starmer is the latest Western leader to seek closer trade with China as many pivot away from the US.
Here's the manufacturing consent line. Hey, did you
And
hear
for
it?
more on this.
Everyone's trying to do business with China to pivot away from the US. Hey? Just like Canada, we're trying to pivot away from the US the other day. Hey? By like letting in 45,000 EVs and giving them canola. Hey? Really divesting from the US economy there. Hey? what is it? The American economy to Canada is 75% of its exports and imports, or something close to that. And like its trade with China is like 12% or something like that. It's not really decoupling from the US. It's still so surprising to see big bad China propaganda still so strong. Well, you know, we've been speaking about it on and off today, especially when we're speaking about the Port of Darwin incident. Like the American America's national interest, I think, is what we've been talking about today, dilemmas and Spender. Their self-interest as a nation is tied heavily to fear of China. If everyone's scared of China for some reason, then China will be constrained in how much power it can amass so quickly. I don't think they could ever really stop it, but like if everyone's fearful of China, it does help the American position greatly. So that's your material basis for the China, big bad China propaganda. Like it is hard to reconcile knowing that, like, you know, there's that big bad China narrative out there. Like, how do you reconcile that knowing that, like, you know, a country like Australia, we do more trade with China than we do with the US? We're just like, you know, if they're so scary and they're going to start World War III, why are we trading with them? Eh? Shouldn't we put on some economic sanctions, to stop the evil authoritarian regime of China?
I'm joined by Clifford Coonan in the studio from DW Business. He is a long-time China correspondent. Good to see you, Cliff. So this is the first visit by a British Prime Minister since 2018. Tell us, first of all, what's...
Woke, gay, Marxist. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Where did you get that name from? Wow. Explain your name. Oi, oi, oi.
Starmer's priorities are on this trip?
Well, he needs to boost trade with China. He needs to get more investment from China. The UK economy is struggling, and it's struggling in many ways. It's looking for partners, and China is there. We've had a lot of meetings with Macron. The French President Macron has been there. Friedrich Merz is going there next month from Germany, the German Chancellor. So he's the latest in a string of leaders. And at the moment, there's a lot of people looking for a reset.
Like, are you taking the piss? Hey, my mum gave it to me. I don't know. I'm just a woke gay Marxist. It makes the right people mad. Interesting. Very interesting. Don't know what I'm doing in the house. How you going? At least the Chinese guy is sane. That is all I can say on the issue. That is all I'm going to say on this matter.
And their China relations, because they're unsure about relations with the US, because they're become a lot less stable than they were under previous administrations. And so that's his main priorities are to do this. And he also has some sort of housekeeping matters to do. They've just opened a huge Chinese embassy in London, which has been heavily criticized. That's right, it's been heavily criticized. The British embassy in Beijing is pretty small, and I think he's looking for embassy reciprocity, that he gets a similar sized embassy there as well. So he's got a busy schedule.
And let's talk about trade, because China sold more goods overseas.
I'm an American. Sorry about everything. That's okay. It's okay. We're not judging. We just like to analyze what happens in America. Actually, we do judge. I'm not gonna lie. We do judge. But we do just try and analyze what's going on there, so we can understand it all a little bit more.
Last year, then it imported, in fact, more than $1 trillion more. That's a lot of money. What does the UK then have to offer China?
Well, this is the big question.
We're getting invaded in our own cities, so it's a fair point. We were looking at something yesterday, I want to say, or maybe 2 days ago, and they were interviewing people in Minneapolis. And they were describing being under siege, being under invasion, how they were wording it. There's like thousands of federal agents descending on the city, and like they're picking people off the street, and they're like crowd controlling, and you know, they're fucking shit up. And it feels like we're under attack. It's a crazy psychological position to be in. It's not invasion, it's spreading more freedom. Yes, sorry, we had this talk before. Sorry. They need to be served some freedom. These cities aren't free enough, apparently. Americans are fine. America is a little worrisome. Interesting distinction. We're spreading democracy and they will welcome us as liberators.
I mean, there are a couple of things. Big companies like HSBC are there, which is a British company. Airbus, which makes its aircraft engines, is also trying to sell. They're also in the delegation. You've got 60 business leaders there. But a lot of them are representing bigger companies. And the problem is that China is exporting so much because its goods are cheaper. And a lot of countries are now anxious that their industrial bases could be destroyed by cheap Chinese goods flooding in. And the UK, which has already seen quite a lot of damage to its industrial bases, a lot of what it's offering now is services, but it's in a weakened position. So the question is, what does the UK have to offer when clearly China is much more focused on what it can send out than what Britain can offer it in return?
You mentioned the US before. We're going to have to talk about President Trump here. He recently threatened Canada, didn't he, with 100% tariffs for holding trade talks with Beijing. So
what happened on that one? Have we heard any information on that? Like, remember 2 weeks after they did their deal anyway, just because he was pissed off at Kanye after Davos and the World Economic Forum. Then he hit them up with 100% tariffs. Hey, what happened? Hey, two-tier Kier. Interesting. Half of the Americans are not all right. We also have gay space communism here. Welcome. Yes, get out the picture. We've got it.
given that, how does the UK think that it can strengthen ties with China without triggering a sort of a similar retaliatory response from the US, from Donald Trump?
Because Starmer didn't criticize Trump directly at Davos, only over the whole soldier thing. Remember, like, there was, like, I think it was like last week, maybe earlier this week. Trump, no, it was over the weekend. Trump said that stuff about like how nobody died. Nobody fought on the front lines in Afghanistan. NATO didn't support us in Afghanistan and fight on the front lines. And like, he offended all of these people who have sent troops to the front line in Afghanistan. All of these allies, Denmark included, in the UK, Australia. And they said like the UK didn't, their troops weren't dying on the battlefield, kind of thing. And bang, Starmer did say that Trump needs to apologize for that. So maybe if he's angered Trump, he will get the 100% tariff threat. Seems like some more economic warfare from the world police there. I like the way your means of production look in them jeans. Oh yeah, there it is. Some gay space communism for you. I can't even keep up with our news. We need World War III to be invaded. Wow. The big call. I'm hoping you can sort it out. It doesn't have to come to that. I have faith that you can sort it out so we don't have to get pulled into a world war. I do have faith. My God, I hope so.
Starmer is having to do the same sort of juggling act or balancing act that other leaders have done. As we've mentioned, Mark Carney, Canada getting threatened with these tariffs. In recent months, people have noticed that Trump uses tariffs as a threat quite a lot, but he's only carrying out about 1 in 4 of these threats. So I suppose that what they're trying to think, because a lot of this is supposition, because no one can tell what's going on in Donald Trump's mind. And I suppose that the UK is banking on the fact that they probably won't go ahead with this, that they will be able to come up with some kind of agreement with the US, or there will be some other kind of trade-off going on.
So positive thinking.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about...
So what do you say, basically? We're pretty sure he can do it without getting hit up with tariffs. He's going to have to roll the dice on that one. All right. Socialists don't like ordinary people choosing, for they might not choose socialism. Where'd that come from? Was that in response to something these guys were saying? Or in response to the gay space communism? The West has known for 20 years that China's industrial base has been growing, and they did nothing. It's hard for me to feel sorry for them. Yeah, well, like, I know, right? That's the way it works in the capitalist system. They who own the production, the means of production, right, have the economic power. And now everyone's scrambling to get in on it. as they've spent all this time deindustrializing and playing on the stock market instead.
Whether there is a contradiction in the fact that the UK is seeking closer ties with China, with Beijing. At the same time, it is committing to closer ties to the AUKUS Security Pact. Now, that is designed to counter China's influence in the Indo-Pacific. Is one going against the other?
It is in some ways, because China doesn't like these security pacts, particularly with the UK and the US being out of what it considers its sphere of influence in the Indo-Pacific. Britain, for example, is supplying nuclear submarines to Australia, and it's also built. They have got quite strong security.
Oh, we know about AUKUS. It's quite the topic of conversation in this stream.
Security links. At the same time, other countries within the AUKUS group, so Australia, UK and the US, are also building ties. Australia's is also looking for a reset of ties with China at the moment. So in some ways, security has kind of taken a back seat. So where this is going to get interesting is at what point will the US say that these trade will have to take a backseat to security. But then again, the US is also kind of playing a double game. It hasn't imposed these tariffs on China, but Trump regularly talks about what respect he has for Xi Jinping and how he wants to have excellent relations with China. So basically confusion reigns as far as security in the Indo-Pacific region is concerned, and the UK's role in that.
What about, dare I mention, human...
What about we talk about the real reason here, buddy? Hey, that Trump put some tariffs on China. They got into some negotiations because China started cutting off the US from some of those precious rare earth minerals. And Trump did an amazing backflip on the whole tariff situation. Hey. You have a very calming voice and you're pretty. Thank you. I have been told that I have a calming voice before, actually. I went on FJ podcast once and someone in the comment section was like, this guy's putting me to sleep. Like, not in a bad way, but I am being put to sleep.
Rights, are they going to be brought up at this meeting at all, or will Starmer turn a blind eye?
I mean, it used to be that every time a Western leader went to China, this would be the first question, you know, and now it's just gone so far down the agenda. The Hong Kong activist Jimmy Lai is there. He's in prison. He's a British citizen.
So this is like the thing that Indoctrinathan put up this morning. I don't know if you saw the article, and it was about the Australian artist who was kind of, you know, imprisoned in China and then came and sang Sanctuary, I guess, in Australia, and has been working as an artist ever since. And has recently been back to big bad China, and they let him in and let him out again. And so, like, the UK have their own version. So this was a Hong Kong activist, UK citizen, and has been detained and imprisoned in China since Hong Kong. And so that's going to come up on the discussion table. It's going to be on the buffet line for Keir Starmer to talk to Xi about. You do have a UK citizen in one of your prisons. I was wondering if we could talk about that. Don't know what I'm doing. You should do ASMR, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna open an OnlyFans, get on the ASMR, put people to sleep.
Will Starmer try and intervene? Starmer has said he'll be clear-eyed about the UK's role on this issue, and he's promised to keep this in mind. But at the same time, I just think with all of these leaders arriving in China now, human rights just doesn't seem that high on the agenda anymore.
We'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Clifford Coonan from DW Business. Thank you.
We'll leave it there, buddy. You've said enough. Thanks, but no thanks. All right. If you're watching this for the first time and you're on YouTube right now, you haven't done already, hit the like button. Coming to us from Twitch, you know what to do. Hit the follow. And welcome to the stream. Here is, I can hear 4AS right now. He's telling me to plug the Discord, so here it is. If you are new here, you've been watching this and enjoying, come join us on Discord. This is where we share our propaganda. So this is Starmer as he's touched down in China, talking about the things that he's going to do, surrounded by, I guess, his bourgeoisie of choice, right? UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer urged British firms to seize opportunities in China during his first visit to the country since taking office. So I don't know if this is like before he goes into meet with Chinese officials or afterwards, I'm not sure. I did picture E running his finger along the means of production, then whispering, "Seize it." Hey, that's right. That's one of my many catchphrases. Seize those means of production. And that's capitalism, baby.
Everybody, the Prime Minister. They say that 8 days is a long time in politics. Try 8 years, because it's 8 years since a British Prime Minister stepped on Chinese soil. And so on this delegation...
It's so colonial, the language as well. It's so good. It's been a long time since the British have laid foot on China. So good.
You're making history. You're part of the change that we're bringing about. And that's consistent with
Look at
everything...
this guy, like talking about the bourgeoisie. Like these guys, yeah, generic looking rich people. This guy, the best. Look, shaved head, smooth, slight goatee, turtleneck, black turtleneck with the blazer over the top. Hey, fucking baller, this guy. He's your iconic bourgeoisie right there. I'm playing catch up, maybe out of context. It's all right. I remember.
That we've done in government, particularly internationally, because we are resolute about being outward looking, about taking opportunities, building relationships, having confidence globally, and always being absolutely focused on our national interest. And it is in our national interest to engage with China. It's the second biggest economy in the world. If you take Hong Kong alongside China, it's our third biggest trading partner. There are huge opportunities to be had in lots of different sectors. And so what we're doing here is engaging and building a comprehensive, consistent, stable...
You still can't have back any of your artifacts. The museum needs them. So good. It is the museum that needs them. It is for the people. Yeah, I wonder if they'll be in the trade talks. Hey? We want our shit back. Our cultural items. We would like them back if you please. No. They belong in a museum. It's the Indiana Jones defense. It belongs in a museum.
Strategic approach to China, which is much needed, has huge opportunities. And for me, the most important thing, as ever, is to be absolutely determined that this will deliver back into the United Kingdom. Because
see, you know why I think people don't like him so much, just by listening to him? Like, it's because, like, you know, when other politicians just talk, like, you know, political babble where they say nothing. They say a lot of words, but they don't say anything at all. Like, from other people, you can kind of buy it, but, like, he doesn't sell it very well. He said nothing there for, like, 30 seconds. He basically said nothing. And he didn't make it seem convincing at all. Like, I actually don't understand what he said just then. It was just generic political blah, 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 blah. He just doesn't sell it. And nobody trusts him. Who are the UK's 3 biggest trading partners? By percentage too, please. Do we have a Trump in Australia? Oh my God, what a good question. Shall I answer that, or does somebody in the chat want to take it? Maybe you, Dilemmas? We have somebody called Pauline Hanson. And if you go off some of the discussions we've had, Dilemmas will correct me on this one, Trump actually has taken a play out of Pauline Hanson's book because she's been doing it for 30 years. So, yeah. We have a Trump, all right. Pauline Hanson, check her out. Yeah, Kia could make fireworks dull. It's a special talent. Like, look at it. It's just such a plain human being. It must be that part of it. People just don't believe it. He just doesn't sell it. Top 3 UK trading partners. United States, 17%. Germany, 8.2%. Netherlands, 6.2%. China, 5.7%. Do you see them decoupling from the United States anytime soon on a trade basis, let alone their ties to the US military? I don't know, man. 5.7. It's good trade. 5.7. It's not even top 3. Interesting.
Because everything you're doing here, everything I'm doing here, is focused on how do we benefit people at home in the United Kingdom, where whatever's going on in the world, I'm afraid, their number one concern will be the cost of living. Of course, we will have to manage our differences.
What was with
but
the clip
that's
there?
what you do with a mature, consistent, comprehensive and strategic approach to China. We manage our differences, we take our opportunities, and we constantly think, how does this deliver for people back at home?
He really did say a lot without saying anything at all, didn't he? I wonder if there's any developments on this. What's this? 40 minutes ago, let's see. Oh, it's the bilateral meeting. Oh, God, no thank you. I just want to know if they've agreed on anything, please. No? Have they agreed on
UK Prime
anything?
Minister Keir Starmer has met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing and calling for a, quote, more sophisticated relationship between their countries. It's the first trip to China by a British leader in 8 years. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Min Lo, on really the tone that was struck from Keir Starmer heading to China.
Yeah, it's pretty positive. He brought...
I thought he was going to try and sell me some kind of insurance. That guy definitely knows a guy and can get you anything you want.
With him a match ball from the recent Premier League match between Arsenal and Man U. He gave that as a gift to President Xi.
What did he give? A Man U
match between Arsenal. Yeah, it's pretty positive. He brought with him a match ball from the recent Premier League match between Arsenal and Man U. He gave that as a gift to President Xi. And we know the British Prime Minister is a fan of Arsenal, but President Xi is a fan of the rival. So is that reflective of the relationship? I think Keir Starmer is really there to change that, because he's been, one of his first remarks after he arrived was to talk to the delegation that accompanied him. He spoke at the lobby of his hotel and he said they are making history because he's really trying to change this relationship. He has talked about how the Tory government really brought about an ice age between UK and China, and he has been facing a lot of pushback from UK's China hawks, right? And he is still pushing with this two-pronged approach. On the one hand, acknowledging the national security threats that China poses, but on the other hand, really wanting to improve economic ties with China, especially against this backdrop where UK is experiencing high inflation and a
I'm getting Bond villain vibes. Can't stop seeing that bald guy now. Doesn't he look like that typical rich person in a movie that is like diabolical in some fashion? Eh? He does, that guy. I wonder who they are. I wonder who that person is. Governor?
Economy.
In terms of outcomes, what are some concrete things that are expected?
So no deals has been announced yet, but we are still waiting for concrete details. We'll be looking out for size and scope. Analysts are saying that any deal will likely fall short of a comprehensive free trade agreement, because that will likely, provoke some sort of response or retaliation from President Trump. But we could see maybe piecemeal or company-to-company agreements. We know that the top power company in the UK is expected to enter into a strategic partnership with a Chinese power company. And this is a very major foray into a sector that for a long time has been tightly regulated. And Keir Starmer brought with him 60 people representing sectors from financial services, medical, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, looking for greater market access in China. And of course, there's the other bucket, which is the geopolitics, as Taiwan, Ukraine, human rights, Jimmy Lai. These are the areas where we are less likely to see forward progress.
Interesting. We get onto the British and everyone's doing their impressions. Core, blimey gov, indubitably, old chap. That's racist. Don't pick on British people. That's a very Trump-style handshake in the thumbnail. Entire entourage, foolish move by Comrade Starmer. He sold us out to the Chinese. He's doing it. Pauline, Gina, Clive, one of Murdoch's, maybe, LOL. Take your pick. Foolish move by Comrade Starmer. I thought it was Air Starmer. Then Hair Starmer. Interesting. All right. we're done. I'm going to leave it there for today. So thank you everyone who's been hanging out in the stream. We've been going for 6.5 hours now. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but if you have been hanging out for the entirety of it, you made it through. We did it. And yeah, we've gone on quite the journey today. Can I just say it ain't so. It's been a very, very interesting day in world affairs and local affairs. And a lot of it's centered on China, isn't it? Hey, the port of Darwin, that was controversial. That was very controversial. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, probably usual time tomorrow, I must admit. And we're going to be back to another Far Right Fridays where we understand how people get down with right-wing ideology online, how they get pulled into the right-wing pipeline. We're going to look at some more of Pauline Hanson's Please Explain. We're slowly grinding through the series. We're slowly grinding through. So thank you everyone who's been hanging out, interacting. It's been wonderful. And yeah, thank you for interacting as well. Do appreciate it. I can't go back all the way in the list. I'm sorry, but I will read out who I can. Spandonk, Avalava, Ninja Nurse, Jag, Dilemmas. It's good to have you just here to watch a trash fire. Who else have I got here who's been hanging out? KK online, Hobo Joe hanging out, Govan. Had a couple of new chatters today. Chris, hey, didn't stay around for long. 4IS, Woozle in the house, Ravy Baby in here earlier, Woke Gay Marxist coming in the end. Who else we got? Don't know what I'm doing. Hanging out too. It's good to have all of you, and if you're watching this after the fact, thank you as well. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Like I said, probably usual times, around 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So we'll see you on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you tomorrow. Cheers.